That scruffy bearded uncle. He has been chopping wood for 10 years. Each swing of his axe felt like splitting heaven and earth. Up until today. He has chopped 3,653,650 logs of wood. And earned the honorary title of the woodchopping sage. In his previous life, he was a popular pretty boy internet celebrity. But after offending the executives of his agency, he was frozen out. And eventually died in depression. After that, he was reborn. Reincarnated into Qinghang Academy in the southern border of Yunwang. Here, he became a teacher of the fortune department. Yet this woodchopping sage has never broken through the foundation establishment realm. But today, a female cultivator kneeled and begged to be his disciple. Today, he was still chopping wood as usual. Suddenly, a cultivator flew in. And very disdainfully told him to go to the front yard to recruit disciples. The cultivator secretly sneered at the woodchopping uncle. With just your level at the illumination realm, you're going for nothing. You surely won't recruit any disciples like every year. Since the message was delivered, he didn't stay long, and with a boom, flew away. Afterwards, the woodchopping uncle sighed to himself. Even if I go, I probably won't recruit anyone like before. While walking, he pondered whether he should go or not. Thinking as he walked, he carried his giant woodchopping axe and headed towards the Kangwoo abyss. Maybe first find some food to fill his belly. At that moment, the front yard was holding the enrollment event. Just like every year, the swordsmanship department once again dominated, recruiting the majority of new disciples. In contrast, the fortune department remained cold and lonely. Not a single person signed up. Not even the woodchopping uncle himself showed up. Seeing this, the crowd started mocking and demanded he be removed from his teaching position. Words were full of disdain, demanding he be expelled as a teacher. At that moment, Bai Luoken arrived, holding a snake in his hand. The crowd continued to ridicule, saying, "Uncle Bai has a good attitude, but his skills are too poor. He even got injured catching a snake. What a shame." But just then, among the crowd, a girl noticed something. Her face showed a trace of fear. She sensed the snake in Bai Luoken's hand radiated a dangerous aura. Meanwhile, at the academy, they were still impeaching Bai Luoken, demanding the dean to dismiss him. Eventually, the dean gave in and began to announce that due to Bai Luoken's low cultivation level, and having failed to recruit any disciples for 10 years, he would be dismissed from his teaching position effective immediately. Suddenly, a voice called out. It was the girl just now. She declared her wish to become Bai Luoken's disciple, to learn the arts of fortune. The scene erupted into an uproar. A 10-year illuminating realm fighter, who couldn't even beat a chicken spirit. Girl, what are you thinking? Everyone tried to dissuade her. But the young girl firmly grabbed Bai Luoken's hand, repeatedly begging him to accept her. Turns out, the girl was a loose immortal in her past life. Because she failed to reach the Great Tao, she had to reincarnate with her memories. Originally, she intended to choose the swordsmanship department. With her talent and beauty, she could monopolize more than 80% of the cultivation resources and rapidly ascend to the highest realms. But unexpectedly, right before apprenticeship, she discovered a true powerhouse. And that snake in Bai Luoken's hand. The girl thought in her heart. She could not have mistaken it. It must be a flood dragon about to evolve into a dragon. Judging by human cultivators' standards, this flood dragon had reached the great achievement stage. Even in her past life as a loose immortal, she wouldn't have dared to say she could easily subdue it. Thus, this seemingly weak woodchopping uncle must be an unparalleled powerhouse in hiding. This uncle is the strongest woodchopper in history, chopping wood continuously for 10 years. The woodcutter kept thinking to himself, "Do you all even know how I survived these 10 years?" Although Bai Luoken is known as the woodcutting sage, his combat strength is pitifully low. None of his fellow disciples respected him, though it was because he defended the sect 10 years ago that he ended up like this. Today, the sect leader still used his failure to recruit disciples for a decade as an excuse to strip him of his position as instructor. But suddenly, a beautiful young girl appeared, insisting on apprenticing under the woodcutting uncle. Everyone said she must be crazy. But only she knew that the man before her was anything but ordinary. It turned out this girl was a reincarnated rogue immortal. She immediately recognized that the snake Bai Luokan was carrying was no ordinary snake, but a flood dragon on the verge of transforming into a true dragon. Even in her past life as a powerful rogue immortal, she would not have been able to easily subdue such a creature. Thus, she finally achieved her wish and became Bai Luokan's disciple. Soon after, they returned to their mountain peak. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Su Liwei saw piles of wood stacked like mountains. Every dwelling was tattered and broken, as if a single breeze could topple them. She began to wonder if she had made a terrible mistake. If the woodcutting uncle was really a big shot, how could he be bullied to this extent? If he could truly tame a flood dragon, he could easily flatten the entire Qinghong Academy. Why would he endure such humiliation? As she was pondering this, Bai Luokan casually explained a few things, then threw 2 capture manuals from his arms. With good intentions, Bai Luokan told Su Liwei to study them on her own initiative. She could pick any room she liked to live in, and unless there was a major emergency, not to bother him. But staring at the dilapidated room before her, Su Liwei immediately wanted to transfer to the swordsmanship division. She knew the capture division was miserable, but not this miserable. Reluctantly, Su Liwei prepared to enter the house to rest. Meanwhile, Bai Luokan began roasting the pitiful snake. In a few swift moves, he skewered the snake meat. Inside, Su Liwei caught a whiff of the delicious aroma from outside. She couldn't help but open the window to look. What she saw instantly stunned her. A flood dragon is a sacred beast. If one could obtain it, it would be worthy of worship like an ancestral founder. Yet the woodcutting uncle was actually roasting it for food, and eating it with such relish. Su Liwei couldn't help but drool at the sight. Thinking back, despite cultivating for tens of thousands of years, she had never tasted dragon flesh. Unconsciously, she walked behind Bai Luokan, hoping to ask her master for a piece to taste. But Bai Luokan himself thought there wasn't enough to eat, let alone share it with a newly accepted disciple. Like guarding his food, he flatly refused. Su Liwei was immediately dumbfounded. She thought to herself indignantly, a dignified rogue immortal like me, begging for a bite of meat and still getting rejected. Bai Luokan glanced coldly at his pitiful little disciple, who was practically drooling. He muttered, "No means no." Su Liwei trembled with anger and turned away. "Fine, if you won't give it, then don't. Master is so stingy." But Bai Luokan, hearing that, called out, "Wait." Then he used a thin twig to pick off a tiny piece of meat. Really, just a tiny piece. He casually said, "Here, lick it." Su Liwei was utterly speechless with frustration. Then Bai Luokan said indifferently, "Don't think I'm being stingy. Just one lick of this skewer is enough." Since her stingy master said so, a lick it would be. So Su Liwei shyly stuck out her delicate tongue and gently licked the bamboo skewer. Immediately, an incredibly rich spiritual energy flooded into her. In the next moment, Su Liu's whole soul was shocked. Just that tiny lick contained enough spiritual energy to equal half a year's worth of her cultivation. As expected, with my current level, I can't withstand the overwhelming spiritual power within dragon flesh. If she ate the whole dragon, she would definitely explode and die. As a rogue immortal, she had never eaten meat this rich in spiritual power. Su Liwei felt that she had lived her previous life in vain. Yet she never expected that just licking a bamboo skewer would cause her cultivation to skyrocket. She could feel her spiritual energy soaring to the heavens. If I were to eat this tiny piece of meat in one bite, even just this small shred, it would surpass half a year of cultivation. As expected, with my current realm, I can't withstand the powerful spiritual energy within the delicate meat. If I ate it all, I would definitely explode and die instantly. Yet that hidden master ate the entire strip of delicate meat and still seemed unsatisfied. Su Liwei instantly broke out in cold sweat. This uncle who had been chopping wood for 10 years. The master I just acknowledged. What realm has he truly reached? Could it really be that he only chopped wood every day? The more Su Liwei thought about it, the more he felt his master was unfathomable. Thanks to the strand of meat bestowed by his master, his cultivation increased significantly, and he was overjoyed, immediately bowing to express his gratitude. Bai Luokan, seeing the already stunned Su Liwei, kindly instructed, "You only need to lick a bit from the master each day. Do not be greedy." It was already nighttime by now. Two disciples with suspicious movements came to Qingwan Peak. They climbed over the broken fence and quietly landed inside the courtyard. Turns out, they were from the beast-taming department. This time, the two of them planned to once again target Bai Luokan's horse. They took out a freshly refined potion from their robes and observed Bai Luokan from the shadows, muttering at the horse. Before long, they might succeed. Bai Luokan turned back into the house to sleep. The two disciples lurking in the dark seized the chance to act. Smiling sinisterly, they prepared to take the horse back to the beast-taming department. At that moment, Su Liwei was reading the book his master had gifted him earlier. The quiet sound in the courtyard startled Su Liwei, who was so bold to dare make trouble at Qingwan Peak. He walked into the courtyard and saw a beast-taming disciple grinning slyly as he dripped potion on the horse's beam. He even let out sinister chuckles now and then. Suddenly, both of them were startled by a surge of powerful spiritual energy from behind. Turning around, they saw Su Liwei, radiating blue energy from his whole body, walking toward them. They were shocked, thinking, when had Qingwan Peak gained another person? Looks like stealing the horse wouldn't be so easy this time. One of the beast-taming disciples feigned calmness and waved for Su Liwei to mind his own business. How could Su Liwei let a thief steal his master's treasured horse? Seeing things not going well, one disciple charged straight at Su Liwei at lightning speed, his hands reaching shamelessly toward Su Liu's chest. Su Liwei dodged swiftly, gathered his strength and lifted his leg, delivering a powerful kick. The beast-taming disciple spat blood and collapsed instantly. Who is so bold to cause trouble at Qingwan Peak late at night? Moreover, with such filthy hands, trying to grope Su Liu's chest? If Su Liwei hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been taken advantage of by that disciple. Now that disciple had been kicked to the ground by Su Liwei, his body trembling, blood spilling from his mouth. The other companion hurried to help him up, staring at Su Liwei before them, fear rising in their hearts. It seemed stealing the horse wouldn't be easy tonight. The disciple who got kicked didn't want to lose face in front of his junior. He activated his cultivation technique, determined to fight Su Liwei seriously. His whole body surged with red spiritual energy, and he charged again. But once more, he underestimated Su Liwei. He was kicked away again. Defeated in an instant, he rolled several times on the ground before finally stopping. Su Liwei stared blankly at the seemingly fierce horse thieves. He sighed, realizing the thief was just a weakling. The other disciple, seeing his senior brother collapse, roared in anger, ready to avenge him. A furious shout startled Bai Luokan, who had been sleeping inside. Seeing the three fighting in the courtyard, Bai Luokan was speechless. At first, it seemed he would personally punish the horse thieves. But instead, he just yawned, closed his window, so the noise wouldn't disturb his sleep. As he walked to the bed, he casually snapped his fingers. A massive light barrier enveloped the entire Qingwan Peak. Su Liwei looked up and saw a soundproofing talisman. He immediately understood what his master meant. His spiritual energy erupted fully, and he approached the two fallen beast-taming disciples. The two screamed in terror. suffering unimaginable pain. Meanwhile, the senior brother of the beast taming department learned that two of his juniors had been brutalized by capture department disciples. He was furious. He immediately ordered all beast taming disciples to head to Qingwan Peak to demand an explanation. Shameless, indeed. Their side clearly made the first mistake. Yet they tried to turn it around and accused Qingwan Peak. After thinking for a moment, he decided to first report it to the disciplinary hall before dealing with Bai Luokan and his disciple later. Early the next morning, Bai Luokan stretched lazily, ready for another day of wood chopping. Just then, he heard Su Liu's voice. Su Liwei appeared, dark circles heavy under his eyes. While chopping wood, Bai Luokan said, "It doesn't matter how much you finished. Master won't blame you." Su Liwei had no choice but to tell the truth. Even though the cultivation manual his master gave was excellent, he stayed up all night studying it, but only got halfway through the night before his spiritual energy was completely depleted. And even then, he hadn't fully grasped the content. Bai Luokan was stunned, his axe trembling in his hands. He coldly and angrily said, "You only managed half the night's worth. Yet you have the nerve to admit it?" Su Liwei turned pale with fear. Not daring to argue. Su Liwei turned pale with fear. Not daring to argue at all. This scruffy man was actually a mysterious capture department teacher who had spent 10 years chopping wood without pause. In outsiders' eyes, he was just a useless hack who knew nothing but chopping wood. Unexpectedly, at the last moment of recruitment, a girl agreed to become his disciple. And she wasn't ordinary either. She was the reincarnation of a century-old rogue immortal. She chose Bai Luokan as her master because she saw potential in the wood-chopping uncle. On her first night at Qingwan Peak, she encountered beast-taming disciples stealing horses, which disrupted her study of the capture manual. And she only read for half the night. The next day, Su Liwei reported her study progress to Bai Luokan. Bai Luokan's massive axe trembled. Su Liwei thought he was about to be scolded for his poor learning ability. Unexpectedly, Bai Luokan praised him instead. Originally, he thought Su Liwei would only understand a few lines, but he had actually read through half the night. This capture manual compiled all of Bai Luokan's life's work. Su Liu's ability to grasp half of it already proved his strong comprehension. Then Bai Luokan flipped his hand, conjured a light orb, and formed it into a token, tossing it to Su Liwei. With this token, he could freely enter the library and study other cultivation manuals. Once the token's level was raised, he could access higher floors, where even better techniques were stored. Su Liwei stared blankly at the token in his hand, deep in thought. Bai Luokan continued explaining how to upgrade the token through student missions and trials. Su Liwei listened attentively, while pretending to be delighted and grateful to his master, but secretly thought, this token compared to the book his master gave him was a world apart. What high-level manuals had he not seen before? He had plenty hidden in his private stash. No one knows how many top-grade secret manuals are stocked. How could they possibly care about the Academy's martial arts manuals? The Academy's manuals are practically garbage. My master once told me, even prisoners he captured could study those for a lifetime. Suddenly, Su Liu noticed Bai Luo Chen was looking towards the foot of Qingwan Peak. It seemed something had caught his master's attention. A transmission echoed throughout the entire Qingwan Peak. Su Liu was startled. He was ordered to quickly descend the mountain to receive punishment. Su Liu turned to Bai Luo Chen and said, "Those people must be from the Moon Demon Division, here to seek revenge for the injuries they suffered from him last night." He nervously explained to Bai Luo Chen, afraid of being scolded by his master. Unexpectedly, Bai Luo Chen just laughed heartily and told him to focus on his studies. He would handle the rest. Saying that, he took Su Liu and headed towards the teleportation portal to see what exactly was going on. Outside the portal, a dense crowd gathered. He Sheng, the senior brother of the Moon Demon Division, led the law enforcement hall and was loudly provoking in front of the Qingwan Peak portal. Did they think they could mess with the wood-chopping uncle? This time, the enforcement team had picked the wrong opponent. If even Bai Luo Chen's disciple was this strong, then his own power must be unfathomable. Just moments ago, the crowd had surrounded Qingwan Peak, coldly eyeing the teleportation portal, ready to intimidate the master and disciple. Bai Luo Chen walked out slowly with Su Li Yu, looking around the crowd. He heard Song Lang, the law enforcement hall leader flying overhead, declare, Su Li Yu violated academy rules and maliciously harmed fellow students. The investigation had confirmed the accusations. Bai Luo Chen was to respect the academy regulations and hand over Su Li Yu to the law enforcement hall. Song Lang looked down coldly at Bai Luo Chen the entire time. Bai Luo Chen felt quite irritated and didn't even bother to acknowledge Song Lang. He just smiled and said sarcastically, "What a grand setup." While speaking, he casually led the panicked Su Li Yu forward. Wherever they walked, the previously aggressive crowd silently parted to make way. Another law enforcement hall member, seeing Bai Luo Chen ignoring them, raised the arrest warrant and once again demanded Su Li Yu's surrender. Only then did Bai Luo Chen slowly lower his giant axe. Speaking calmly, no rush, he pointed behind the enforcement officers at He Sheng and asked, "Did the Moon Demon Division's disciples stealing horses from Qingwan Peak last night get forgotten?" Caught off guard by the question, He Sheng staggered backward in fear. Seeing he couldn't dodge responsibility, he braced himself and stammered that his juniors meant no harm and that he had already punished them severely. Bai Luo Chen snorted coldly. Meant no harm? He turned to Su Li Yu and said to the three in the air, "My disciple only injured them unintentionally. I'll punish him myself. No need to trouble the law enforcement hall." Seeing Bai Luo Chen about to return with Su Li Yu, He Sheng shouted angrily, "The law enforcement hall has already passed judgment. If you continue to be foolish, you'll face severe consequences." At the threat, Bai Luo Chen turned around, releasing a terrifying pressure, sending a wave of panic through the crowd. Everyone couldn't help but gulp. Seeing that his intimidation failed, He Sheng frantically screamed, demanding the law enforcement hall to punish Bai Luo Chen for shielding his disciple and disrespecting academy rules. Arrest Su Li Yu at once. Bai Luo Chen looked at the blustering He Sheng and was truly seething. He really wanted to slap him. At that moment, the two law enforcement hall leaders also landed with a swish. Without even investigating the situation, they coldly threatened Bai Luo Chen. "Hand over Su Li Yu, or face the consequences yourself." Hearing this, Bai Luo Chen looked mockingly at the enforcement team. They didn't even bother to hide their disdain in front of so many people. It made them feel utterly humiliated. Their faces burned with shame. Spiritual energy instantly burst from their bodies. Yang Yan was determined to capture both master and disciple today. He would drag them to the Hall of Enforcement for punishment. Saying that, he and Song Lang drew their swords together and charged forward. Who dared to have such courage? To challenge the dignity of the chopping sage? And Yang Yan even wanted to take both master and disciple away for punishment? They must be tired of living. While leading the charge ahead, He Sheng, who was hiding in the shadows, watched coldly at everything unfolding. He mocked Bai Luochen and his disciple for overestimating themselves. The enforcement team was drawing nearer under his command. Bai Luochen remained unmoved. He merely patted Su Li Yu's shoulder lightly, telling him to go forward and face them. Consider it a test of last night's lessons. Finally, he reminded him, "Don't let your master down." After saying that, he watched Su Liwei stride confidently toward the charging duo from the Hall of Enforcement. Song Lang and Zhao Cheng were both startled. Was this guy seeking death? They slashed at Su Liyu's face with their swords. But Su Liwei dodged sideways, mocking as he did so. Is that all? Song Lang and Zhao Cheng felt utterly toyed with. They fueled their spiritual energy and slashed harder. But Su Liwei evaded all their attacks with ease. Song Lang grew even angrier. How could this guy be so fast? His blade couldn't even catch up to a woman's speed. Several flashes later, Su Liwei easily dodged every attack they made. Such speed and evasion skills were truly at a godlike level. Su Liwei was also a little shocked inside. No wonder Master wanted to test what he learned last night. After studying the capture manual for just half a night, he could already unleash such unbelievable abilities. If he mastered it all, wouldn't he be invincible? Su Liwei thought excitedly. Just thinking about it made him thrilled. Facing wave after wave of attacks, they were so weak that they didn't even deserve Master's attention. Using purple wings, he dodged effortlessly, making the two captains from the enforcement hall dizzy and frustrated. As long as he clung to his master tightly, he could learn invincible capture techniques, and often feast on delectable tender meat. Ascending would be as easy as taking a stroll. As he thought about it, he lifted his hand, and began to demonstrate the capture technique in midair. Song Lang noticed it too. Su Liyu's strange hand movements. He could evade their attacks. And still do something else? He suddenly realized something. Song Lang gasped. Su Liwei was drawing runes in the air. Cold sweat broke out on Song Lang's forehead. Just what level had Su Liwei reached to be able to do that? Meanwhile, Zhao Cheng was even more furious. Su Liwei was mocking them in disguise. He shouted at Song Lang. Brother, let's use that move. Su Liwei definitely won't dodge it. In an instant, they pushed their speed to the limit, slashing ferociously towards Su Liwei. They were determined to break the rune Su Liwei was about to complete. Su Liwei was very angry, very serious. He had to show his master the results of last night's studies. He had to succeed. Seeing Su Liyu's rune beginning to dissipate, Song Lang gathered spiritual energy, summoning immense power, charging violently towards Su Liwei. Su Liwei snorted coldly, unleashing his own technique. Blue lightning began to gather at his fingertips. The earth trembled beneath him. Powerful electricity wrapped around Su Liyu's entire body. It clashed head-on with the incoming green giant wheel. The collision of two mighty techniques created a deafening explosion. This man simply didn't want to show his strength. He had silently chopped wood for 10 years. But today, his disciple had been threatened. Even a mild-mannered chopping sage could not endure it. He decided to reveal his hidden powers, to thoroughly punish these petty fools. Just earlier, disciples from various sects blocked the gate of Qingluan Peak's transmission hall. They were ready to gang up on Bai Luokan and his disciple. The two captains from the Hall of Enforcement even set their sights on Su Liwei. But they never expected that a so-called waste from Qingluan Peak would have such overwhelming strength. They were stunned, unable to catch their breath. Thunder roared all around. The ground cracked and dust flew. The Hall of Enforcement thought their combined strike would defeat Su Liwei. But when the smoke cleared, Su Liyu's figure emerged slowly, completely unharmed. The two from the Hall of Enforcement were horrified. Su Liwei walked toward them, mocking, while casually drawing a capture rune and throwing it at them. Boom! A huge explosion erupted. The two from the Hall of Enforcement were electrocuted, their bodies reeking of burnt meat. They lay on the ground groaning. One of the captains, lying on the ground, shouted, "Hurry up and help, junior brother. We were standing up for you." Hearing this, Su Liwei drew another rune and casually hurled it at He Shangsheng. He Shangsheng, a natural-born loser, was struck by the rune and fell to his knees with a thud. The Hall of Enforcement saw their forces about to collapse. They resorted to moral coercion against Bai Luokan. White instructor, you condone your disciples' defiance of enforcement. This is a serious provocation. The Hall of Enforcement will not spare you. Prepare to regret it. Bai Luokan, who had been watching the show with interest, heard this and immediately felt annoyed. He raised an eyebrow. You barged into my Qingluan peak. And now you accuse us of wrongdoing? In an instant, he unleashed his pressure. It was like a sudden storm. How could a mere woodcutter release such terrifying might? The supposed weakling before them was radiating horrifying spiritual pressure. Song Lang had just been trying to morally pressure Bai Luokan. But in the next second, the air grew heavier than a mountain, crushing them to the ground. The whole valley rumbled and shook. Explosions echoed everywhere. Everyone, facing Bai Luokan's aura, fell to their knees with a loud thud. They looked at him in disbelief. Bai Luokan, the woodcutter, possessed such massive spiritual energy? Had he regained his former strength? But on second thought, it must be Bai Luokan using his instructor's privileges to forcibly draw on Qingluan Peak's spiritual energy, to suppress them and protect Su Liwei. Song Lang, even kneeling, could barely endure. He was about to collapse onto the ground when the pressure intensified once more. A sweetness rose in his throat, and he spat blood. Seeing the effect achieved, Bai Luokan no longer made things difficult for the Hall of Enforcement disciples. He told them to send his regards to the Hall of Enforcement elders. Then let them go. As for He Shangsheng, Bai Luokan wasn't so merciful. Unless the Yu Yao division came to negotiate, He Shangsheng would stay kneeling there indefinitely. Ignoring He Shangsheng, he took Su Liwei into the transmission hall of Qingluan Peak. A few hours later at the Yu Yao division, Song Lang and Zhao Cheng were not grateful to Bai Luokan for sparing them. Instead, they went to the Yu Yao division to complain. The vice instructor looked at their sorry state and dismissed them directly. He told them to return to the Hall of Enforcement. He would handle the rest personally. Song Lang was overjoyed. He thought that this time, the Yu Yao division would help them get revenge. Even if Bai Luokan could borrow Qingluan Peak's spiritual energy, he couldn't be a match for someone at the early aperture stage. He couldn't possibly withstand the ambitions of the Yu Yao division. The night passed uneventfully. The early morning sun shone into Qingluan Peak's courtyard. Bai Luokan ate breakfast with a speechless expression. He felt puzzled. Given the Yu Yao division's temperament, a whole day had passed. Yet no one had come to talk with him. Something was definitely wrong. Bai Luokan didn't think too much about it. He decided it was better to focus on finding a suitable spirit beast for his disciple. It would help strengthen Su Liu's lightning attributes. Teaching the capture technique was just Bai's side job. Chopping wood was still his real expertise. Every time he wielded his giant axe and headed to the warehouse, the Lingguang Beast Clan would lose several top-tier monsters. Just yesterday, after dealing with the Maruko Hall's provocation, Bai Luokan had been waiting bitterly for the Yu Yao division to ransom their man. But he waited and waited, only to be met with silence. Meanwhile, poor He Shangsheng was still kneeling miserably at Qingluan Peak's gates, pathetically stuck there. Bai Luokan had no choice but to head to the warehouse to arrange a lightning attribute beast for his disciple. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Su Liwei was practicing an unfinished capture technique. Suddenly, the sound of swooshing filled the air behind him. Two rapidly flying wooden boards shot towards Su Liwei. Su Liwei was startled, but kept his composure. He swiftly slashed sideways, his agile movements shattering the boards. The capture rune he was drawing was not interrupted at all. Bai Luokan praised him as he walked towards Su Liwei. Very good, very good. He nodded approvingly. Then, pulling a capture rune from inside his clothes, he said he was heading out. If the Yu Yao division comes to cause trouble, use this to contact me. After saying that, he turned into a streak of light and shot into the sky, leaving Qingluan Peak. Beyond Qinghong Academy's perimeter lay the Cloud Desolation demonic territory, Kangwu Abyss. There lurked 12 ancient demon beasts. Even great masters dared not provoke. Bai Luokan flew past the outer zones of common beasts, heading directly for the depths. He landed atop a mountain peak and looked down. Given Su Liu's current level, materials from the ancestor beasts were overkill. He just needed to find a decent thunder attribute demon king nearby and extort something from it. Suddenly, panicked breathing came from below. Bai Luokan was startled. Wasn't that a disciple from the academy? She was fleeing frantically. 5 balls of purple flame chased her from behind, hitting her directly. A deafening boom echoed through the valley. Bai Luokan muttered helplessly. What a pain. He couldn't just abandon a fellow student. He hid his presence and decided to observe first. The female disciple who had been hit had her protective energy shield shattered, and her clothes were in tatters. A burly male disciple leered and approached her maliciously, spouting obscene jokes. Isn't the department for nurturing female pets? Facing the imminent threat, the girl's eyes filled with tears. In her despair, she prayed for someone to save her. This middle-aged man had chopped wood for 10 years, each swing of his axe carrying the might to split the heavens. Yet among his peers, he was seen as a low-level warrior. Today, however, he found himself at Kangwu Abyss, rescuing 2 beautiful young women. Just as Bai Luokan landed on the small hill, he heard the gasping of a girl, along with the shouts of 2 pursuing youths. Originally, Bai Luokan didn't intend to interfere, but seeing they were academy disciples, he realized ignoring it would bring trouble. He didn't want to bear the infamy of abandoning comrades. At that moment, a burly youth's hand reached for the girl's chest. The girl shouted, I, Yun Ruo, would rather die than let you defile me. She gathered her spiritual energy and aimed a finger at her own forehead. But the burly youth, refusing to let his prize slip away, grabbed Yun Ruo's head with a heavy hand, completely sealing her spiritual energy. Yun Ruo was utterly defenseless. Like a lamb on the butcher's table, the brute sneered while loosening his clothes, preparing to expose himself. He intended to violate Yun Ruo on the spot. Tears welled in Yun Ruo's eyes, thinking of how her senior sister had risked her life to save her. Yet she still fell into the hands of these villains, her heart filled with despair. She could only silently give up resisting. But at that moment, a firm and powerful voice reached Yun Ruo's ears. Instantly, the seal on Yun Ruo was lifted, and she was instructed how to defeat the villain. Following the advice, Yun Ruo gathered spiritual energy into her right hand and thrust straight at the villain's chest. The villain's body shuddered, and he exclaimed that he couldn't move. As the spiritual energy poured in, the villain's huge body was sent flying like he was hit by an elephant. With a whoosh, he flew back rapidly, soaring several meters away, and crashed into a giant tree behind him. Only then did the impact stop. The villain's chest was a bloody mess, his armor and clothes torn apart, and even his ribs shattered to pieces. Yun Ruo herself couldn't believe that her simple strike could be so powerful. She hurriedly bowed repeatedly toward the air, thanking the mysterious expert for the help. Hidden nearby, Bai Luokan watched the ridiculous scene with a helpless smile. Were all the disciples from her department this naive? The villain's underling, seeing his boss dead, got up and charged toward Yun Ruo. Yun Ruo shouted, "Come at me!" But she was panicking inside. Seeing the underling rushing closer, she quickly cried out to the air, "Senior, what should I do now?" Bai Luokan pointed out the youth's weakness and told Yun Ruo to attack it. But the youth was very agile, dodging Yun Ruo's attack effortlessly. He countered with a shuriken strike, aiming straight at Yun Ruo's throat. The shuriken was getting closer and closer. Bai Luokan had no choice but to act. He snapped his fingers casually. Golden chains appeared out of thin air, tightly binding the underling. Bai Luokan thought for a moment. Since he had already intervened, there was no need to keep hiding. No more pretending. It was time to reveal himself. He slowly made himself visible. When Yun Ruo saw him, she gasped internally, her face filled with disbelief. It was this academy's notorious weakest fighter who had saved her? This uncle had only ever chopped wood for 10 years and was considered the academy's recognized useless fighter. The disciples saved at Kangwoo Abyss couldn't believe it was him who saved them. While Yun Ruo was still stunned, Bai Luokan gradually emerged from his hidden state. He revealed himself while walking toward the underling, bound by the golden chains. He prepared to finish him off. Yun Ruo panicked, quickly stopping Bai Luokan. She wanted to learn from this underling where her senior sister had gone. The underling, still unaware of the danger, kept mocking them shamelessly. At this hour, he said, your friend has probably already been eaten to the bones by Kangwoo Abyss insects. Hearing this, Yun Ruo panicked even more. The underling, seeing her reaction, thought they feared him. He smugly assumed they wouldn't dare hurt him. But Bai Luokan had no patience for him. He immediately questioned what mission the Wuxiang sect had in coming to the Kangwoo Abyss. But the underling remained arrogant and defiant. Bai Luokan, being who he was, couldn't tolerate such arrogance from a mere lackey. He released a tiny burst of power. The golden chains tightened violently. In an instant, the underling's body exploded in a burst of light. He died instantly. Yun Ruo looked at the corpse on the ground, both shocked and relieved. Yet she stomped her foot in frustration, blaming Bai Luokan. You killed him before I could ask about my senior sister. But Bai Luokan stayed calm. He simply told Yun Ruo to bring out her senior sister's personal belongings. Give yourself a push. The rest depends on his techniques. Yun Ruo's corpse and token soared into the sky, quickly searching. Not long after, a spirit bird flew directly to a cave entrance. It chirped while peering into the depths. At the bottom of the cliff, Yun Ruo's senior sister was indeed there. She was bidding a final farewell to her life, looking at her injured leg. Then at the exit, she could have easily left through if uninjured. Despair was written all over her trembling face. Suddenly a voice called out, "Senior sister, are you down there?" Yun Shi was startled. She hurriedly shouted toward the outside. Yun Ruo was overjoyed. His senior sister was indeed down there. But she was severely injured. Yun Ruo excitedly tried to descend into the cave. Bai Luokan quickly stopped him. With a wave of his hand, he drew a talisman in midair. Yun Ruo covered his mouth in shock. The rumored useless fighter could actually draw talismans midair? While Yun Ruo was still pondering, the talisman in Bai Luokan's hand swiftly shot into the cave. Blue lights formed a sphere of water, gently cradling the severely injured Yun Shi, and slowly lifting her out. Who would have thought that the talisman teacher about to be expelled from the academy could casually draw talismans from a distance, effortlessly handling the minions pursuing the female disciples? Yun Ruo never expected this weakling to be so powerful, since he could easily defeat those minions. Rescuing his senior sister should be a piece of cake. Thus, he handed over his senior sister's personal item to the spirit bird Bai Luokan conjured with his energy. The spirit bird performed superbly, rapidly using its sharp instincts to locate Yun Shi at the bottom of the cave. While Yun Ruo was thrilled, he was about to descend and rescue her. But Bai Luokan, how could he let go of such a chance to rescue a beauty and play the hero? He once again drew talismans midair. A beam of blue light reached into the cave, splitting into multiple orbs that turned into bubbles. Without hesitation, they enveloped Yun Zai's wounded body. With incredible speed, they gently carried her out. The water bubbles slowly dispersed, and Yun Shi and Yun Ruo burst into tears of joy, hugging each other tightly. After calming down, they quickly turned to thank Bai Luokan. They thanked Bai Luokan for saving them. Bai Luokan simply nodded without saying much. Seeing Yun Zai's severe injuries, he casually pulled out a pill from his storage. The two girls were stunned to recognize it as a 5 elements vitality pill. They hurriedly waved their hands. Such a precious pill could not be accepted so casually. Yun Ruo, seeing his senior sister's hesitation, simply shoved the pill into her hand and urged her to eat it. Embarrassed, Yun Shi opened her mouth, and instantly a radiant glow enveloped her. Her injuries visibly healed at a rapid pace. Soon, she was completely healed. Seeing everything resolved, Bai Luokan asked the two girls how they had ended up deep inside the abyss of Kangwu, which should have been beyond their ability. There had to be a hidden secret. Yun Shi and Yun Ruo exchanged glances, not knowing how to explain it to Bai Luokan. Just then, Su Liwei on Qingwan Peak stretched tiredly. She had finally finished reading the book her master assigned. Suddenly, she heard a rustling sound outside. She immediately thought someone had come to cause trouble while her master was away. She grabbed the talisman Bai Luokan gave her and walked out. Outside, the breeze stirred, blowing away the firewood Bai Luokan had painstakingly gathered. A loud rumbling sound filled the air. The Moon Demon Vice Instructor loomed above, looking down at Su Liwei. A powerful pressure gradually spread toward her. Who dared to cause trouble at Qingwan Peak? Especially when Bai Luokan wasn't around? Meanwhile, at the abyss of Kangwu, Bai Luokan was oblivious that someone was trespassing at his home. He was still flirting with the rescued academy girls. After a long talk, he finally learned. They said they came to find materials for their master. They had no choice but to come to this place. But how could someone as sharp as Bai Luokan not tell they were lying? He had no choice but to pretend to scold them out of concern. Because venturing into an area where demon kings roam is deadly. Yun Shi hurried to explain that their goal was the same as the Wuxiang sect's minions. They just wanted to capture a grade 9 superior demon. Bai Luokan thought for a moment. It made some sense. After all, a great demon evolving into a demon king was possible. While he was thinking, Yun Ruo proactively invited Bai Luokan to join them in capturing the ice silkworm. After all, with such high combat strength, it would be a waste not to use him. Coincidentally, Bai Luokan also needed to find a lightning attribute artifact for Su Liyu's breakthrough. He could handle it all in one trip. Plus, he could earn some favor from the Four Virtues department. So, he led the two female disciples deeper into the abyss of Kangwu. Meanwhile, inside Qingwan Peak, layers of oppressive force were stacking up. Su Liwei slowly opened the door and walked outside. Two figures floated midair in the courtyard. Su Liwei saw at a glance that the older and younger visitor came with ill intent. But she maintained her basic courtesy. She informed them her master was not present, and offered to pass along any message. Chen Kun, the deputy chair of the Moon Demon Department, demanded Su Liwei to kneel upon seeing her. How could Su Liwei possibly obey? Chen Kun, relying on his seniority, started pressuring her with academy rules. He even cursed at Bai Luokan. Su Liwei can be killed but never humiliated. You can insult him, but never his deeply respected master. Facing the sky, Su Liwei roared angrily at Chen Kun. Meanwhile, Chen Kun was worrying about finding a reason to punish Su Liwei. And the defenseless Su Liwei just gave him the perfect opportunity. Chen Kun's gaze in the sky was chilling. His whole body was wrapped in green light. He gathered his spiritual power into his right hand and shouted, "Kneel before me." A massive hand formed by a mix of overwhelming pressure and spiritual energy came crashing down toward Su Liwei with a rumble. Su Liwei hurriedly unleashed his own spiritual energy to resist. After enduring that immense force, the ground immediately caved in, leaving a massive handprint. Yet Su Liwei remained standing where he was, blood covering his face, but refusing to kneel. No matter the world, there are always cowards who bully the weak. Chen Kun, vice chair of the summoning department, believed he could easily deal with Su Liwei. But to his surprise, he encountered a tough opponent. If that useless Bai Luocheng, who only chops wood, were here, he wouldn't have been as tough as Su Liwei. After all, Bai Luocheng was known throughout the academy as a combat weakling. Bullied by everyone. A soft target anyone could squeeze. At this moment, Su Liwei had survived Cheng Kun's assault. Cheng Kun's face turned cruel. This disciple must not be allowed to live. He would become a menace. Cheng Kun's spiritual power surged again, roaring to eliminate Su Liwei for good. Massive spectral hands formed and bombarded the ground repeatedly. Explosions rocked the earth, sending dust flying. When the dust settled, Cheng Kun frowned at the sight of Su Liwei. Su Liwei had withstood the assault with sheer willpower, and his spiritual energy was still rising. Explosions rumbled continuously around Su Liwei. Blue spiritual flames soared into the sky, gradually dispelling Cheng Kun's pressure. His eyes full of rebellious pride. Standing tall and firm, he glared at Cheng Kun, vice chair of the summoning department, swearing to defend his dignity to the death. Cheng Kun's face darkened with fury. How dare you defy my authority for the sake of your dignity? If he didn't handle this well today, how could he maintain authority at the academy in the future? Cheng Kun's gaze grew even more determined. Su Liwei must die. Thus, he ordered his disciple to kill Su Liwei. If Su Liwei really died, the academy wouldn't blame Cheng Kun. Yinhai, Cheng Kun's disciple, dared not disobey his master's command, but felt Su Liwei didn't deserve death. So he pleaded with Cheng Kun to spare him. From the ground, Su Liwei mocked Cheng Kun. A vicious master like you actually raised a disciple with a conscience. Truly rare. Looking at the approaching Yinhai, Su Liwei thought, if he survived this, he would spare Yinhai's life one day. As Yinhai rushed over, he urged Su Liwei to lower his pride, to give his master some face, and let this matter pass. Otherwise, for the sake of so-called dignity, it wasn't worth losing his life. But who was Su Liwei? A true free immortal, kneeling to scum like Cheng Kun to beg forgiveness? It would be more disgusting than death. Seeing Su Liyu's unyielding stance, Yinhai had no choice but to conjure a shuriken with his right hand, his face turning grim as he approached. Su Liwei sneered at Yinhai. Since your master wants my life, there's no resisting. Kill me if you must. I will never beg. Yinhai shook his head helplessly, deciding to kill Su Liwei on the spot. But Su Liwei wouldn't just sit and wait. He instantly gathered golden energy, determined to fight back. As Yinhai's shuriken was about to strike down, in a flash, a spirit horse charged in, crashing into Yinhai and making him vomit blood, sending him flying. He slammed heavily into the courtyard wall. He passed out. All things have spirits, especially a spirit horse with a spirit stone. Just as Cheng Kun's disciple was about to finish off Su Liwei, Bai Luocheng's spirit horse broke free from its reins to save its master. It knocked Yinhai out with a single charge. Looking at the unconscious Yinhai, Su Liwei was shocked. He turned to look at the little spirit, Xiaowu. In the sky, Cheng Kun instantly understood why Monk Sheng was so obsessed with the spirit blessing Engfeng. It was because he was after this spirit beast all along. Xiaowu unleashed his spirit power, raising his front hooves and roaring into the sky. Purple spiritual energy erupted from his body, releasing all his pent-up rage. He stood in front of Su Liwei protectively, his eyes flashing with fierce malice, staring down Cheng Kun in the sky. Cheng Kun shouted angrily, I almost forgot about you, you beast. Since you showed yourself, I won't show mercy. He drew a whip made of spiritual energy and lashed it at Xiaowu. The whip shot down swiftly, wrapping tightly around Xiaowu's neck. Xiaowu cried out in pain and resisted with all his might, then charged at Cheng Kun. Stone shards flew everywhere as Xiaowu rushed in front of Cheng Kun, attempting to trample him to death. But Cheng Kun, as vice chair of the summoning department, was a master at controlling beasts. With one palm strike, he shattered Xiaowu's dantian. Xiaowu was sent flying, and crashed heavily onto the ground. Seeing this scene, Su Liwei froze. Tears welled up in his eyes as he blamed himself. Why am I so weak? In the end, I couldn't protect anyone. His spiritual energy erupted wildly as he roared at Cheng Kun in the sky. If I survive today, the entire summoning department will pay for this double. With a boom, Cheng Kun landed on the ground, slowly walking toward Su Liwei. One stood outside the pit, one inside. Their eyes met, both radiating intense killing intent. Cheng Kun spoke coldly. Since you insist, I'll grant your wish. Su Liwei saw the opportunity was ripe. At this distance, he could definitely land a fatal blow. The golden bow turned into a sharp blade and slashed swiftly at Cheng Kun. Cheng Kun was startled. Su Liwei is burning his cultivation. He's throwing his life away. With a loud crack, Cheng Kun dodged, and golden light flashed. Su Liwei landed gracefully, thinking he had finished Cheng Kun off. Unexpectedly, Cheng Kun was prepared. Only his protective treasure had shattered. What a pity. He sighed secretly. No wonder those two trash disciples failed. Turns out Su Liwei does have some skill. Su Liwei hadn't expected that even burning his cultivation couldn't kill Cheng Kun. Now his spiritual energy was completely drained. He gradually gave up resistance and was tightly bound by Cheng Kun's cruel spiritual whip, dragged in front of him and choked by the neck. Cheng Kun was about to end him. As Su Liu's consciousness blurred, he suddenly recalled the talisman his master Ling Zushi had given him, saying to use it in a life-threatening moment. It could save his life. Clutching his last hope, he slapped the talisman onto Cheng Kun's arm, betting everything on this final chance. Cheng Kun sneered. At this point, what use is a scrap of paper? Suddenly, a wave of energy erupted. The place where the talisman was stuck on Cheng Kun's arm began to disintegrate under the violent force. Who would have thought that the talisman from a mere woodchopping uncle would be so strong? They dared to bully even the woodchopper's disciple? The summoning department really was courting death. Luckily, Bai Luocheng bore the name of the sword immortal. Otherwise, Su Liwei would really have been persecuted by the traitors of the summoning department. The talisman stuck to Cheng Kun's arm unleashed a powerful surge of energy. It blasted Cheng Kun flying backward. Su Liwei gasped heavily after being freed from the chokehold. He stared at the sight before him in shock. A spirit bird radiating blue aura was shielding Su Liwei with its body. Sensing the terrifying aura, Cheng Kun was utterly incredulous. As vice chair of the summoning department, he was considered strong within the academy. Yet he had been knocked back by a mere spirit bird. Just as he was about to curse, a terrifying aura surged from behind him. A blast of powerful blue energy struck Cheng Kun. The earth trembled violently. The roaring impact lasted for quite some time. Smoke billowed as the energy dispersed. A sizzling sound of roasting pork echoed from the ground. Even Cheng Kun's most prized spiritual energy could not withstand the force, and shattered in his hand. Looking at the motionless Cheng Kun on the ground, Yinhai, battered and bruised by Xiaowu earlier, staggered over to check. Cheng Kun lay in a crater, his clothes torn. His once proud 8-pack abs now utterly useless. Yinhai slid down into the crater, hurriedly trying to help his master up. But Cheng Kun wasn't the type to swallow his grudges. He quickly pulled out a 5 elements rejuvenation pill and swallowed it in one gulp, instantly reversing his defeated state, restoring his depleted spiritual energy. His wounds rapidly healed. He leapt up with a burst of powerful energy, ready to instantly kill the paralyzed Su Liwei. Seeing Cheng Kun charging at him, Su Liwei gave up all hope of resistance. But suddenly, firelight drew his attention. He looked up urgently. Flames burst into the sky. Standing in front of him was his master. His master had taken Cheng Kun's full force attack to shield him. At that moment, a black figure pinned Cheng Kun down, making him unable to move. gritting his teeth at the figure before him. In his heart, he was even more shocked. Su Liu's master, the head of Qingluan Peak, Bai Luocheng, had returned. The summoning department's vice chair, trying to seize control. Never expected that just as he was about to succeed, Bai Luocheng, who had been away, would return so quickly and effortlessly block his strongest attack. Furious and desperate, he roared at Bai Luocheng, who was healing Su Liwei. At this moment, Bai Luocheng gazed at Su Liwei with deep tenderness. Hearing the roar behind him, Bai Luocheng slowly raised his right hand. A flame suddenly ignited. Bai Luocheng's shadow clone grabbed the cursing Cheng Kun and smashed the high and mighty vice chair heavily into the shattered ground. Blood gushed from Cheng Kun under the violent impact. His face twisted. No longer even human. In his heart, he still couldn't figure out how a supposed wood-chopping weakling like Bai Luocheng could defeat him so utterly. He was being pummeled by Bai Luocheng's clone. Unable to resist at all. Utterly confused. In a flash, Yinhai rushed toward Bai Luocheng, begging for mercy for his master. But Bai Luocheng, focused on healing Su Liwei, ignored him completely. With a chant, a golden bell appeared above Yinhai's head. With a bang, the bell trapped him inside. Even though they were so close, Yinhai could only watch helplessly as his master was beaten senseless. Even if Yinhai escaped from the bell, he would still only end up joining his master in getting beaten. Bai Lucan's clone carried her away in his arms. At the same time, he used healing magic to close her wounds. Cheng Kun cursed inwardly. This was truly an unbearable humiliation. Bai Lucan's clone was clearly making her suffer miserably. Each punch from Bai Lucan's clone shook the Qingluan Peak. The booming never ceased. It showed just how furious Bai Lucan was this time. After a while, the clone grabbed the unrecognizable Cheng Kun and slowly walked toward Yinhai. The golden spiritual bell gradually dissipated. Faced with the clone's overwhelming aura, Yinhai fell to the ground in fear, trembling without daring to utter a sound. The clone tossed the trash that was Cheng Kun into her arms, telling her to take her master and roll out of Qingluan Peak. Cheng Kun, his face covered in blood, still couldn't believe it. How could he have been beaten this badly by a martial arts waste like him? Muttering unclearly, he demanded 5 elements essence pills while munching on them and stumbling outward. After swallowing a 5 elements essence pill, Cheng Kun instantly regained his radiance. It didn't take long before he returned to his former arrogant and domineering self. Glaring fiercely at Bai Lucan, who was treating Su Liu's injuries, he barked at Yinhai to bring him his storage item. If you hadn't sneak attacked me from behind, how could I have been seriously injured by trash like you? As he spoke, he summoned his proudest 8-realm spirit beast from his storage realm, Little Sakura. Originally, Bai Lucan hadn't wanted to make a scene, but facing the arrogant deputy chair of the beast division, he didn't expect him to be this conceited, thinking that Bai Lucan was just a useless lumberjack incapable of fighting back against a cultivation realm powerhouse like him. Having made up his mind, Cheng Kun summoned his guardian spirit beast from the 8 realms, Zhao Ying, preparing to strike a fatal blow against Bai Lucan, who was healing Su Liwei. Zhao Ying transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged forward. Danger was now just inches away. Yet Bai Lucan remained unresponsive, still tending gently to his beloved disciple's injuries. Seeing Bai Lucan unmoved by the danger, Cheng Kun thought he had already given up resistance. He arrogantly boasted to his disciple, "This is your master's real strength." He then howled at Bai Lucan, "Let's see how you dodge this. Die!" Suddenly, Bai Lucan's belt lit up, as if an eye had opened. An aura of a ruler emanated. It turned out to be the Demon King Kang Wu's grudge, which Bai Lucan had just subdued. The rapidly approaching Zhao Ying suddenly sensed the aura of death. In a panic, all its feathers fell off, leaving it looking hilariously bald. Without hesitation, it turned tail and fled, completely ignoring the screaming Cheng Kun. Showing off was one thing, but saving its life was more important. At this moment, 2 disciples from the CE division arrived. Bai Lucan handed over the injured Su Liwei to them, and prepared to deal with the arrogant Beast Division deputy chair himself. Originally, Bai Lucan had intended to spare Cheng Kun, letting him leave. Unexpectedly, Cheng Kun became even more outrageous, attempting to launch a sneak attack. But who was Bai Lucan? Threats like this were better eliminated than tolerated. By now, Cheng Kun's face was covered in cold sweat, filled with panic. In his eyes, a blood-red floating rune appeared. He stammered, "Bai Lucan, are you insane? You're actually condensing a blood-floating rune." Black and red currents crackled around Bai Lucan's body. Terrifying blood-colored lightning gathered around the floating rune in his hand. Sensing the danger, Cheng Kun leapt up from the ground. He didn't even care about his disciple anymore. He just wanted to flee. All he could think was that he didn't want to die. How could Bai Lucan's clone possibly let Cheng Kun escape? One punch swung down. With a splatter, Cheng Kun was slammed back into the ground. Another deafening boom. Cheng Kun lay flat on the ground again, almost passing out. Seeing Bai Lucan approaching with the terrifying blood-floating rune, Cheng Kun still tried to threaten him. "You'll be punished by the heavens for this." Bai Lucan let out a cold snort. "When you were hunting down Su Lingyue relentlessly, did you think about heavenly punishment?" With a wave of his hand, he unleashed the blood-floating rune. Blood-red light filled the sky, rushing toward Cheng Kun, the once arrogant deputy chair of the Beast Division. After wetting himself, was so frightened he burst into tears. No reincarnation, no salvation awaited him now. Only endless despair under the heavens. In his berserk state, who could rival Bai Lucan? Blame only the Beast Division's deputy chair for his blind arrogance, provoking someone he shouldn't have. In the end, it was his own ignorance that cost him his life. The soundproof talisman covering the entire Qingwan Peak began to dissipate, as if nothing had happened. Yin Hai watched in horror as her master was devoured by the blood-floating rune. Cold sweat broke out on her face. She stood silent and trembling. On the battlefield, a puddle of disgusting blood twitched irregularly. Occasionally, crunching sounds came from it. The 2 female disciples from the CE division had never witnessed such a scene before. They fought hard to suppress their nausea, seeing that the blood-floating rune had achieved its effect. Bai Lucan snapped his fingers. The wriggling blood rapidly shrank and floated back to him. The once arrogant deputy chair of the Beast Division was reduced to nothing but shredded clothes. Not even a trace of flesh remained. Bai Lucan looked at Yin Hai, who had lost all will to fight. He slowly approached her. Yin Hai cried and begged for her life. She pleaded for mercy. Bai Lucan's expression was firm. He raised his left hand, brimming with spiritual power, toward her. The powerful spiritual pressure made Yin Hai suffocate and turn pale. She completely gave up hope. There was a tearing sound. The 2 shadows separated. Yin Hai, who had closed her eyes awaiting death, opened them and found only her hair had been cut. It turned out Bai Lucan only taught her a lesson. Without taking her life, Yin Hai immediately knelt and thanked him. The 2 CE division disciples who had been watching the fight never expected the Beast Division's farce at Qingwan Peak would end so easily by Bai Lucan's hand. They secretly marveled at Bai Lucan's true strength, which was far from the useless image everyone thought he had. They sighed. Times of calamity reveal the dragon. When the winds change, the true dragon rises. Seeing Bai Lucan urgently caring for Su Liwei, they didn't want to linger in front of master and disciple. They bowed, thanked him, and left. High above the distant sky, a blood-red eye was observing Bai Lucan and Su Liyu's every move. While Bai Lucan was asking Su Liwei about her recovery, he suddenly turned his head, his eyes fierce. A blood-colored flying demon beast hovered in the sky, crushed by the spiritual pressure in the air. It couldn't withstand it and exploded, turning into a mist of blood. It slowly dissipated. This lumberjack uncle had just dealt with the provocative Beast Division disciples when a Beast Division deputy chair sneaked in. The deputy was just turned into blood by the blood-floating rune. Now the Beast Division's patriarch jumped out. Defeat the small one, and the big one appears. Bai Lucan casually crushed the beast that was spying on him. Far away, in a secluded cave, a crystal ball shattered. A centuries-old elder with white hair had a hideous expression, cursing Bai Lucan with tears of rage. Since he treasured his disciple so much, this trial exam would not go easy for them. A man beside him nodded approvingly. Looking closely, it was actually an elder of the law enforcement hall. No one expected the Beast Division to be so close with the law enforcement hall. Qinghong Academy was about to change. At Qingluan Peak, Bai Lucan took out a gift he had prepared for Su Liwei at the Kangwu Abyss. It was a giant ice silkworm, 10 stories tall, crackling with electricity. Standing proudly in the courtyard, Bai Lucan and Su Liwei looked tiny before it. Seeing this colossal creature, Su Liwei was completely dumbfounded. She thought to herself, isn't this way too big? Bai Lucan smiled fondly at the huge ice silkworm. Meeting it is fate. So I brought it back for you. Looking at the ice silkworm, whose power rivaled a body fusion cultivator's, yet it was so obedient in Bai Lucan's hand, Su Liwei was stunned. Bai Lucan stroked the ice silkworm as he said, its attributes match you perfectly. From now on, let it assist your cultivation. Feeling Bai Lucan's kindness, Su Liwei was moved to tears. She thought, in her previous life as an umbrella immortal, she couldn't even subdue such a beast. Yet now her master gave it to her so easily. She became even more excited, throwing herself into Bai Lucan's arms. Thanking her beloved master, Bai Lucan affectionately stroked her head, saying it was what a master should do. But the trial exam is coming soon. You must quickly recover your strength. But don't be too nervous. The ice silkworm can join you in the trial. Su Liwei hesitated. Wouldn't that be considered cheating? Before she could finish, she saw the massive ice silkworm shrinking in front of Bai Lucan's chest. Its realm was being suppressed from Demon King to Great Demon. Su Liwei grew worried. Will the ice silkworm be willing? But Bai Lucan, with a wave of his right hand, conjured a ball of energy. Spiritual energy gathered rapidly, like countless web lines, starting from the ice silkworm's feet and spreading upward. The ice silkworm responded to the spiritual fluctuations, spitting out silk and wrapping itself tightly. Instead of suppressing its realm, its cultivation was rising. Cold sweat slid down Su Liyu's face. The scene before her was too shocking. Soon, a cocoon appeared before her eyes, surging with lightning energy. A cracking sound echoed. A crack split open the newly formed cocoon. Golden light burst through the fissure. First to emerge were 4 pairs of white silk-covered arms. Then the whole body broke free from the cocoon. It stepped out slowly. Su Liyu's eyes sparkled with joy when she saw the creature emerge. Pink embroidered hair, long limbs and arms. A fair and beautiful young girl stood right before Su Liwei. Su Liwei never expected that a hidden danger from her past life would return in this life. Placing her hand on the mechanism array, a secret dream stirred within her. The stone gate, once unmovable even by demon kings, roared open. A stone tablet emitting purple energy appeared. Meng's heart surged with excitement. This time, she definitely found a great treasure. Meng, intoxicated by thoughts of relic inheritance, felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the place. Unable to hold back, Mi Meng rushed straight toward the purple stone sculpture. She firmly believed this stone carving was the key to opening the inheritance. Seeing the eerie stone carving, Su Liwei finally remembered why this place felt familiar. Recalling her past life as an umbrella immortal, she recognized the powerful demonic aura, and the purple rune suppressed stone steel. It was a sealed site established during the Great Completion era. Realizing this, Su Liwei urgently shouted to Mi Meng, "Don't touch the sealed sculpture. Otherwise." But before Su Liwei could finish, Mi Meng's sword had already slashed the sculpture. The sculpture shattered instantly. A sinister aura began leaking from the cracks. The previously rock-solid ceiling steel started to crumble. The seal was broken. Inside the trial grounds, because of what happened here, half of the trial grounds were soon engulfed in purple demonic energy. Originally easy to handle vines became stronger, empowered by the demonic aura. The plants became abnormal. At the trial plaza outside, disciples managing the secret realm had to urgently report the situation to the elders. There are anomalies inside the ruins. All teleportation arrays have failed. Hearing this, the supervising elder was overwhelmed with shock. This powerful demonic aura meant a fused realm demon emperor might have appeared. This was a major disaster. Various forces started rushing toward the ruins. The supervising elder, seeing things spiral out of control, hurriedly grabbed a loudspeaker and urged calm. "Don't panic." But who could really stay calm now? On the projection screen, the dean of Qinghang Academy appeared. Yet even he had no solution for what was happening inside. The ancient demon emperor had broken free. The overwhelming aura plunged the entire trial into chaos. The dean outside grew increasingly anxious, urgently questioning the situation inside. Learning that many disciples were still trapped, he grew even more worried. He immediately organized the teleportation disciples to jointly cast a massive spell. Dozens of beams of light shot toward the ruins, determined to rescue all trapped disciples. 2 female disciples from the CE division were fighting against demonized plants. Suddenly, an elder appeared and teleported them to safety. After being sent out of the ruins, Yun Ruo ran crying into the arms of the Moon Chair elder, describing the situation inside. Nearby, Bai Lucan anxiously asked if they had seen Su Liwei. Yun Shi, full of worry, replied that she and her junior sister hadn't seen Su Liwei. The Moon Chair elder frowned, then said thoughtfully, "If disciples are teleported out, they should appear near their respective elders. Su Liwei may have encountered danger." Meanwhile, Mi Meng and Su Liwei were facing an unprecedented crisis. They were so terrified, their mouths could fit 2 eggs inside. From the purple mist emerged a demon emperor, wearing a bejeweled crown, radiating terrifying demonic pressure. This demon emperor was none other than Dongshu, sealed here by Su Liwei in her past life. The ceiling steel now lay shattered. The demon emperor vented his centuries-old resentment, his attacks spreading outward. Mi Meng hastily conjured an ice barrier, struggling to resist the emperor's rage. While struggling, Mi Meng secretly cursed. Why would such a backwater place hide a demon emperor? Should I ditch Su Liwei and run? But if she ran, how would she face Bai Lucan later? Thinking of that, she gritted her teeth and stayed. Meanwhile, the demon emperor stared curiously at the struggling Mi Meng. Wondering, the demon emperor pointed a finger at Su Liwei. Mi Meng panicked, shouting, "Why is he still attacking?" A deafening explosion shook the entire cave. Mi Meng clasped her hands together, conjuring another ice crystal barrier. Gritting her teeth, she struggled to resist the demon emperor's will. At this point, Mi Meng was just a demon king with sealed powers by Bai Lucan. The gap between their realms was like heaven and earth. Especially now. How could she possibly withstand centuries of the demon emperor's resentment? With a casual strike, the Demon Emperor pierced right through Mi Meng's body. Inside the impacted area, one could see scenes of Qinghong Academy disciples being slaughtered. Those who once bragged about their strength couldn't even scream before dying. Their blood splattering everywhere. Demonized plants drilled into their corpses, slowly lifting them up. Vines infused energy into the bodies, causing them to rapidly demonize. Feral roars echoed from their mouths. Their unconscious heads turned to stare at the figures emerging from teleportation arrays. The first to step out was the dean of Qinghong Academy. Seeing the controlled disciples, he was shocked. Before he could react, one of the controlled disciples lunged at him. Principal Li, full of sadness, looked at his former student. With a dark expression, he reluctantly killed the disciple with a sword strike. The thick smell of blood spread through the air, attracting even more controlled disciples. Facing the puppet horde, the dean shouted, "Spirit Sword Array!" Gigantic swords of light rained from the sky, their brilliance accompanied by surging spiritual energy. The puppet disciples were utterly annihilated. After casting the spell, the dean summoned Zhang Chair. He ordered him to assist in rescuing trapped disciples. However, Zhang Chair only wanted Bai Lucan removed from the ruins. Hearing this, Bai Lucan was displeased. "What do you mean, send me back first?" Zhang Chair sneered furiously. "You're just a worthless fighter. Facing the Demon Emperor is suicide." The dean hesitated for a moment, advising Bai Lucan not to act recklessly. The U-Chair couldn't bear to hear them slander beloved senior brother Bai. She stepped forward to explain. No master would abandon a disciple in danger. Since U-Chair said so, the dean couldn't object. He nodded in agreement, sending another elder to assist. Bai Lucan cupped his fists in gratitude. Meanwhile, Zhang Chair continued to grumble, saying if Bai Lucan died inside, he wouldn't collect the body. Meanwhile, inside the cave, the Demon Emperor's body continued to mutate. Flesh slid off as it reassembled. His massive form grew even larger. It turned out the pierced Mi Meng was only a clone. Her true body stood in front of Su Liwei, whispering for her to flee. With a push, she launched Su Liwei away, shouting, "Don't sully the Demon Emperor's eyes." In the shadows, a little spirit seized the chance and dragged Su Liwei away. But Mi Meng's trick was easily spotted by the Demon Emperor. He sneered, "None of you will escape." Mi Meng, seeing her plan fail, gritted her teeth and unleashed her strongest attack, preparing for a desperate battle with the Demon Emperor. She hadn't expected the Demon Emperor to have such odd hobbies, eavesdropping on girls' whispers. As the Demon Emperor's strike neared, Mi Meng suddenly remembered Bai Lucan's words. "If you're ever in danger, you can use golden blood to break the seal." Though Bai Lucan told her not to use it recklessly, Mi Meng, being rebellious, ignored it. She raised her ice crystal weapon and stabbed herself forcefully. Powerful electric currents surged through her body, shattering the seals left by Bai Lucan. The surge of electricity pierced through Mi Meng's body. Mi Meng forcibly shattered the stasis and caught the attention of Bai Lucan's avatar. In an instant, the avatar flew toward the Demon Emperor and struck with a punch. The Demon Emperor was blasted into countless piles of writhing flesh. The pieces kept squirming on the ground. But before long, the Demon Emperor's passive skill activated. The scattered flesh started to gather, reassembling into the Demon Emperor's massive form. The Demon Emperor looked up into the clearing mist, wondering who dared to ambush him. In the sky, Bai Lucan's avatar began gathering a massive amount of energy again. With Su Liwei in danger, and Mi Meng breaking free, Bai Lucan's avatar was completely enraged. Powerful energy gathered from all directions, intent on obliterating the Demon Emperor in one blow. The avatar hurled the energy toward the Demon Emperor. The entire strike was like a descending black hole. The space distorted and twisted. The Demon Emperor's body began to crumble. A deafening roar echoed throughout the ruins. Meanwhile, Mi Meng, who had stabbed herself earlier, had already turned completely to stone. Suddenly, a wisp of smoke emerged from her stone mouth, accompanied by a remnant cocoon. With a plop, it fell to the ground. Electric currents still flickered over it. The moment it touched the ground, it expanded rapidly, becoming as enormous as Mi Meng before being suppressed by Bai Lucan. Sounds of tearing came from the cocoon, and a delicate figure emerged. A reborn Mi Meng breaking out. She had regained her Demon Emperor realm, her wings growing back. The wounds from the Demon Emperor's attack, and the self-inflicted injuries, were all healed. While transforming, Mi Meng grumbled internally that Bai Lucan's suppression was too cruel. Fortunately, she had the ice silkworm's ability to escape death. Just then, little Meng flew over, chirping urgently, pointing in a direction. Without thinking much, Mi Meng followed little Meng towards Su Liwei. Little Meng stopped at a bush, frantically pointing at Su Liwei lying on the ground. Seeing Su Liwei, Mi Meng was shocked. As a reincarnated immortal, Su Liwei should have had an incredibly strong body. But after being tainted by demonic energy, a demon flower had parasitized her right eye. It was slowly consuming her. Seeing this, Mi Meng thought, I'll just pretend I didn't see anything. Since she had broken the seal, Bai Lucan wouldn't find her soon. He always treated her like a pet anyway, restricting her food, giving her no freedom, and making her live in a broken cave. She even had to fight Su Liwei for a blanket at night. The more Mi Meng thought, the more wronged she felt. But then she remembered Su Liu's good points, her diligence and perseverance after being taught. Su Liwei wasn't as hopeless as she thought. Muttering complaints, Mi Meng still honestly picked up Su Liwei and fled into the distance. Meanwhile, the once arrogant demon emperor was now thoroughly beaten. Unable to fight back, he quickly reshaped his flesh into a massive mount and tried to flee from Bai Lucan's avatar. But thunder was fast approaching from behind. The rumbling sound grew closer and closer. A massive lightning bolt tore through the sky, striking the demon emperor's giant mount body, smashing him into the forest. Dust flew everywhere at the impact site. His whole body was smoking. The flesh of his mount was nearly roasted. The demon emperor ripped open the mount's skull and slowly crawled out, looking up at the avatar in the sky with confusion. This world shouldn't have someone this strong. He hastily asked, "Who exactly are you?" But Bai Lucan's avatar ignored him, gathering another surge of energy instead. A fierce anger flashed in his eyes. He controlled his massive mount and unleashed a torrent of purple flames at the avatar. Meanwhile, in a distant grove, Zhang Jiaoshi watched the battle against the demon emperor anxiously, afraid he'd be blasted before even charging in. He thought to himself, right now, survival is more important than saving any disciples. Turning to glance at Bai Lucan, the so-called useless man, he saw him pinching a talisman between his fingers, directly poking it onto Zhang Jiaoshi's forehead, instantly binding this real coward to a tree. Now no one would disturb Bai Lucan. Dealing with the arrogant demon emperor. Facing the avatar's attack, the demon emperor was already struggling to defend himself, falling back again and again. He panicked, wondering if he was going to die here again. Just as fear gripped him, a golden halo appeared in the sky, slowly descending from the light. An 8-foot-tall creature appeared, calling himself Demo, Demon Lord. Had this hallelujah forgotten? His little follower had already been roasted by Bai Lucan? And he still dared to show up swaggering. The demon emperor, finding hope in despair, was overjoyed. With Demo's help, he felt invincible. But Bai Lucan's avatar was starting to fade, gradually returning to the main body. Empowered by Demo's energy, the demon emperor regained his arrogance. Seeing the avatar dissipating, he thought it was because the avatar was terrified of his new power. He hurried to attack and stop the Avatar's escape. Suddenly, from the sky, a hairpin-like attack appeared, accompanied by lightning. The so-called Battle 5 trash of Qinghong Academy, by Lucan, had arrived. Sword Chi soared across 30,000 miles, with a single sword shining coldly over 19 prefectures. Chanting incantations, Bai Lucan summoned the 5-star immortal rune, heavily dropping it from the sky. In the distance, Mi Meng was shocked. It was the aura of the old monster Bai Lucan. The immortal rune clashed fiercely against the demon emperor's purple flames. The rune shattered the flames instantly. The demon emperor looked skyward in shock, surprised there was another powerhouse here. He quickly shouted up to ask who Bai Lucan was. Bai Lucan sneered, mockingly replying, "You fought my avatar for so long, and now you're asking who I am?" With that, he summoned a yellow rope from his hand and flung it toward the demon emperor. Countless yellow threads tightly bound the demon emperor like ropes. The demon emperor panicked, shocked that Bai Lucan could use binding immortal ropes. Such a powerful technique. Once tied up, the ropes began burning his soul. Bai Lucan interrogated him, asking how he knew Hallelujah. Loyal to his comrades, the demon emperor refused to talk. But the burning pain made him cry out miserably, begging Bai Lucan to let him go. He truly knew nothing. But Bai Lucan, of course, wouldn't believe him. Suddenly, Mi Meng's voice rang out. Startled, Bai Lucan turned his head. Mi Meng, holding Su Liwei, hurriedly flew over. Seeing his disciple's body tainted by demonic energy, Bai Lucan clenched his teeth in fury. Mi Meng put on a pitiful act, delicately explaining it was all her fault for not protecting Su Liwei well. She pointed at the demon emperor, accusing him of the evil deed. Bai Lucan's rage boiled over. To think the demon emperor showed no mercy at all toward a young girl. Such cruelty was utterly unforgivable. His anger knew no bounds. Made a move against his own disciple. As he spoke, he raised his hand. In it, the blue-flamed fro was burning. The demon emperor, who thought he had narrowly escaped death, now sensed a heavy murderous aura filling the air. He hurriedly roared, "Don't kill him." Of course, the demon lord would never spare him. Bai Luocan wasn't even afraid when facing demon sovereigns, let alone a mere demon emperor. Behind Bai Luocan, the gate of the underworld opened with a loud rumble. A chilling deathly aura burst forth. Countless strands of nether chi entwined tightly around the demon emperor's body, dragging him toward the gate of the underworld. After absorbing the demon emperor, the gate of the underworld slowly closed. Only the demon emperor's pain screams kept echoing. By this point, the demon emperor had completely perished in a single calamity. Next to Bai Luocan, Mi Meng was too terrified to utter a word. A mighty demon emperor. Yet he had no ability to resist at all. He was instantly killed by this old monster. An old monster was indeed an old monster. She swore never to offend him in the future. The wood-chopping uncle despised by the whole academy had actually taken a reincarnated loose immortal as his disciple. Since Bai Luocan was Su Liu's master, he would, under any circumstances, come to the rescue of his disciple in times of crisis. Right after this, after the demon emperor was dragged into the gate of the underworld, Su Liwei, whose body had been invaded by demonic energy for a long time, suddenly roared uncontrollably and went madly lunging toward Bai Luocan. Seeing this, Mi Meng on the side was also shocked. But Bai Luocan seemed to have seen through everything. He allowed the demonic energy-controlled Su Liwei to bite toward his neck. Su Liwei sucked Bai Luocan's blood. The demonic flower at her eyes gradually withered and burned, slowly falling off from her eyes and disappearing completely. Su Liu's consciousness also began to gradually return to normal. She hurriedly apologized to her master repeatedly. She had lost control. and even passed the demonic energy to her master. But Bai Luokan was completely unconcerned. It was merely a wisp of the Demon Emperor's residual soul, posing no real threat to Bai Luokan. The wound healed quickly with healing magic. Suddenly, Bai Luokan's system voice sounded. A virus had invaded the body. Antivirus mode was directly triggered. Inside Bai Luokan's body, the Demon Emperor's residual soul was gathering, thinking, "There's really a fool, willing to sacrifice himself to save a disciple." As long as a trace of purple demonic energy remained, the Demon Emperor could seize control again, returning stronger than ever. As the residual soul spread, it rushed toward Bai Luokan's divine stone. Suddenly, a deafening alarm sounded, right next to the Demon Emperor's ears. The Demon Emperor looked around in confusion. The system detected an unknown intrusion, and immediately annihilated it. The Demon Emperor never expected that Bai Luokan's body was so powerful. It even had a built-in system with antivirus functions. The scene then shifted back to Su Liwei at Qingluan Peak. Looking at the blurry scene before her, she sighed that she was still too weak. Her current self was nothing but a burden to her master and Mi Meng. She had to hurry and regain her former cultivation, secretly vowing, even by any means necessary, she must become stronger. Mi Meng, having just finished her bath, saw Su Liwei still covering her injured eyes. Thinking she had not yet recovered from the trauma, unexpectedly, Su Liwei suddenly joked, calling herself. Mi Meng slapped Su Liwei hard across the face. Jokes aside, Mi Meng sincerely apologized to Su Liwei for her mistakes inside the ruins, promising never to let her get hurt again, no matter how badly injured. It couldn't compare to the comfort of a good soak in a hot spring. After handling the captives following the Demon Emperor's defeat, everyone returned to their normal lives. Bai Luokan continued his daily wood-chopping tasks, while Mi Meng obediently picked up fallen branches from the ground. Meanwhile, Su Liwei diligently practiced her capture techniques, constantly improving her own strength. However, at that moment, she kept sneezing non-stop. Bai Luokan, while chopping wood, asked his beloved disciple with concern whether her injuries hadn't healed, leading to a cold. Su Liwei didn't want to trouble her master unnecessarily, so she quickly brushed it off, saying it was no big deal and she'd recover in a few days. Only Mi Meng was startled, explaining hoarsely like a green tea girl that it was her own weakness that forced her hand. In order to save Su Liwei, she had no choice but to strike her. After thinking for a moment, Bai Luokan summoned a spirit bird created from capture techniques to send a message to Yu Jiaoshi of the Sei department, preparing to take Su Liwei to their hot spring. The next day arrived in a flash. Su Liwei arrived at the academy's finest hot spring sanctuary. Behind her, Yun Shi and Yun Ruo, wrapped in towels, were playfully messing around. Meanwhile, Mi Meng targeted Su Liu's chest with a mischievous lunge. The two quarreled fiercely over the uneven spoils after defeating the Demon Emperor. Their bickering escalated quickly, seeing Mi Meng getting more and more outrageous. Su Liwei hurriedly tossed her into the changing area. Mi Meng gritted her teeth in anger, wrapped in her clothes, and shouted furiously at Su Liwei, "If you don't give it to me, I'll get mad." Su Liwei couldn't be bothered to deal with the grumbling Mi Meng. She pulled open the curtain and stepped into the hot spring. The sound of splashing water filled the air. Su Liwei dipped her legs into the warm spring, feeling the soothing sensation spread through her entire body. Every pore felt like it was ascending to heaven. Yun Ruo, smiling brightly, asked how Su Liwei was feeling. Su Liwei praised the hot spring's effects, saying all the coldness in her body had disappeared. Yun Shi proudly bragged that this hot spring was unique across the entire Yunwang continent. But before she could finish, a voice that wasn't hers interrupted. The CE department's vice chair walked in, wrapped in a towel. staring intently at Su Liwei as she entered. There's nothing a soak in a hot spring can't fix. If there is, just soak again. At that moment, Su Liwei was getting ready to leave the spring. Yun Ruo slowly approached her. Taking advantage of Su Liyu's distraction, she yanked off her towel. A curvy, voluptuous figure was fully revealed. Her large, perky breasts were especially eye-catching. I bet no one likes to see this. So I'll just skip the scene you all dislike. Skipping ahead. Seeing her prank succeed, Yun Ruo quickly fled to avoid Su Liyu's revenge. While they were horsing around, Su Liwei suddenly noticed a few strange creatures beside the hot spring. They were making odd gestures toward the water. One of them even started drinking it. Yun Shi, seeing Su Liyu's bewildered face, hurried to explain. These little creatures are called Zinzi. They specialize in purifying impurities in the hot spring, and even enhance the spring's healing properties. Su Liwei still looked skeptical as she watched two seemingly brainless little monsters bicker and tussle with each other. They kept fighting, endlessly arguing. Just then, another voice sounded, extremely disdainful, mocking Su Liwei, saying she and Bai Luokan were both ignorant country bumpkins. You can insult me, but never insult my master. The woman continued to speak spitefully, occasionally throwing Su Liwei a disdainful look, then dipped her smooth legs into the hot spring, beckoning to the little demons on the shore. The little demons, as if on stimulants, rushed madly toward the CE department's vice chair, watching Lu Jiaoxi's face of enjoyment. Su Liwei felt nauseated. Yun Ruo couldn't bear it anymore. Seeing Lu Jiaoxi bullying Su Liwei, she quickly told Su Liwei not to argue with such people, saying it was just because Lu Jiaoxi couldn't compare to Yu Jiaoxi, and was taking it out on her. Hearing this, Lu Jiaoxi laughed mockingly, saying she wasn't as shameless as Yu Jiaoxi, dragging Bai Luokan into her room. Hearing this, Su Liwei felt a surge of alarm. Her revered master. How could he possibly do such a thing? Never make a woman jealous, or she'll force you to have babies with her. Su Liwei had always harbored unspeakable feelings for her master. Yet those feelings could even lead her to fall into demonic deviation during training. Her eyes turned bloodshot, and like a madwoman, she charged at Bai Luokan. What could make Su Liwei so insanely jealous? It turned out that while soaking in the hot spring, the CE department's vice chair, jealous of Yu Jiaoxi's beauty, kept throwing malicious hints at Su Liwei, suggesting that her master and Yu Jiaoxi were engaging in unspeakable acts in private. Meanwhile, in reality, the atmosphere in Yu Jiaoxi's residence was indeed heating up. Bai Luokan kept saying no, while Yu Jiaoxi, blushing, kept insisting yes. Gasping and blushing, she begged. Bai Luokan was sweating profusely, looking troubled at the scene before him. A man and a woman alone together, grilling meat indoors. Was this really appropriate? Yu Jiaoxi teased. When you were young, you had no shame. Using wind capture to lift my skirt, just to peek at my panties. Bai Luokan quickly explained that he was young and didn't know any better. But Bai Luokan also realized that Yu Jiaoxi didn't invite him here just to eat grilled meat. So he asked her directly, and Yu Jiaoxi revealed she wanted him to explore a new secret realm together. But Bai Luokan said he was only searching for the Qi realm, and feared he'd only hold her back. Besides, after all that had happened lately, he couldn't leave Su Liwei alone. He wasn't at ease. Yu Jiaoxi then suggested bringing Su Liwei along to help her improve her cultivation. Bai Luokan thought it made sense. The secret realm would help Su Liwei even more. Thus, he agreed to Yu Jiaoxi's request. Yu Jiaoxi, delighted, leaned close to Bai Luokan's ear and planted a light kiss on his face. Suddenly, Su Liwei burst in, just in time to witness the ambiguous scene between Yu Jiaoxi and her master. Fuming, she grabbed Bai Luokan and dragged him away. wanting to flee the place that made her so jealous. Meanwhile, Yun Shi and Yun Ruo grinned and congratulated the radiant Yu Jiaoshi. Back at Qingwan Peak, Su Liwei threw herself into training, the crackling of burning firewood sounding beside her. Bai Luochen praised her as he approached, marveling at how fast she was learning. But he soon noticed something strange about Su Liu's expression. Just as he was wondering, Su Liwei suddenly grabbed Bai Luochen by the collar and shoved him to the ground. Bai Luochen was shocked. Su Liwei then straddled Bai Luochen, wanting to have babies with her master. Bai Luochen's true strength was enough to defeat gods and Buddhas alike. Yet he couldn't bear to hurt his own disciple. Su Liwei, being the reincarnation of a rogue immortal, was now overwhelmed by emotions, falling into demonic deviation during cultivation, pouring all her love onto her master. Not only did she straddle Bai Luochen's waist, she even started tearing her clothes off, muttering that she would have babies with her master. She had even thought of names for the 3 babies. Looking at Su Liu's increasingly exposed body, Bai Luochen thought to himself this was bad. He hurriedly tried to stop Su Liwei by invoking the sacred bond between master and disciple, to stop her from going any further. But Su Liwei, overwhelmed by emotions, couldn't possibly regain her senses so easily. Bai Luochen struggled internally, but finally summoned a blue capture rune, pressing it gently onto Su Liu's forehead. Instantly, a cool sensation spread through her body, slowly calming the heat burning within her. Su Liu's strength felt as if half drained away. She lay limply on top of Bai Luochen, no longer moving. The next day, at the foot of Fanghu Mountain's secret realm, the siege and capture divisions were fully prepared. Everyone was gathered around temporary tents, discussing the combat strategy for the secret realm. Bai Luochen, as the overall leader, had both divisions following his command. Bai Luochen turned to glance at Su Liwei, who was dazing off, and reminded her not to get greedy for resources, and to prioritize her safety. Seeing the concern in her master's eyes, Su Liwei vaguely remembered almost doing something outrageous to him that night. She didn't even know how to face Bai Luochen now. She was utterly mortified. As a reincarnated rogue immortal, how could she have acted so disgracefully? Bai Luochen noticed her tension, and didn't know how to help her untangle her inner knot. Suddenly, a panicked voice sounded from outside the tent. A disciple from the CE division rushed in frantically. Someone had attacked them as they prepared to enter the secret realm. Bai Luochen, once a supreme powerhouse, had willingly chopped wood at Qinghong Academy for 10 years. Although he now possessed a top-tier system, he kept a low profile and was dismissed by others as trash. Bai Luochen didn't care about insults, but he would not forgive anyone who dared harm Qinghong Academy students. Previously, Bai Luochen had burned his cultivation to protect Qinghong Academy. So how could he let such attackers go now? Just now, the CE division's disciples had rushed into the tent, reporting that unknown assailants had struck them. Yun Ruo turned to Bai Luochen, asking what they should do. Bai Luochen did not encourage academy disciples to bully others recklessly. But if his disciples were bullied, he would never stand by. He immediately left with Yun Ruo to see who dared to cause trouble. The moment they exited the tent, Yun Ruo instantly recognized the intruder as Kang Mingshou, a former CE Division vice chair, who had betrayed the sect and joined the Bliss Palace. Now an elder of Bliss Palace, Kang Mingshou arrogantly insulted Yun Ruo. After exchanging a few retorts, Kang Mingshou, feeling bored, pulled out a green jade flute from her ample bosom, threatening to discipline the disrespectful Yun Ruo. As she spoke, she launched the flute straight toward Yun Ruo with a sharp whistle. Yun Ruo quickly deployed a defense technique to block the violent strike. Seeing Yun Ruo struggle, Kang Mingshou mocked her, saying she could be spared if she knelt and apologized. Bai Luochen watched the scene calmly. The moment the jade flute broke through Yun Ruo's defenses, Bai Luoken moved, murmuring a short incantation. The jade flute, previously infused with spiritual energy, suddenly escaped Kang Mingxiu's control and soared into the sky. Kang Mingxiu was shocked, unable to comprehend how her weapon betrayed her. The jade flute spun once in the air and landed steadily in Bai Luoken's hand. It had outright defected. Recognizing him, Kang Mingxiu cursed, calling him Yu Zhaoxi's shameless lover. Bai Luoken ignored her insults, placing the jade flute to his lips and playing. In Bai Luoken's hands, the flute emitted unprecedented energy waves, blasting away Kang Mingxiu, who tried to snatch it back. Skills never burden their owner, especially with Bai Luoken's cheat-like system. Meanwhile, Su Liwei at Shenying, upon hearing about her master and Yu Zhaoxi's relationship, couldn't help but sigh. Her master truly was invincible. Even the CE Division's disciples now wondered how he had become so strong. Meanwhile, Kang Mingxiu, who had lost control of the jade flute. You can't think like that. He frantically unleashed his skills, trying to regain control of the jade flute. But his supposedly powerful attack was instantly reflected back to Kang Mingxiu. Upon touching Bai Luoken, who had merged with his enemy, he was sent flying backward like a severed kite. The male disciples of Jile Palace nearby wouldn't miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They sprinted toward where Kang Mingxiu was falling. With perfect precision, one of them firmly grabbed her heaving chest. Seizing the momentum, he hoisted Kang Mingxiu up and fled under Bai Luoken's angry curses. Bai Luoken didn't bother to chase. He simply handed the jade flute to the wide-eyed Yun Ruo. The other disciples waiting nearby gathered around Bai Luoken, chirping non-stop. Even Su Lile's congratulatory words to Yun Ruo went unheard. Seeing the grumpy Su Lile walk into a tent, Bai Luoken could only laugh awkwardly. Only Maimeng, who stayed beside Su Lile, noticed she was jealous of Bai Luoken, this old monster. Soon, rumbling sounds came from Fanghu Mountain. The secret realm had opened. The entire sponsorship area of Qinghong Academy became busy. At the portal entrance, Bai Luoken watched every disciple enter, repeatedly reminding them to stay safe. When it was Su Lile's turn, Bai Luoken specifically said he would stay by her side the entire time. But before he could finish, Maimeng interjected, cutting off the conversation between the master and disciple. Su Lile said nothing more. Bai Luoken turned and entered the portal. He had no choice but to follow inside. Outside the portal, Jile Palace disciples controlled Yao snakes to monitor Qinghong Academy's every move at the entrance. Kang Mingxiu, who had just regained consciousness, launched a flurry of punches at the disciple who had groped her. Then she led a group preparing to enter the secret realm to complete Jile Palace's mission. The small fry excitedly shouted Jile Palace's slogans, rushing toward Fanghu Mountain's secret realm. We never expected that upon entering the secret realm, we would encounter a perverted elder from Jile Palace and be entangled by his disgusting skills. Just as Bai Luoken entered the realm, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Inside Fanghu Mountain, Bai Luoken must suppress the Soul Clan. Otherwise 3 layers of his spiritual energy would be deducted, causing him to again become the waste despised by all in Qinghong Academy. Bai Luoken was forced to join the battle. After Academy disciples entered the realm, they would be teleported to different locations. Each area had long been heavily trapped by Jile Palace. As soon as Yun Ruo entered, he was ambushed. A deafening explosion followed. Yun Ruo stared in disbelief. His full power strike had no effect on the opponent. A pink-haired woman from Jile Palace was clearly not on the same level as those low-level minions. She arrogantly declared she would properly train Yun Ruo. Thick, fleshy tendrils swept toward Yun Ruo. Yun Ruo, powerless to resist, hastily summoned the jade flute Bai Luoken had previously seized. He quickly activated a formation, forming a green shield to block the attack of the thick tendrils. The shield gradually broke apart. Under the fierce assault, it crumbled. It shattered completely. And disappeared. Taking advantage of the momentum. The thick tendrils wrapped tightly around Yun Ruo's body, binding him completely. Sticky liquid coated the tendrils, gradually draining Yun Ruo's spiritual energy. The pink-haired woman slowly approached Yun Ruo, grabbing his chest, kneading vigorously, while commanding the tendrils to invade him. The slimy touch weakened Yun Ruo even further. While still barely conscious, Yun Ruo hurriedly ignited the emergency talisman Bai Luokan had given him. If he didn't call for help now, he feared he would soon lose himself under the teasing of the tendrils. He felt he was about to lose himself. Unable to free himself, the pink-haired woman watched Yun Ruo closely. She was surprised that Yun Ruo could still stay conscious. Raising her right hand, she slapped Yun Ruo's round buttocks. With a loud smack, Yun Ruo couldn't hold back and cried out, feeling it was still not enough. The pink-haired woman revealed the magic rod she used every night from under her cloak. Yun Ruo shut his eyes tightly, enduring the pain. Just then, a figure rapidly approached from the distance, flying swiftly toward them. Before the pink-haired woman could fully display her nighttime toy, her entire body was pierced through. Blood spurted out instantly. She died on the spot. With a thud, she collapsed onto the ground. The restraints binding Yun Ruo were released. The one who rescued him was Bai Luokan, who had rushed over. It was Bai Luokan. At the moment, Yun Ruo's spiritual energy and fluids were about to be completely drained. Bai Luokan arrived in time to save the nearly lost Yun Ruo. Bai Luokan, who had been happily grilling fish, sensed the distress signal from the rescue talisman. He hurried over to help. Seeing Yun Ruo weak and trembling, and her heavy breathing, Bai Luokan asked about her condition with concern, checking if she was still okay. He returned Yun Ruo's fallen backpack to her, letting her rest briefly, before they set off together to find other disciples. Suddenly, Yun Ruo heard a strange sound nearby. She quickly tugged Bai Luokan's sleeve. They saw from the pink-haired woman's storage pouch a bizarre, winged, poisonous-eyed creature crawling out. It spread its wings, preparing to escape. Bai Luokan chanted a spell and immobilized the poisonous-eyed monster mid-air. With a swipe, he grabbed it. It turned out to be a soul bee. Gile Palace must have used them to collect souls everywhere. After speaking, he clenched his fist and crushed it. He realized that the other disciples were probably also being hunted. He worried about how his beloved disciple was doing, wondering if they faced the same danger. It was time to move quickly. With that, he led Yun Ruo deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, on Su Liyu's side, heavenly thunder gathered in the sky. Lightning patterns wove together and spiraled. Suddenly, several bolts of lightning struck down, accompanied by deafening roars, and fell upon Su Liyu below. The moment it touched his skin, the massive current was gradually absorbed into his body. Only faint streams of electricity remained, circling around Su Liyu. It turned out he was using the lightning to cultivate. The vast energy was being absorbed. He slowly exhaled a mouthful of undigested spiritual energy. While he was still reflecting on his gains, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. Startled, he jumped in shock. Turning around, he saw it was Mi Meng. He grumbled angrily at being frightened, while the two of them were arguing. An elder of Wujigang, whom Bai Luokan had beaten before, appeared from the woods with a group of disciples. The top expert of Yunwang continent, the Earth Immortal Soul Ancestor, had successfully revived. While Kang Mingshou tried to escape during the chaos, Mi Meng stealthily approached Su Liyu to take him away as well. Unexpectedly, Lao Lu waved his hand and grabbed Su Liyu. Mi Meng was bewildered by Lao Lu's action. Lao Lu then jumped straight into the swamp that Kang Mingqiu had used to escape. Mi Meng anxiously shouted from afar, telling them to bring her along too if they were fleeing. Meanwhile, the Soul Clan coldly watched Lao Lu flee. With a self-deprecating laugh, he mocked that someone dared snatch people right under his nose. The Feather Soul envoy hurriedly stopped the furious Soul Clan, saying the escapee was one who helped revive him. He hoped the Soul Clan would show mercy and let it go. The Soul Clan reluctantly agreed. He then turned toward the members of the Saiyu faction, intending to absorb their souls. Mi Meng quickly stepped in front of the Saiyu disciples to protect them. She unleashed all her power to resist the Soul Clan's devouring ability. Still grumbling inwardly about how long it had been since she used the distress talisman. Why hadn't Bai Luochen arrived yet? At that moment, a huge explosion suddenly shook the cave ceiling. A beam of golden light burst through the ground. A giant mountain-splitting axe slammed into the floor. Bai Luochen's voice echoed into the cave. Really can't understand these villains. Why do they always like hiding in obscure corners, making me search everywhere? Upon seeing Bai Luochen appear, the Soul Clan suddenly felt a strong sense of death looming over them. Cold sweat uncontrollably poured from their faces. Bai Luochen looked at the Soul Clan and scoffed. What are you staring at? Never seen a protagonist before? The two soul stones were startled. Who was this person that could find such a hidden cave? The Soul Clan was puzzled too, this seemingly weak man. They couldn't see through his strength at all. Bai Luochen then jumped down into the cave. Looking at the corpses around him, he quickly deduced Giles Palace's plot to collect souls across various places. The Soul Clan were ruthless and spoke little. Since they couldn't gauge Bai Luochen's strength, they decided to eliminate the hidden threat themselves. They raised the soul refining banner toward Bai Luochen and launched a ferocious attack. Black tendrils shrieked with disgust, sweeping viciously toward Bai Luochen. Bai Luochen didn't indulge the old monster either. He casually drew a 5-star divine talisman, summoning a golden dragon that roared skyward. The overwhelming heavenly might completely annihilated the black tendrils. Thunderous sounds echoed in the cave. The Soul Clan stared in disbelief, desperate to know who this seemingly low-level divine talisman master truly was. Bai Luochen sneered at them, looking at the so-called Earth Immortal as if he were trash. You want to know who I am? I'm your father. Bai Luochen actually called himself their father, utterly humiliating the Soul Clan. Facing Bai Luochen's blatant provocation, the previously fearful Soul Clan could no longer endure. Their eyes widened with rage. Looking ready to devour Bai Luochen alive, they directly unleashed their Earth Immortal domain, the 5 Poison Soul Devouring Array. More black water gushed out from under the Soul Clan's feet. The 5-star talisman spells could do nothing against the black water. The unstoppable black water rapidly flooded around Bai Luochen. The Soul Clan's sinister voice rang out. Let's see how you fight me in my domain. Suddenly, golden light burst around Bai Luochen. As the black water engulfed him, he successfully formed a protective barrier. But the black swamp quickly swallowed everything. Bai Luochen was slightly shocked. This soul swamp could even dissolve his barrier. In the boiling swamp, the shield gradually dissolved. Seizing the opportunity, the Soul Clan attempted a sneak attack. But Bai Luochen would not allow it. He snapped his fingers, chanting the incantation of the mystic turtle capture. A stronger seal began to form before him. But before it fully materialized, a surge of black water shattered it. Taking advantage of Bai Luochen's distraction, another black surge stabbed toward his eyes. But the Soul Clan underestimated Bai Luochen's defenses. The hard black water was ruthlessly bounced off his body. The Soul Clan still believed that in their domain, all prey must submit to them. They arrogantly watched Bai Luochen, wondering how much longer he could endure. The black water turned into whips, relentlessly lashing Bai Luochen. Bai Luochen's face grew cold. He was extremely annoyed by the Soul Clan's endless chatter. He opened the system backend seeking information about domains. He needed to find the weak point to destroy it. The system prompted. Target weakness identified. The Soul Clan thought Bai Luoken had frozen in fear. But Bai Luoken was ruthlessly decisive. No longer using sealing techniques. He simply grabbed his axe and charged straight at the Soul Clan. With a flash of golden light, the Soul Clan was sent flying several meters away, crashing heavily onto the ground. The body shattered by the axe tried to gather itself again. He couldn't believe it. He had been injured by Bai Luoken within his own proud domain. His skin was torn beyond repair. Blood spewed from his mouth. He stared in disbelief at Bai Luoken's axe. Was that truly just a wood-chopping axe? The axe in Bai Luoken's hand had been used for decades chopping wood on Qingwan Peak. Now with a single swing against the Soul Clan. Even the Soul Clan doubted Bai Luoken's words. The once arrogant Soul Clan lowered their prideful posture. In their disbelieving eyes, fear was clearly betrayed. Bai Luoken casually swung his axe again. And with a flash of golden light, the Soul Clan was cleanly severed. They died on the spot. The low-tier Soul Clan was officially wiped out. The domain shattered with a sound. The Soul Envoy bound by Mi Meng showed a gleeful expression, thinking the Soul Clan must have killed Bai Luoken. Once their ancestor emerged from the domain, they would help finish off the one binding him, Mi Meng. As the light grew brighter, Mi Meng muttered, "Is the old monster about to come out?" Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the domain shattering came. Bai Luoken slowly walked out of the broken domain, carrying something bloody in his hand. Yun Ruo smiled upon seeing Bai Luoken. In contrast, the male Soul Envoy's face was filled with despair. Bai Luoken threw the bloody object straight at the male Soul Envoy. Looking closely, it was the head of the Soul Clan. Before they could even react in shock, a dazzling flash exploded. The male Soul Envoy was blown to pieces instantly. Blood splattered onto the horrified female Soul Envoy's face. She immediately dropped her arrogant demeanor, kneeling and begging for mercy by Bai Luoken's leg. But Bai Luoken showed no pity. He shoved her aside and ordered the Saiyu faction to take her back for interrogation. He then turned to Mi Meng, who was trying to sneak away, and asked where Su Li Yu had gone. Mi Meng, being pulled by the ear, quickly explained, claiming she knew nothing. Just as Mi Meng thought she was about to be punished, a soft voice came from the side. It was the blind girl Tang Dudu from the Saiyu faction. Using her sonic heart technique, she had discovered that junior sister Su had been kidnapped to Jile Palace by the Demon Lord. Bai Luoken muttered coldly, "Jile Palace must have a death wish." At that moment, within the Jile underworld, Su Li Yu was awakened by strange sounds. He slowly opened his eyes. Thick iron chains covered with sealing talismans clanked mournfully. Seeing the scene before him, Su Li Yu asked, confused, who the person was. In front of him was a woman bound by chains. Her face pale, black smoke spewing from her mouth, and a sealing talisman stuck to her forehead. The woman spoke eerily towards Su Li Yu in the distance. "Long time no see, Fairy Kai Yu." Those words, "long time no see," pulled Su Li Yu back through time and space. Back to the Liuli Palace where the scattered immortals lived thousands of years ago. A blue-green-haired scattered immortal asked a purple-haired, busty girl embroidering behind her. They had wandered in the Earth immortal realm for thousands of years. The purple-haired girl was named Man, also a scattered immortal. She softly responded to the blue-green-haired immortal's questions. The blue-green-haired immortal slowly turned her head, blood dripping from her lips, black aura swirling. This was none other than Su Li Yu's past life. The Earth immortal, Fairy Kai Yu. She now declared that she understood why they hadn't ascended for nearly a millennium. Their previous cultivation method had been wrong. Man, seeing Kai Yu spiraling into madness, was deeply shocked. While speaking, Kai-Yu stabbed her own dantian. 3 soul cores flew into her hand. Her eyes widened, pointing at the soul cores and saying, "These are the cause of our failure to ascend." Without hesitation, she crushed one of the still glowing golden orbs. Seeing this situation, Man was certain that Kai-Yu had fallen into madness. She hurriedly summoned a protective formation to hold him back. The corrosive aura had begun to erode Kai-Yu's sanity. He glared coldly at Man in the distance, shouting not to obstruct his ascension. A blade imprint shot rapidly from his hand. Man, busy casting healing spells on Kai-Yu, couldn't dodge in time. The blade pierced straight through Man's chest. After crushing the first soul core, Kai-Yu was overcome by pleasure and crushed the second one without hesitation. The corrosive aura grew stronger and stronger, flooding Kai-Yu with endless dark energy. Golden energy swirled with corruption around him, making him believe he was truly refining the true soul and explaining the centuries of failed ascension. Without hesitation, he charged at the gravely injured Man. Tears welled in Man's eyes as she watched the completely lost Kai-Yu. At the same time, Kai-Yu was puzzled. He had clearly reached unmatched power. So why hadn't he ascended? As he clutched his head, pondering, he realized he had only crushed 2 soul cores. The third one had been taken away by Man. Instantly, bloodlight pierced the heavens. The Liuli Palace collapsed into ruins. Man hid inside her own spell formation, healing her injuries. She swore to herself that no matter what, she would bring Kai-Yu back. But the corrupted Kai-Yu had other plans. The corrosive aura had completely consumed him. Standing coldly in the sky, he surveyed the land below. He vowed to find where Man was hiding. A broken-hearted tune. Where can one find a true friend? In his past life, Su Li-Yu was lucky to have Man. A blessing across lifetimes. Otherwise, all 3 soul cores would have been crushed. There would have been no chance at reincarnation. Now, icy winds howled over the shattered palace. A strangely shaped crescent moon cast eerie light on the land. Kai-Yu stood atop the moon immortal wheel, looking down. The corrosive energy was repairing his broken body. He muttered to himself, "We promised to ascend together. But Man stole my soul core." The more he thought, the angrier he became. Even if Man hid underground, he would find her. He unleashed his solar devouring technique, gradually devouring the sunlight. The warm earth was plunged into darkness. Man was deeply shocked by the sight. Kai-Yu's power had indeed grown after his madness. She quickly activated her Chiman shield technique. A massive river clam burst from the lake. With Man's spell, she launched her strongest attack to stop the solar devouring. Man chanted, "Chiman shield, transform." A dragon appeared. An ice dragon formed of blue crystals. It let out an earth-shattering roar. The explosion loomed closer. The ice dragon opened its bloody maw at Kai-Yu, just as it was about to swallow him. Kai-Yu moved. The dragon froze in midair for a few seconds, then split cleanly in half. Amidst a thunderous blast, everything crumbled. The world looked like it had endured a cataclysmic battle. Mountains and rivers were cut in two. Man narrowly escaped death. Otherwise, she would have been slain by Kai-Yu. Hovering in the air, Kai-Yu's gaze locked onto Man hiding within the earth shield. He ordered her to stop resisting. "Hand over my third soul core. If you keep running, wherever you hide, I'll flatten it." With that, he summoned a mass spell attack. Dozens of purple nebula spells swirled around him. They bombarded the ground where Man hid. The world shook violently. The ground shattered. Man had nowhere left to hide. Kai-Yu directed the spells toward a green flame underground. The purple nebula surged downward. Seeing the stars appear, Man's heart skipped a beat. She was utterly shocked by the terrifying scene. She hurriedly cast a Chiman spell to block Kai-Yu's indiscriminate attacks. Otherwise, before stopping Kai-Yu, she herself would fall first. As the attacks briefly paused, Man finished chanting her long incantation. She finally broke the seal. A giant heavenly wheel appeared under her feet. She decided to use reincarnation magic to stop the crazed Kai-Yu. Unexpectedly, Kai-Yu questioned her. Is it wrong that I only wanted to ascend? What could make Su Li Yu, a reincarnated immortal, kneel on the ground and weep in silence? What made her start doubting herself? As a cold-blooded killer? It turned out that just now, Su Li Yu saw the memories of her previous life. A crazed madman, obsessed only with ascending, had turned against his closest companions. Man knew she couldn't defeat Kai-Yu. She hid the third true soul core inside her chest. If ascension meant turning into a monster, then she would rather not ascend. She activated her Chiman shield, burning her own soul to resist Kai-Yu's madness. The Chiman dragon shield faced Kai-Yu's devastating moon immortal wheel attack. Thunderous roars echoed in the sky. Explosions filled the air, gradually swallowing both of them. An entire world vanished along with it. Inside Kai-Yu's remaining soul, Man quietly appeared, whispering that without her around, he must take care of himself. Kai-Yu's corrupted body muttered painfully. Why didn't you ascend with me? Weren't we best friends? Inside his soul, Man gently answered him. It was exactly because they were friends that she didn't want Kai-Yu to turn into this. She only wanted the bright and innocent Kai-Yu, not this crazed lunatic. With painful coughing, Kai-Yu's bloodshot eyes gradually grew hollow. Looking at Man's lifeless body, Kai-Yu softly called her name. He knelt down laughing madly, repeating over and over that he had killed Man. With her last breath, Man whispered, the three soul cores you destroyed represent the ID, ego, and superego. Perhaps ascension itself was a lie. But the self you fought to protect, that was the real Kai-Yu. Man guarded Kai-Yu's reincarnation, allowing him to be reborn as Su Li Yu. They wouldn't meet again for countless years, watching her past life's descent into madness. Su Li Yu was left in uncontrollable tears. She could no longer forgive her wish to ascend. Seeing her former self commit such atrocities, Su Li Yu's heart collapsed. She was on the brink of a breakdown, unable to calm herself, as tears streamed down her face. A ghostly voice whispered behind her. It seems my memories have stirred much within you. Su Li Yu whipped around furiously. Those memories are lies. What exactly do you want? But when she saw who it was, Su Li Yu's roar froze. It was Man, bound in prisoner's chains, lifeless and soulless. Standing beside her was Lao Lu, watching Su Li Yu coldly. Because of Su Li Yu, Man had ended up like this. Neither human nor ghost. Just as they were about to reunite, a thunderous explosion echoed inside the cave. A fierce battle was erupting outside. Man ordered Lao Lu to investigate. He quickly left the cave. Outside the Jile Palace, explosions boomed non-stop. Screams of Jile disciples filled the air. Smoke and fire engulfed everything. Amidst the thick smoke, Bai Luokan slowly walked forward, shouting, "Give me back my disciple." Jile Palace's Princess Qianzhou cursed in shock, angry that so many disciples couldn't handle Bai Luokan alone. But then she sneered at Bai Luokan, saying his disciple must have already become a feast for that lord. Already on the verge of losing control, Bai Luokan finally exploded with rage. He immediately unleashed a blood fusion talisman, vowing that all of Jile Palace would be buried with his disciple. Facing the overwhelming blood-red attack, Qianzhou felt doomed. She hurriedly cast defensive spells to block Bai Luokan's fierce blow. But before she could react, while Qianzhou was busy defending against the blood fusion talisman, Bai Luokan reached out to grab her. Facing such a sudden assault, Qianzhou hastily activated a keepsake hidden inside her chest, summoning Lao Lu to save her. Just as Bai Luokan was about to catch Qianzhou, A giant pillar suddenly fell from the sky, blocking Bai Luokan's advance. Bai Luokan looked up and saw a young girl, wearing loose clothes and cute animal ears descending from the sky. It turned out she was the so-called Lord of Jile Palace, a demon lord from the Duji realm, named Xiao Lu. He never expected what would happen after his arrogance. Bai Luokan no longer wanted to waste words with Lao Lu. The stones nearby floated into the air as Bai Luokan released his aura. Everything began to levitate. Unexpectedly, Lao Lu stuck out his tongue and made faces at Bai Luokan. Since he was Su Liyu's master, then he just wouldn't tell him Su Liyu's whereabouts. Bai Luokan's veins bulged in anger. Even a demon lord couldn't stop him from finding his disciples awakening. He reached out and unleashed his power toward Lao Lu, pulling him straight over to his side. Seeing this, Qianzu's face changed dramatically. Cold sweat instantly poured down his face. Lao Lu was caught by the ear by Bai Luokan, still acting disdainful and spouting nonsense about being in the Zanzhong stage. What can you even do to me? But before he could finish, Bai Luokan lifted him up directly. He raised his hand and smacked Lao Lu's butt hard. A loud slap echoed. Lao Lu immediately lost all his arrogance. For once, fear showed in his eyes. Bai Luokan activated divine drums of might, summoning heavenly awe. Behind him, a massive golden image of Bai Luokan began to take form. He once again slapped Lao Lu's backside. With each rhythmic slap, Lao Lu couldn't help but drool and cry. But proud as he was, Lao Lu had never suffered such humiliation. He still cursed Bai Luokan between sobs. Bai Luokan wasn't going to indulge this bratty Lao Lu, even if he was a demon lord. In Bai Luokan's eyes he was still trash. He raised his hand and smacked Lao Lu's butt again with force. After a round of intense spanking, Lao Lu's body and spirit reached their breaking point. He roared madly at Bai Luokan. When Bai Luokan got tired of beating him, it would be his turn to slice Bai Luokan into pieces. Bai Luokan was startled. Looks like he still wasn't beaten hard enough. His eyes flashed with cold light. He summoned heavenly awe again. The sounds of spanking filled the heavens and earth. Screams echoed incessantly. Lao Lu's butt was swollen high. Severely so. Yet he still cursed Bai Luokan's mother. Bai Luokan gritted his teeth in anger. This brat sure had a tough mouth. He refused to reveal Su Liyu's whereabouts. Bai Luokan increased the strength in his hand again. Lao Lu's miserable crying grew even louder. Lao Lu never imagined that a dignified demon lord like him would get spanked by a Zanzhong stage weakling. He was someone who dared snatch people even under Earth Immortals' noses. Now he could only cry under Bai Luokan's heavenly might. His previously arrogant demeanor was gone. All that remained was a child's pitiful questioning. Bai Luokan didn't care if he was a girl or not. He just continued spanking wildly. The spanking sounds rang out, and Qianzo watched with wide eyes. Was this still the once dignified Lao Lu he was seeing getting beaten? After Bai Luokan's education through spanking, Lao Lu finally gave in. He decided to reveal his disciples' whereabouts. Covering his completely numb butt, he said, "Actually, I'm on the same side as Su Liwei. I helped the Elysium Palace to repay old favors." Bai Luokan crossed his arms and said helplessly, "You should have said it earlier. Then you wouldn't have gotten spanked." Lao Lu pouted angrily, glaring at Bai Luokan standing next to him. Meanwhile, Qianzo, who had been watching, was utterly shocked by the scene. His heart was in turmoil, filled with complicated feelings. Suppressing his fear at Bai Luokan's terrifying strength to beat a demon lord. His face was full of worry. But suddenly, his expression flipped 360 degrees. He actually started grinning mischievously. He launched an attack formed from Lao Lu's accumulated resentment at Bai Luokan and Lao Lu, who were still arguing. Caught off guard, Bai Luokan was startled. This seemingly harmless Elysium Palace princess dared to sneak attack. Suddenly, a giant magic array appeared on the ground. It was the Flesh Ascension Array. With a rumbling sound, two massive hands emerged from the array. Bai Luochen looked at Lao Lu with confusion. He hadn't realized he had hurt Lao Lu's heart this badly. The blood-colored hands grabbed Lao Lu with one hand, and Bai Luochen with the other. Qianzhou manipulated a hideous blood giant, grinning at the two captives he caught. Fleshly pain, eternal bliss. As the Flesh Ascension Array appeared, Qianzhu's grin became more crazed. His earlier meekness when capturing Lao Lu was replaced by a twisted, destructive madness. How could anyone eat such a cute little bunny? As someone seemingly just at the seeking phase but actually a top expert. Even Bai Luochen couldn't believe someone wanted to swallow him alive today. Just moments ago, Bai Luochen demonstrated in front of Qianzhou how to beat up a demon lord. Seeing this, the once fearful Qianzhou seized the opportunity. He used Lao Lu's resentment to summon the Flesh Ascension Array, shedding his previous timidity completely. He controlled the blood-colored giant eagle and captured the two defenseless men. The grip on Lao Lu tightened painfully. Still, he cursed at Qianzhou for betraying them. Qianzhou eerily smiled and said, "Respected one, don't be mad. Once we merge into flesh and blood, we'll be one family." After speaking, he stuck out his marked tongue, licking his lips provocatively. He then commanded the giant eagle to open its bloody maw and stuff Bai Luochen and Lao Lu inside. As a demon lord who evolved into human form, Lao Lu had never faced the threat of being eaten alive. Faced with this scene, he couldn't help but curse, just as they were about to be devoured by the giant eagle. Bai Luochen, showing no panic, slowly said, "Rabbits are so cute. How could you eat a rabbit?" Then he smiled bloodthirstily. "But if you want to eat me, it won't be that easy." As soon as he spoke, golden light burst from his body. A powerful aura surged into the sky. The hand that the giant eagle used to grab Bai Luochen exploded. Both its hands vanished. Freed, Lao Lu hurried to summon his weapon, preparing for battle. But no matter how he called for his long-used weapon, there was no reaction. It stayed planted firmly in the ground. At this critical moment, it disobeyed him. Despair filled Lao Lu's heart. Looking at the sharp spikes below him, he prayed he wouldn't die here. Just as Lao Lu was praying for survival, he was yanked by Bai Luochen. They slowly landed on the ground, reduced to bloody mush by Bai Luochen's energy. An energy shield formed around Bai Luochen, enveloping both him and Lao Lu. He ignored the pained howls of the giant blood eagle. Qianzhou wasn't angry over the eagle's injuries. Instead, he looked at Bai Luochen with greater contempt. Anyone who could shatter his summoned flesh body was indeed extraordinary. But the giant blood eagle wasn't so easily defeated. The shattered flesh began rapidly regenerating at visible speed. Soon, it would fully revive, restoring itself to its prime state. The Elysium Palace princess actually thought she could devour Bai Luochen, but she underestimated his true strength. Even with only a fraction of his energy, the flesh body's hands were instantly torn apart. Though the eagle had strong regeneration, its severed limbs quickly healed. It roared furiously and launched a fierce assault on Bai Luochen. Watching everything unfold, Bai Luochen muttered, "Regenerating limbs are really troublesome." But he was Bai Luochen. How could he tolerate such trash? Before him acting so arrogantly? He slowly raised his left hand, facing the charging giant eagle. He unleashed an area attack. Against such dense attacks, Bai Luochen doubted the blood eagle could dodge. Muffled explosions echoed from its body. Some spells even pierced through it. Chunks of flesh rained down. Lao Lu frowned at the disgusting meat, grumbling. Meanwhile, Bai Luochen watched coldly. The chunks of flesh in the air began gathering again. Unexpectedly, even after such an intense assault, Qianzhou survived. As expected of the Elysium princess, even heavily injured, she took joy in suffering. She burst into wild laughter. The flesh devoured the original Qianzhou. transforming into a tentacle-covered Lysandra. She directed the tentacles at Bai Luokan and Lao Lu, intending to drag them into her bloody Elysium. She launched an attack toward Bai Luokan. The shield offered no resistance against the tentacles. As the tentacles wrapped tighter, Lao Lu panicked. He urged Bai Luokan to come up with a plan. Suddenly, Lao Lu froze. A tentacle had wrapped around his chest. It even slipped into his clothes, violently attacking his most private parts. Soon, Lao Lu's whole body went limp. His face flushed red and he gradually gave up resisting. Qianzhou, who was controlling the tentacles, grinned wickedly at the sight. He advised Lao Lu not to waste any more energy. Any creature wrapped by the tentacles would have all their spiritual energy drained until they were completely sucked dry. As he spoke, he stuck out his long tongue and licked Lao Lu's flushed cheeks. Then he turned to the calm and composed Bai Luokan, wondering how he could stay clear-headed under such dangerous conditions. Bai Luokan had the strength to tell him the real reason. Golden light flashed inside the tentacles binding Bai Luokan. Since Qianzhou loved absorbing spiritual energy, Bai Luokan decided to let him have a real feast. Every time Bai Luokan finished chopping firewood and got hungry, he would catch a few superior beasts from the abyss of Kangwu. As a peerless powerhouse, how could he lack spiritual energy? Those who are greedy never meet a good end. Qianzhou, turned into a monstrous Lysandra, was a clear example, force-fed by Bai Luokan's surging spiritual energy. Qianzhou bitterly prayed for his energy to dry up quickly. Facing such overbearing energy, Qianzhou's face was covered in golden veins. He gritted his teeth in pain. Enduring the overwhelming spiritual power, Bai Luokan gave him no time to adjust, sending even more energy toward him. Qianzhou couldn't withstand it. He clutched his head and sprayed blood everywhere. Seeing Qianzhou reduced to a pile of disgusting meat again, Lao Lu thought it was finally over. Bai Luokan, however, muttered to himself. He seemed to realize something. Through sensing the spiritual energy, he detected that Qianzhou had connected himself to the earth veins. Hearing Bai Luokan's analysis, a voice of praise echoed from the coagulated flesh. Qianzhou grinned viciously through a crack and said, "As long as the earth veins are not exhausted, I will never die." Bai Luokan didn't care for his tricks. He directly used his own blood essence and hurled it at the gathering flesh. Instantly, a giant golden Vajra bee demon appeared out of thin air. Its hands formed seals, golden light flashing. With its palms facing down, it aimed at the still arrogant Qianzhou. A tremendous pressure was unleashed. The sealing spell's immense power crushed Qianzhou until his veins bulged. He howled and struggled. But even so, his proud mouth refused to surrender to a Zanzhong stage weakling. No matter how he was sealed, he would never die. Bai Luokan didn't want to explain. A giant axe appeared out of thin air. Seeing Bai Luokan's actions, Qianzhou immediately mocked him. At this point, what can that broken axe do? But before he could finish speaking, the axe swung down, releasing two devastating beams of light. Heaven and earth shook. Thunderous roars filled the sky. The mighty Elysium Palace was reduced to rubble. The roots connecting Qianzhou's flesh body to the earth veins were severed. At this moment, Qianzhou truly felt Bai Luokan's terror. His shocked face was covered in cold sweat. He wondered who this man truly was. He could really sever the earth veins. Bai Luokan looked at the dazed Qianzhou, slowly opening his hand. A fierce vortex spread out from his palm. The trembling Qianzhou was sucked toward it. Bai Luokan opened his hand. After a surge of swelling smoke, the terrified Qianzhou slowly opened his eyes. He was shocked to find himself shrunk into Bai Luokan's palm. His massive body had been miniaturized. An immortal monster, turned into a figurine. Using blood as ink, he transformed into a golden giant. A sealed Vajra demon. Sealing complete. Release the sealing spell. David Azure Dragon, Master, Emperor's Son. I provoke lords. I provoke tiger kings. A burst of golden light scattered from his palm. The once arrogant Chienzo was now a plaything in Bai Luokan's hand. Chienzo stared in disbelief at the towering Bai Luokan. How could he, an immortal monster, become a mere figurine? The massive flesh body had completely disappeared. As a figurine, Chienzo was easily controlled by Bai Luokan. Bai Luokan gently poked Chienzo's squishy cheek. Even after being cut off from the earth veins, Chienzo still brimmed with spiritual energy. Bai Luokan then turned to the puffed-up Lao Lu, staring at the figurine. Without saying much, he casually tossed the charged Chienzo over to him. Lao Lu caught it with a bewildered face. The moment he touched Chienzo, his almost depleted spiritual energy was instantly replenished. A surge of powerful energy filled his weakened spiritual sea. Lao Lu marveled. This Elysium Palace princess-turned-battery is insanely strong. Even sealed by Bai Luokan's Vajra Bee demon, it could still emit such potent energy waves. This completely stunned Bai Luokan. He wondered why Lao Lu, who always looked down on him, was acting so strangely now. At this moment, Lao Lu's face blushed, and he stood up trembling. His small mouth slightly opened, muttering, "How could this charger be so powerful?" Bai Luokan patiently explained that because Chienzu's body was linked to the earth veins, they could absorb spiritual energy from it through the figurine. Upon hearing this, Lao Lu's mouth gaped in shock. But excitement filled his heart. He looked coldly at the figurine of Chienzo who had betrayed him. Since it's like this, let him taste some real revenge. Lao Lu mimicked Chienzu's gentlemanly posture and licked Chienzu's bouncy cheeks with his tongue. Chienzo screamed desperately, enduring Lao Lu's drool from all directions. Though he kept shouting no, his body twisted rhythmically along with the licks. Meanwhile, inside a cave with Su Liwei, Poetess Manman noticed something odd above. Someone had broken through the cave ceiling. Sunlight streamed down onto the shocked faces of the two girls. A middle-aged man in simple clothes, carrying Lao Lu licking the figurine, descended slowly into the cave. It was Bai Luokan, Su Liyu's master. Su Liwei was recalling her past life's deeds, when a loud crashing sound echoed from Manman's cave. Poetess Manman hurriedly cast a protective spell, cursing that when she caught Lao Lu, she'd beat his butt. Soon after, someone jumped down from above. It was Su Liyu's master, Bai Luokan. But Lao Lu, seeing his boss arrive, paid no attention. He was still focused on licking Chienzu's face. Seeing Bai Luokan, Su Liwei felt relieved. Manman, however, frowned at this so-called master. How could a Zanzhong stage weakling be fit to teach my good friend? Still, for Su Liyu's sake, she patiently persuaded Bai Luokan. All cultivation is a scam. Don't let Su Liwei stray again this lifetime. Hearing this, Bai Luokan slowly walked toward her, sneering as he spoke. Whether or not to cultivate isn't up to us. And even if she strays, so what? Manman was shocked, her anger boiling over. How could a master allow his disciple to go astray? Bai Luokan ignored Manman's disbelieving gaze. From his palm, he conjured a world of his own, serene and vast. All he taught Su Liwei was how to cultivate the heart. Hearing such touching words from her master, Su Liwei almost lost herself, until Manman's voice interrupted her dreamy thoughts. What if Su Liwei goes astray again? Bai Luokan replied confidently. As long as I'm here, she can cultivate however she wants. There will be no danger of going astray. Manman didn't believe him. She had fought alongside Su Liwei for thousands of years. How could someone she barely knew for half a year claim such things? Bai Luokan felt extremely displeased. He muttered while unleashing his spiritual energy. Why? Because I'm her master. His powerful energy blasted straight at Manman's face. At that moment, a look of shock appeared on Man-Man's face. A giant axe materialized out of thin air, full of disbelief. It directly dragged him into another world. A world so vast that he was like a speck of dust. And this space was Bai Luokan's own spiritual domain. Similar to what their world referred to as a domain. While Bai Luokan and the poetry fairy Man-Man were discussing how to help Su Liwei avoid going berserk. Elder Kang of the Gial Palace, missing for a long time, unintentionally let out a fart in the corner of a cave. He was immediately detected by Bai Luokan. Just when Man-Man was still looking down on Bai Luokan, he had already been brought into Bai Luokan's domain. Man-Man felt a deep confusion. How could a seemingly useless middle-aged man in the Zanjiaoqi stage possess such strength? And these enormous corpses were the firewood Bai Luokan had painstakingly chopped over the past 10 years. Looking at each corpse, all at the great artifact completion stage, cold sweat involuntarily streamed down Man-Man's face. Bai Luokan interrupted Man-Man's thoughts. Now that you've seen my domain, you can safely entrust Su Liwei to me, right? Man-Man was still stunned in shock when Bai Luokan brought him out of the domain. Finally, he understood why Su Liwei trusted her master so much. Watching Bai Luokan smile and pat Su Liu's head, Man-Man was filled with emotion. This greasy-looking middle-aged uncle was truly terrifyingly powerful. Just earlier, a fart from Kang Mingshou caught Bai Luokan's attention. The invisibility barrier slowly faded from Kang Mingshou's body. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He thought with the sword-faced sacred aura he wouldn't be discovered. But he was found by Bai Luokan, a so-called Zanjiaoqi trash. Man-Man was also deeply shocked. Even sacred aura couldn't shield her, a ground immortal. Bai Luokan casually shot a golden beam that instantly bound Kang Mingshou. Kang Mingshou cursed Bai Luokan furiously, asking if he wasn't afraid of the Gial Palace's flesh ascension formation. Bai Luokan pointed behind him. Look, isn't your protective grand formation in Xiao Lu's hands? Cold sweat once again drenched Kang Mingshou's face. Even the flesh ascension formation couldn't deal with Bai Luokan. He had no choice but to use that move. As he spoke, red light flashed from his massive chest. A circular bagua slowly floated out. While Bai Luokan was puzzled by Kang Mingshou's action, the bagua jade shattered. Man-Man started to scream. The chains on his body began to shatter. Clutching his head, he howled uncontrollably. Xiao Lu, seeing Man-Man's condition, knew his boss was about to lose control. As the jade shards burned away, the control over him completely vanished. Man-Man began to transform. His nails grew longer and longer. Sharp fangs sprouted from his wide-open mouth. His body was engulfed by a powerful damp aura. He started to gigantify. His blood-red eyes shone coldly. He viciously glared at Bai Luokan and the others. Seeing that Man-Man had lost all reason, Kang Mingshou began to scream frantically. Let everyone here die. Man-Man never expected Bai Luokan would bury his head into her ample bosom, and even absorb the damp aura from her chest. For a girl who had never been touched by a man, to be indulging herself before her good friend Su Liwei was truly intoxicating. It turned out that just earlier, Kang Mingshou of the Gial Palace was hiding in a dark corner, witnessing Bai Luokan and Man-Man's conversation. Bai Luokan had caught him with a spell. Facing terror, Kang Mingshou decisively gave up resisting. From within his chest, he shattered Man-Man's soul energy, and frenziedly wished for everyone present to die. There were many who wanted Bai Luokan dead, but every time, they were counter-killed by him. Facing the giant who had lost all reason, he protected his beloved disciple and Xiao Lu, leaving Kang Mingshou floundering in the overwhelming damp aura. Within the domain, Bai Luokan formed hand seals. A yellow calming talisman appeared out of thin air. Xiao Lu, flustered, spoke to Bai Luokan. Man-Man was previously sealed by 3 Shangcheng stage powerhouses, at the cost of their lives. Now it's just the 3 of them, all weaklings. Before Man-Man, a ground immortal, they were nothing. Hearing Xiao Lu's respectful words, Kang Mingxiu's ugly face twisted into an even more sinister smile. Bai Luokan, still contemplating countermeasures, heard Kang Mingxiu muttering incessantly nearby. He immediately cast a spell with his mind. A large strip of tape directly sealed Kang Mingxiu's mouth, silencing him. Even Xiao Lu, who was muttering softly, quieted down. Their mouths were also sealed by Bai Luokan's group magic. At this moment, Bai Luokan had already devised a strategy to deal with Man-Man. The giant-sized Man-Man also finished preparing his spell. He launched an attack towards the three hiding inside the passport. A loud boom accompanied by the chopping sound of the giant axe. Bai Luokan swung the giant axe and forcibly blocked the ground immortal's full power strike. Hearing Bai Luokan's mocking voice, the poetry fairy Man-Man was first startled, then filled with rage. He lunged at Bai Luokan with his giant hand, intending to crush this arrogant weakling directly. But Bai Luokan didn't give him the chance. He threw the prepared calming talisman directly onto Man-Man's head. An explosive sound accompanied by thick smoke erupted, engulfing the two who had been fiercely fighting. The giant blood-red eyes of Man-Man gradually faded. He slowly regained consciousness. But upon a closer look, Man-Man blushed furiously. The middle-aged uncle who brought him back to sanity had his head buried in Man-Man's ample bosom, indulging in ecstasy. As a mere wood-chopping student at Qinghong Academy, he actually made a ground immortal like Man-Man kneel to him. Man-Man, as Su Liyu's good friend, had been sealed into a corpse shell by 3 Shangcheng saint wives at the cost of their lives. Bai Luokan took this matter very seriously. He decided to bring Man-Man back to Qingluan Peak for treatment. Unexpectedly, before Man-Man could object, Xiao Lu hurriedly stopped them. A ground immortal like Man-Man couldn't possibly serve a Zhan Jiaoqi trash as his subordinate. But Man-Man understood deep down that if he didn't go with Bai Luokan now, then the next time he lost control without experts nearby to suppress him, he would surely lose his life. Seeing the hesitant Man-Man, Su Liwei patiently persuaded him, saying even if he didn't trust her, he must trust her master. After a moment of thought, Man-Man decisively knelt before Bai Luokan. He cupped his hands and formally acknowledged Bai Luokan as his master. Bai Luokan, who only intended to help Man-Man, was utterly confused by Man-Man's sudden kneeling. He had no idea what was happening. Bai Luokan originally planned to politely refuse. But then the system's voice suddenly rang out. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered the final stage of the world mission. You must accept a ground immortal as your disciple. Otherwise the consequences will be severe." Faced with this blatant threat, Bai Luokan had no choice but to reluctantly accept Man-Man's apprenticeship. Meanwhile, far away, Kang Mingxiu, who had just had his Dantian destroyed by Bai Luokan, was wandering through the dark forest. He had been walking for a very long time, yet could not escape this cursed spiritual sea. As he walked, he cursed Bai Luokan, blaming him for losing his qualification to cultivate. He swore that one day, he would take revenge. Just as he was silently vowing this, a voice came from a shadow inside the spiritual sea. In front of him appeared a figure with a twisted face. A soul envoy whose posture was growing increasingly bizarre. But the cunning Kang Mingxiu immediately realized that Bai Luokan would never leave loose ends. Still puzzled, he asked who the soul envoy was. He watched as the soul envoy's neck slowly twisted, accompanied by loud cracking sounds. The face of a previously slain Soul Clan member appeared behind the head. It was one of the Soul Clan that Bai Luokan had killed. Seeing that the Soul Clan was still alive, Kang Mingxiu, who had narrowly escaped death several times, was truly terrified this time. Facing the powerful Soul Clan, he had no power to resist. He could only let the Soul Clan do as they pleased. All that remained were Kang Mingxiu's miserable cries, echoing endlessly in the spiritual sea. Man-Man had already been refined into a corpse immortal. Yet she still captivated Bai Luokan's mind. It turned out that Man was wearing irresistible black stockings, which no man could resist. Late at night, above Qingwan Peak, ripples suddenly appeared in the sky. A teleportation portal suddenly emerged. A coffin bound with binding immortal ropes slowly floated out of the portal. The coffin crashed heavily onto the ground. With a loud boom, the ground shattered. Bai Luoken looked at the coffin before him, sighing that old guys still had their uses. Without this coffin, things would have been much more troublesome. Without this coffin, they truly wouldn't have been able to suppress the ground immortal's rampage. He turned to Su Liwei and Xiao Lu and said, "Time is running out. Quickly send Man to her room." Facing the heavy coffin, even Xiao Lu, a venerable cultivator, had to use all his strength. They hurried back to the hidden chamber at Qingwan Peak. Seeing Xiao Lu brought back by Bai Luoken, Mi Meng quickly hid in a corner, trembling in fear. Previously, at the sacrificial site where he was caught, the fodder he had bribed Xiao Lu with was just hut toilet paper. If Xiao Lu knew the truth, he would surely be beaten up. While Mi Meng was racking his brain for a solution, Xiao Lu approached with a sinister tone. Truly, what one fears most always happens. Xiao Lu clenched his knuckles with a cracking sound and glared fiercely at Mi Meng. "The matter of making me have diarrhea all night. Shouldn't we settle that?" Suddenly, outside Bai Luoken's room, came the miserable cries of Mi Meng. Inside, Bai Luoken had already set up a barrier around the room. Only the sound of the sealing orb, absorbing the damp aura, could be heard. Su Liwei stood nervously behind Bai Luoken, watching her master, saving her best friend. After a while, Bai Luoken finally said, "The seal could be undone." Hearing that the danger had passed, Su Liwei breathed a sigh of relief. At the moment the binding ropes disappeared. The coffin lid, as if under tremendous pressure, instantly shattered. Cracks also appeared on the sealing orb. Man slowly floated out from the broken coffin. The damp aura eroding her body gradually lessened and disappeared. However, Man was still a ground immortal, and the moisture stored inside her body remained a hidden threat. Taking advantage of the sealing orb still controlling some energy, Bai Luoken instructed them to quickly remove their clothes and wait on the bed. Hearing their master's order, Man's pale face instantly turned red. Even Su Liwei nearby showed a dazed and shy expression. Man shyly said she knew what her master intended to do. But at such a critical time, was it really appropriate? Bai Luoken ignored what they were thinking. He had already removed his upper clothes, since there was serious work to do. Man no longer resisted. Her clothes slipped down her pale skin onto the ground. Su Liwei gulped, her breathing rapid, cheeks flushed, as she undid her buttons, revealing firm, full, and tender white skin. It had to be said, Bai Luoken really knew how to play. Both of his beautiful disciples were blushing deeply because of him. Man hadn't expected that right after acknowledging Bai Luoken as her master, she would be taken advantage of like this. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Seeing Bai Luoken turning around to remove his own clothes, even though she protested verbally, her body honestly obeyed, slowly undressing herself. Even Su Liwei couldn't resist such a good opportunity, stripping off her tightly wrapped clothing as well. Bai Luoken had no idea what the two girls were thinking. But when he turned around, he was stunned by what he saw. The naked Su Liwei was fair and delicate, her chest full and round. As for Man, despite her slightly odd skin tone, her figure was even better than Su Liu's. Seeing his two disciples being so understanding, Bai Luoken was utterly stunned. But his shock quickly faded. As a righteous master, how could he harm his own disciples? He clearly told them that this was purely for healing, and that they didn't need to strip so completely. Hearing their master's words, the girls' flushed faces became even redder. Their faces flushed even more. They quickly grabbed their clothes that had been thrown aside and put them back on. Bai Luokan helplessly rubbed his forehead. Physical contact to enhance spiritual energy transmission was basic common sense. Yet his two disciples thought he wanted to take advantage of them. Was that really how they saw him? Did they think he was that kind of person? Su Liwei, who had once lost her mind and dreamed of bearing her master's children, was now forcibly suppressing her love for her master, her body trembling slightly. Bai Luokan had to explain the seriousness of the ground immortal's injuries. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Bai Luokan instructed Su Liwei and Man to circulate energy face to face. He himself stood behind Su Liwei, channeling pure yang energy into her. Before long, Bai Luokan's upper body was already drenched in sweat. With the transmission of pure yang energy, Su Liwei and Man both began trembling slightly. They couldn't help but plead with Bai Luokan to be gentler. After all, it was their first time experiencing their master's pure yang energy. Naturally, their bodies found it hard to endure. As the sweat poured down, Su Liwei clung tightly to Man's back, praising her master's pure yang energy, comparing it to a wild beast in heat, unrelentingly fierce. As a top-tier powerhouse, Bai Luokan's pure yang energy was naturally overwhelming. To save his newly accepted disciple, he used Su Liwei as a converter to transfer the vast pure yang energy into Man. The raging flow of spiritual energy surged like the endless yellow river, causing both disciples to exclaim in surprise. Bai Luokan reminded the sweaty Su Liwei that this energy exchange would also greatly benefit her cultivation. Feeling the burning heat in her dantian, Su Liwei marveled at her master's strength. Bai Luokan wiped the sweat from his forehead, urging Su Liwei to quickly transfer the energy to Man. Otherwise, the chaotic spiritual energy could cause her body to explode. Seeing Man's nervous expression, Su Liwei pressed her large chest tightly against Man's slender waist, trying to ease her tension. Together, they endured the baptism of their master's pure yang energy. Then, a burst of spiritual energy rushed into Man's dantian. The sudden sensation made Man's body tremble uncontrollably, as if a great force was pushing where it shouldn't. Inside the room, spring was in full bloom among the three, while outside, Meng's ghostly wails echoed. Appearing before Xiao Lu was a radiant, spirit energy-filled carrot. Staring at the carrot in his hand, Xiao Lu drooled uncontrollably. He couldn't help but sigh. There really exists such a perfect carrot in this world. The carrot's strong spirit aura rushed straight toward Xiao Lu's spirit sea. Unable to resist any longer, Xiao Lu bit down on the carrot. Tender, juicy, and melting in the mouth. A sense of pure bliss flooded Xiao Lu's taste buds. Xiao Lu's eyes widened instantly. He was so shocked he couldn't speak, feeling like he was in a sea of carrots, completely overwhelmed by bliss. Unknowingly, the carrot he had been savoring had already been eaten clean. Seeing Meng still busy painting for Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu felt speechless. Since Xiao Wu was often bullied by Meng, the half-step demon emperor, why not give Xiao Wu a chance to get his own revenge? Grinning mischievously at Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu extended his fair little hand and began channeling excess spiritual energy into Xiao Wu. Consider it repayment for the carrot he had eaten. Inside the room at Qingluan Peak, Su Liwei slowly opened her eyes. In front of her were a pair of smooth, tender thighs, silky and elastic. Su Liwei raised her head in confusion and saw Man, who had transformed back into a human from her corpse shell. Overjoyed, she looked at her master. Master, Man has really recovered? At that moment, Bai Luokan looked as though he had just fought a fierce battle. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained. At this point, Man had only recovered her meridians and had not fully regained a human physique. After explaining, He gently patted Su Liu's forehead, acknowledging that she had greatly helped in restoring Man-Man's body. Man-Man, who was resting and nurturing her Dantian on the bed, hastily expressed her gratitude, deeply admiring her master. He was truly a supreme figure, capable of rebuilding meridians. Suddenly, a green light flashed in the courtyard behind Bai Luokan. A surge of demonic aura swept through the air. The three inside were all startled. Bai Luokan told his two disciples to rest, while he stepped outside to check. It turned out that Xiao Lu, feeling sorry for Xiao Wu always being bullied by Mi Meng, had granted Xiao Wu the qualification to ascend to Demon King. A giant pillar of light shot into the sky, making Qingluan Peak extraordinarily bright. Xiao Lu watched the scene proudly. Suddenly, the light curtain shifted. First, a pair of large breasts burst from the light. Then a dark brown thigh appeared. Soon, a full figure slowly walked out from the light. Golden eyes paired with long black hair. A tall, curvy figure. While Xiao Wu was still adjusting to the new body, Xiao Lu excitedly rushed over. But Xiao Wu ignored Xiao Lu's excitement, awkwardly squeezing the large chest, feeling uncomfortable and heavy, comparing to his previously flat chest. He was clearly frustrated. Even Mi Meng couldn't help but laugh out loud, forgetting the beating he just suffered. Xiao Lu's spirit energy flared up again, determined to beat Mi Meng until he couldn't laugh anymore. He wanted Mi Meng to learn some respect for his elders. Saying that, he launched an attack at Mi Meng. Mi Meng, seeing the beam aimed at his chest, couldn't dodge in time, and had to endure the attack head-on. Cursing Xiao Lu under his breath, he accused him of taking revenge, jealous because he didn't have large breasts. Hearing the word, jealous, Xiao Lu became even more furious. He roared and lunged at Mi Meng. Frightened, Mi Meng quickly covered his chest. It seemed Xiao Lu was determined to destroy what he couldn't have. Inside the cabin, spring scenes bloomed again. Bai Luokan felt drained from overexertion, lamenting that he was no longer young. Next time, he had to pace himself, or else he would be blasted into pieces. Fortunately, the purification inside the cabin gave him an excuse to escape from his disciples. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Xiao Lu raising his little fists, about to strike Mi Meng. Bai Luokan grabbed Xiao Lu by the collar, lifting him up. He scolded him for causing trouble as soon as he returned to Qingluan Peak. Xiao Lu retorted, asking if Bai Luokan was allowed to light lamps inside. But he wasn't allowed to set fires outside. Bai Luokan's face turned awkward at once, and he sheepishly let go of Xiao Lu. Meanwhile, Mi Meng, who had been acting tough earlier, threw himself at Bai Luokan like a green tea bimbo seeking pity, complaining about being bullied by Xiao Lu, Xiao Wu, and Qi Hu. Xiao Wu, standing afar, was very unhappy, thinking of the days after Mi Meng arrived, where all the spirit herbs and fruits Bai Luokan gave were snatched by Mi Meng. Bai Luokan decided not to hold back anymore. He charged at Mi Meng, sending him flying with a mouthful of foam, soaring hundreds of meters away before crashing down. Truly, what goes around comes around. Heaven spares no one. Xiao Wu finally vented months of frustration. Bai Luokan lovingly patted Xiao Wu's head, praising his tremendous progress after ascending to Demon King. He instructed Xiao Lu, who was dragging Mi Meng out of the ruins, to let Mi Meng and Bai Luokan settle their scores separately. He let Mi Meng rest properly inside the house, and said he would come by later. After that, he brought Xiao Wu to the front yard. At the moment, Bai Luokan was worried that Xiao Wu's intense energy might attract the attention of other instructors. Just as Bai Luokan feared, in the sky, 5 beams of light were rushing toward Qingluan Peak. In no time, they landed precisely in Fuluo Zai's courtyard. A middle-aged man with fiery red hair, resembling a rock singer, held a bagua disc, pointing to where the Demon King was born. Nearby, the discipline instructor fanned himself and advised politely that it wasn't appropriate to trespass into another division. The medicine instructor also felt it was a bit abrupt and already considered retreating. But the red-haired instructor only came for the Demon King and ignored all their concerns. The swordsmanship instructor, who had long bullied Bai Luokan, mocked him as a jinx, saying he caused trouble even at Gile Palace, and forced the dean to rescue him. Only the CE Division's instructor spoke up, saying Bai Luokan's actions showed loyalty and courage. Not everyone would risk themselves for their disciples. The 5 instructors argued as they headed deeper into the courtyard, facing the wooden door within reach. The red-haired instructor smashed it open with his sword. The already battered door collapsed with a loud crash. Inside, Bai Luokan was chopping wood late at night. The other instructors instantly looked awkward. None of the Qinghong Academy instructors expected that Bai Luokan was actually still at the academy. Their plan to sneak away with the newly ascended Demon King was utterly exposed by running into Bai Luokan. Having been caught red-handed, they had no choice but to shamelessly press forward. Instructor Yu's face lit up. Seeing Bai Luokan unharmed, Bai Luokan feigned surprise and greeted the instructors politely. He then waved toward a corner, signaling Xiao Wu to come out and meet them. Upon learning that the new Demon King was just an ordinary horse, Instructor Yu's face went pale, her hair exploding wildly. Seeing Xiao Wu leaning cutely against Bai Luokan, Instructor Yu nearly burst from frustration. Why didn't she have such a powerful demon beast herself? While Yu stood speechless, the discipline and medicine instructors kept praising Bai Luokan's demon-raising skills. Salt was ruthlessly rubbed into Yu's wounds. It was a brutal humiliation. Meanwhile, the swordsmanship instructor, full of arrogance, revealed his ugly side completely. With false righteousness, he declared that all demon beasts should belong to Yu's division. Hearing such nonsense, Instructor Yu immediately objected. How could a beast raised by Bai Luokan himself be given to them for nothing? But the swordsmanship instructor shamelessly insisted, claiming Bai Luokan was a waste of level 7. Keeping the Demon King with him would be a disgrace. Hearing this made Instructor Yu feel slightly better. She immediately demanded Bai Luokan hand over control of Xiao Wu. But Bai Luokan, being who he was, Yu Shuai, garbled line. Gan Lai, garbled line. Yu Shuai, garbled line. Bai Luokan couldn't care less about these brainless brutes. He smirked and challenged them to summon their demon beasts for a proper showdown. Bai Luokan's calm words stunned the U Division's instructor. She couldn't believe Bai Luokan dared to provoke her like this. Seeing her disbelief, Bai Luokan calmly repeated his words. How could he fear such a narrow-minded waste? He would use Xiao Wu to prove that even casually raised beasts by him were top-notch. Faced with the now giant U Division instructor, Bai Luokan had no desire to waste words. He proposed a beast versus beast duel, a chance to test how strong Xiao Wu had become after ascending. Instructor Yu, being the reckless type, shrunk back to her normal size and pointed to the sky, casting a spell to summon her own Demon King, Audi. From the spell array, a giant bird beast slowly descended, even larger than the U instructor herself. As it descended, it showed off proudly. Unfolding its wings revealed a sleazy man's face. Fiery red eyes, yellow hair, muscle slabs, and women's boots. Flamboyant beyond belief. From high above, he sneered at Xiao Wu, newly ascended. Even Instructor Yu couldn't help but intervene. She couldn't let this arrogance continue unchecked. He was directly blocked by the swordsmanship instructor. He said it was just an ordinary sparring match. Why was the Yu instructor so anxious? Hearing this, Yu instructor could only use the dean's name to pressure them, hoping they wouldn't go too far. The swordsmanship instructor kept teasing the Yu instructor, mocking that it was just demon kings messing around. As he spoke, Ao-D lifted his toes, and his demon energy surged. The sound of breaking air exploded from his body, targeting Xiao Wu. Facing Ao-D, a demon king at great perfection, Xiao Wu's expression turned serious. In the blink of an eye, Ao-D seized the moment while Xiao Wu was distracted, and leapt into the air, swinging his fist straight at Xiao Wu's head. As a beast from the overlord lineage, Xiao Wu wasn't weak. Facing the incoming punch, he grabbed it backhandedly, seeing Xiao Wu starting to struggle a bit against Ao-D's attacks. Yu instructor became visibly excited. Ao-D's speed and strength clearly surpassed Xiao Wu. Just based on these 2 points, what right did Bai Luoken have to think his beast could win? But Bai Luoken didn't panic at all. He said everything shouldn't just be judged by appearances. Suddenly, purple energy burst from Xiao Wu's eyes. Thick sand-like wings spread from his body. He quickly condensed zero energy to form a purple giant, completely neutralizing Ao-D's fierce attack, and counter-attacking, sending Ao-D flying. Xiao Wu was a demon king capable of seriously wounding Mi Meng. How could he fear someone like Ao-D? The purple aura gathered rapidly around him, ready to completely crush Ao-D. He was determined to slap all the outsiders' faces with his strength. Before absolute strength, any bluffing was meaningless. Xiao Wu used strength to prove that Xiao Lu's help was no joke. He wasn't just a flashy showpiece. Then, in a brutal counter, Xiao Wu dissolved Ao-D's latest attack. Above his head, purple energy condensed into a humanoid form. His entire aura underwent a tremendous change. Seeing the silhouette above Xiao Wu, the swordsmanship instructor was stunned. Even Yu instructor couldn't believe it. They tried to tell Ao-D to stop Xiao Wu before his form completed. But like the saying goes, like master, like disciple. And arrogance made them miss their chance. It would cost them dearly later on. Xiao Wu didn't care whether Ao-D was strong or not. If he could attack, he would attack, no pointless nonsense. He charged forward into fierce combat. Explosions and booming sounds shook the courtyard. The massive shockwaves tore through Qingluan Peak. They had agreed on 1 incense stick's time for the duel. But the stick had long burned out. The match was reaching its climax. The swordsmanship instructor thought the winner was obvious, and started dozing off. The discipline instructor beside him shouted that victory and defeat had already been decided, waking the swordsmanship instructor from his dream. In the air, Ao-D was weakening rapidly, slowly falling to the ground. His energy shield was completely shattered by Xiao Wu. He wouldn't last much longer. At the moment Ao-D's energy collapsed, Xiao Wu's energy avatar punched out, multiple attacks raining down on Ao-D. Already weakened, Ao-D took even more damage. His once arrogant posture was now reduced to being beaten into the dirt by Xiao Wu. The physical and mental blows combined, and Ao-D finally collapsed under Xiao Wu's assault. The Yu instructor quickly retrieved the fallen Ao-D, and began blaming Bai Luoken. But Bai Luoken didn't bother arguing. The effort he put into raising Xiao Wu had nothing to do with them. Hearing this, the Yu instructor was fuming. He tried to use brute force to punish Bai Luoken, to show him what true despair was. But Bai Luoken, enhanced by his system, would never be scared by a great perfection stage loser. Mountains have trees, and trees have branches. But the heart of the star and moon is unknown. Yu instructor's affection for Bai Luoken had reached its peak. All past restraint was thrown aside. She directly kissed him. Bai Luoken's eyes widened in panic. He never expected his senior sister to be so bold. Just moments ago, Xiao Wu had defeated Ao-D, a demon king at great perfection. The Yu instructor, humiliated and furious, gritted her teeth, wanting to kill Bai Luoken for revenge. But Bai Luokan hadn't even resisted yet. The instructors from other departments couldn't hold back any longer and started intervening. A massive gourd suddenly fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. The instructor from the alchemy department immediately mocked Instructor Yu. Lost in a private duel but refused to admit defeat. Still kept boasting about how precious his beast was. Instructor Yu could really bet but couldn't accept losing. Hearing this, Instructor Yu realized they were not to be messed with. He hurried to stop the enraged head instructor of the Moon Demon department. Seeing that many instructors were siding with Bai Luokan, Instructor Yu had no choice but to sneer and lower his attacking hand. Cursing to himself that he would get his revenge for today's humiliation, he leapt into the air and flew away. Seeing that things had settled down, Bai Luokan cupped his hands and thanked the other instructors. In the past, everyone had to swallow their anger after being bullied by the Moon Demon and Sword Arts departments. This time, Bai Luokan had finally stood up for them. The Town Law Department instructor couldn't help but praise Instructor Yu, saying Bai Junior Brother was a good man. Instantly, Instructor Yu blushed, her face full of shy charm. The Alchemy Department instructor turned away and was about to leave. The Town Law Department instructor suddenly realized something and hurried to catch up, following the alchemy instructor out of the courtyard, while blessing them along the way, wishing that Instructor Yu and Instructor Bai would be happy together. Bai Luokan looked at Senior Sister Yu, who was still blushing, and couldn't help but let out a dry laugh to ease the awkwardness. Beside him, the small hut tugged at Bai Luokan's sleeve, saying he also wanted to go back to sleep. He didn't want to play the third wheel. Waving goodbye, he quickly ran off. Only Instructor Yu and Bai Luokan were left in the courtyard. Suddenly, Bai Luokan was pulled back by someone. Turning around, he saw Instructor Yu's cold, emotionless gaze. Bai Luokan immediately broke into a cold sweat. Before he could react, he was kissed by Instructor Yu's moist, soft lips. It felt like time had stopped. Bai Luokan didn't know where to place his hands. After a long while, Instructor Yu finally let go. She gazed at Bai Luokan with eyes full of affection, as if she wanted to devour him. The playful Instructor Yu smiled charmingly. Bai Luokan had no idea when she had released him. The intoxicated feeling vanished instantly. He covered his kissed lips, face burning red. Instructor Yu then made a cute, innocent face, and asked Bai Luokan how it felt to lose one of his most precious things. Bai Luokan broke into a cold sweat, pretending to stay calm, thinking thank goodness nothing further happened, silently agreeing that the old sayings were true. Women are scary, but beautiful women are even scarier. Instructor Yu, seeing Bai Luokan's wooden reaction, turned around and unfastened the buckle at her chest, thinking her junior brother was really lacking in romance, even wanting his senior sister to take the initiative. She shook her head and chuckled helplessly. She pulled out a silk cocoon from between her ample bosom, then fastened her clothes properly. Turning back, she handed the celebration cocoon from the unrestrained department to Bai Luokan. Bai Luokan helplessly smiled as he accepted it. He wanted to explain to Senior Sister Yu that he might not be able to make it recently. But when he looked up, he found he was alone in the courtyard. Instructor Yu had long disappeared. He sighed helplessly, realizing he had no choice but to go. Just as he was sighing, he didn't notice Su Liwei quietly appearing behind him. Su Liwei suddenly hugged her dazed master, breaking Bai Luokan's train of thought about how to go to the unrestrained department. Su Liyu's soft, round face pressed tightly against Bai Luokan's back. She murmured that she had reached a bottleneck for breakthrough. Just now, the infusion of spiritual energy during practice left her craving for more. Bai Luokan showed a weary expression, thinking his disciple was about to drain him dry. Looking at Su Liyu's big watery eyes, acting all innocent, Bai Luokan fought desperately to resist, afraid he might drop dead after a whole night of torment from Su Liwei. The next day, the unrestrained department was bustling with decorations and joy. Many from the Qinghong Academy's departments attended the banquet, showing off the many benefits they had gained from the secret realm. In the midst of laughter and chatter, the sneering voices of Sword Arts Department disciples broke the cheerful atmosphere. Mockery and gossip filled their words, with the mindset that if they couldn't have it, they'd ruin it. They claimed the secret realm resources were probably exchanged by Instructor Yu's body. Hearing such nonsense, Yun Ruo couldn't stand it anymore. She slammed the table and cursed the bastards loudly. At the same time, she unleashed the magic flute Bai Luokan had gifted her. Today, if she didn't beat these sword arts wastes, and tell their own mothers couldn't recognize them, they wouldn't know why flowers are so red. If you have no shame, you are truly invincible. People without shame can rule the world. But the monks from the Moon Demon Department were like dogs who couldn't stop eating shit. They had forgotten the 3 days and nights they were punished to kneel by Bai Luokan, and had once again started jumping around recklessly. Could it be that wherever there's excitement, the Lunar Demon Division must butt in? Just a moment ago, the Unrestrained Division's banquet had just started. Then the Swordsmanship Division came to provoke. They hurled all kinds of filthy insults at my master. Without wasting words, Yun Ruo launched an attack. A soft voice rang out. Private fights are prohibited in the academy. Yun Ruo quickly explained that it was the Swordsmanship Division who slandered the master first, accusing them of obtaining the secret realm's rewards dishonestly. They say a brainless senior is most fatal. Hearing Yun Ruo's words, the swordsmanship disciples immediately hatched a plan. They shouted wildly around them. The Unrestrained Division's resources must have been obtained improperly, and giving it to them would only be a waste. Voices surged in from all directions, attacking the Unrestrained Division. The Moon Teaching Division secretly cursed at the poor example set above. These words must have been taught by the swordsmanship instructors. Thus, they released a binding spell, slowly forming into a giant fist. Since you dare speak disrespectfully toward your elders, you shall face the consequences. The fist smashed onto the faces of the Swordsmanship Division disciples all at once. Suddenly, a voice from outside the 11 divisions came from afar. He walked and said, I have a good suggestion for Moon Teaching Master. Hand over 90% of Fanghu Mountain's resources to everyone. Then who would dare spread rumors? Upon hearing this, Yun Ruo's fiery little temper flared up again. The Unrestrained Division's resources were fought for with blood and sweat. Why should we give them to you? The speaker sneered and said, Why? Because this world respects strength. Trash like the Unrestrained Division doesn't deserve to use resources. While he was ranting arrogantly, he didn't notice a red thread quietly wrapping around his neck. A gentle, soothing tune appeared accompanied by elegant zither music. The red thread grew tighter and tighter. The weaker swordsmanship disciples couldn't resist and fainted. Bai Luokan walked over, laughing heartily, followed by a white-clad girl quietly playing the zither. She was actually a former soul envoy under the soul race, the infamous killer, Zilling. Seeing the newcomer, Yun Ruo was so shocked his mouth hung open. Even Yu Teaching Master was startled. Zilling spoke innocently. My previous appearance was just a disguise to conceal my true looks. Yu Teaching Master didn't care about her looks, but was more worried about her sudden appearance. Could it be that Zilling was also won over by Bai Luokan's gold chain, watch, and 3 daily barbecues? Removing her high-level disguise, she revealed her true appearance. Just a simple introduction was enough to make the Unrestrained Division tremble with fear. If the reincarnated souls in the Soul Envoys knew that Zilling had become Bai Luokan's little follower, they would vomit blood in rage and die on the spot. But Bai Luokan, this iron-willed, straight man, didn't care about any of that. He patted Zilling on the shoulder, intending to hand her over to the Unrestrained Division for demolition duty. Yu Teaching Master finally relaxed somewhat, pointing at the disciples from other divisions who were choking. If Zilling didn't release the spell, and they died in the Unrestrained Division, things would become very difficult to resolve. Receiving the order, Zilling obediently moved her fingers. Several strands of energy were released, and the purple threads binding their necks vanished into thin air. They collapsed on the ground, foaming at the mouth, convulsing all over. Bai Luokan awkwardly patted the now panicked Zilling. Maybe you were a bit too heavy-handed? In Xiling's fragile heart, a worry arose. If these people were really killed by her, would Bai Luokan subject her to days of severe torture again? As she thought about it, she actually grew even more excited. Before long, those unconscious disciples from other divisions were pushed out with small carts. At the entrance of the unrestrained division, they were sold off like pork at 800 yen per head, put up for sale outside. In no time, the unconscious swordsmanship and beast-taming disciples were all moved out. The array and alchemy disciples happily went to claim snacks from Yu teaching master. Bai Luokan watched this playful scene and smiled helplessly. Yu teaching master also sighed in relief, thinking the troublesome lot was finally handled. It was supposed to be a day of celebration, but the beast-taming and swordsmanship divisions had completely ruined the mood. While Yu teaching master was feeling helpless, two spells suddenly shot down from the sky toward Yu teaching master and his group. Bai Luokan caught them in his hand and realized they were message cranes sent by the headmaster. The paper cranes had two bold lines written on them. The mountain gate is in danger. All instructors, come quickly. At the mountain gate, there was a noisy uproar, with voices shouting for Yu Xuanzhu and Li Guanqi to come out. Their curses went on and on. A group of outer sect disciples blocked the entrance of Qinghong Academy. They showed a posture as if they wouldn't leave. Without a proper explanation, the swordsmanship division instructors rushed over, and upon seeing the scene before them, immediately turned into silent turtles, pushing all responsibility onto the unrestrained division, as if the academy's safety had nothing to do with them. They even tried to seize the chance to use the hands of other sects to eliminate the troublesome Bai Luokan. The unrestrained division and swordsmanship division were both part of the 6 major divisions of Qinghong Academy. They should have resisted difficulties together and supported one another. But the swordsmanship division instructors made a horrific decision. They actually allowed disciples from other sects to invade the unrestrained division and commit all kinds of atrocities, even defiling female disciples. The sound of clothes being torn and the heartbreaking cries of the girls echoed throughout the unrestrained division. Bai Luokan and Yu teaching master had just received the headmaster's summons and rushed to the academy gate. But they didn't expect that swordsmanship instructors were already bargaining with the other sects at the gate. Sects like He Shan sect had already started negotiating. He Shan sect's leader Du Ju roared, demanding justice for his disciples who had entered the secret realm. Zushan sect's leader Qingzu Shangren wore a cold expression behind his mask, showing no fear of Qinghong Academy's weaker power. He wasn't worried that these weaklings might retaliate desperately. Qingzu Shangren's main reason for attacking was to use the secret realm incident to find leverage against Yu Xuanzhu. Facing the combined pressure of 2 major sects, the swordsmanship instructors knew they couldn't afford to offend them. They decisively shifted all blame onto the unrestrained division. But the other sects were not so easily fooled. After a chaotic uproar, the swordsmanship instructors were drenched in spit and curses. Facing the accusations, they stopped trying to defend themselves and directly told He Shan sect and Zushan sect to settle matters with the unrestrained division themselves. This led to the earlier tragedy, where female disciples were humiliated. Inside the unrestrained division, sounds of clothes being torn and cries of suffering continued. The leader of He Shan sect watched the curvy female disciples and couldn't help but drool lewdly. Meanwhile, the leader of Zushan sect specifically targeted a certain flirtatious instructor from the unrestrained division. She must be left for him. The invading disciple was about to tear off the clothes of the busty girl, muttering, "Don't," along with obscene teasing words, when suddenly a cold gleam appeared. An immortal needle shot forth like a dragon. 2 hands gripped 10 silver needles, emanating green light, piercing straight through the brute's shoulders. Bai Luoken sighed helplessly. Normally, using spiritual energy wouldn't casually annihilate a brute like this. Looks like he had played a bit too hard the night before. From now on, he should stay away from female zombies that absorb yang energy. Absolutely stay away. The brute with pierced shoulders was instantly engulfed in green flames. His body rapidly melted before everyone's eyes. Moments later, he vomited blood, turning into a pile of flesh. He slowly collapsed to the ground. Frightened, all the invading outer sect disciples stopped their actions immediately. They all turned simultaneously to look at Bai Luoken, who was slowly walking toward them. As Bai Luoken appeared, it was worth a fortune of gold. No need for some overwhelming rain of deadly needles. With just a single poisoned needle, he effortlessly killed the brute attacking the unrestrained division. Originally still arrogant, Du Ju and Qingzu Shangren were both instantly shocked. They hurriedly restrained their disciples, ordering them not to act rashly. Bai Luoken, unhurried and composed, slowly walked toward the crowd. It was as if he had searched high and low, only for the enemies to deliver themselves. Qinghong Academy was not a place for random dogs and cats to run wild. He Shan sect's leader Du Ju pointed at Bai Luoken and cursed, saying he was merely seeking an explanation, and Bai Luoken had no right to kill people without reason. But Du Ju seemed to have forgotten he just encouraged his men to abduct the unrestrained division's female disciples and enslave them. Such shamelessness was truly unprecedented. Meanwhile, Qingzu Shangren saw Yu teaching master standing close to Bai Luoken. He instantly flew into a rage, finally realizing why his marriage proposal had failed. She rejected a skilled cultivator like him, and chose some waste from Zan sect instead. How could he not be furious? Hearing Qingzu Shangren spewing nonsense, Bai Luoken realized he had proposed to Yu teaching master countless times. Yu teaching master looked helplessly at Bai Luoken. They had only met once, but he had been harassing her relentlessly ever since. Since then, he had been coming to harass her at the academy daily. In 3 years, he proposed over 200 times. Yu teaching master desperately tried to explain to Bai Luoken she didn't want Qingzu Shangren to ruin their relationship. Hearing this, Bai Luoken laughed. So persistent, yet just a pathetic simp. Qingzu Shangren, already on the verge of exploding, was trembling with anger. His smile disappeared, replaced by a twisted sneer. Since he couldn't get Yu Xuanju, he would destroy everything she cared about, including the unrestrained division. Realizing Qingzu Shangren's emotional instability, Bai Luoken directly hugged Yu teaching master's slender waist. Qingzu Shangren, who was trying to calm himself, once again erupted in uncontrollable rage. Du Ju quickly held him back, afraid that if they fought, it would ruin their plans to seize resources. Hearing this, Bai Luoken smiled even wider. So their true goal was both women and resources. Worrying about a warm-hearted uncle who chopped wood for 10 years at the academy. He wasn't respected even by his fellow students. Even outer sect disciples mocked Bai Luoken, calling him just a useless man married into Zan sect. Bai Luoken was long used to such insults. After all, he was an unrivaled expert, who simply didn't want to stir up trouble. Du Ju saw that his verbal attacks had no effect on Bai Luoken. So he turned his aggression toward Yu Zhaoxi, who was watching him. His disciples from the Heshan sect had been slaughtered in the secret realm. The CE department must give an explanation for this. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhaoxi hurriedly began an inspection. It turned out that all the massacres of sect disciples in the secret realm were done by Jiao Palace. Seeing Yu Zhaoshi's innocent-looking face, Du Ju was instantly furious. Even though Jile Palace had been exterminated, he was still making excuses. Yu Zhaoshi was left stunned on the spot. He turned to look at Bai Luokan, who had a stiff smile and cold sweat on his face. Bai Luokan couldn't exactly admit that he was the one who wiped out Jile Palace. He quickly changed the subject and suggested having a match to compete for resources instead. If they wanted something, they should win it through strength. Du Ju decisively rejected Bai Luokan's boring proposal. However, Qingzu Shangren on the side agreed with great interest. Bai Luokan was secretly delighted and began to explain the rules of the competition. Each side would send 5 disciples under the 70th mile of the Golden Core stage. Best of 5 matches. Whoever won 3 matches would claim the resources. Du Ju and Qingzu Shangren whispered together in discussion. They knew Bai Luokan had a strong disciple, but they had their secret weapon too. They decisively agreed to Bai Luokan's arena match. And even added another condition. Qingzu Shangren's face turned serious. The additional condition was that he wanted to personally drown Bai Luokan. Without even thinking, Bai Luokan agreed on the spot. Yu Zhaoshi immediately stood in front of Bai Luokan and shouted that it wasn't allowed. Blushing, he muttered softly. If Bai Luokan was drowned, how could he be used in the future? He absolutely couldn't let his future livelihood be cut off. To outsiders, Yu Zhaoshi's nervous actions seemed particularly intimate. Seeing the goddess he had pursued for so long willing to die for another man. Qingzu Shangren was so furious he almost lost his mind. But Bai Luokan completely ignored the enraged simp. He also added an additional condition. If Qinghong Academy won, he wanted the heads of everyone who came to stir up trouble. A rumbling sound echoed across the sky. The Qinghong Academy's arena shook violently. The first match for the CE department ended in defeat. Offensive magic wasn't their strong suit. Zushan Zun's victory drew cheers from the watching disciples. They shouted they would beat up all Qinghong Academy disciples. Qingzu Shangren kept mocking Bai Luokan endlessly. Bai Luokan pretended not to hear. He continued eating his skewers with great relish. Qingzu Shangren's face turned furious after being ignored. He thought Bai Luokan was still pretending to be calm when death was near. He turned his head and saw Yu Zhaoshi and Su Liwei approaching. He fawningly greeted Yu Xuanju. Yu Zhaoshi directly ignored this simp who had proposed 200 times. He went straight to Bai Luokan, exchanging flirtatious glances. Qingzu Shangren's face twisted in hatred once again. He cursed inwardly, wondering what he lacked compared to that useless Xuanzhao husband. Hearing Qingzu Shangren's endless muttering nearby, Yu Zhaoshi coldly asked him what exactly he wanted. Qingzu Shangren's words were full of moral coercion. He pretended everything he did was for their own good, telling them not to stubbornly follow Bai Luokan to their deaths. Yu Zhaoshi couldn't be bothered with him, because he trusted his disciple. And he firmly believed Bai Luokan would not lose. Together with Su Liwei, he came to Bai Luokan's side, picked up some skewers and started eating happily, leaving the furious Qingzu Shangren behind. After greeting Yu Zhaoshi, Yun Ruo confidently rushed into the arena. But as soon as the match began, 2 powerful sword auras struck. His clothes were instantly torn into tatters. The man wielding the sword across from him said flirtatiously, "Little beauty, why don't you just surrender? Yun Ruo, be a good girl and surrender." Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee that his mighty sword wouldn't actually hurt her. Yun Ruo was furious. The man in front of her only slashed at her clothes, not her body. Clearly, he was nothing but a despicable pervert. The man laughed flirtatiously, saying his mighty sword was only interested in clothes. "If you're not convinced, come fight me." As the sword-wielding man ogled her exposed fair skin, Yun Ruo's expression gradually turned serious. She raised her hand, summoning her spiritual energy to counterattack. A powerful shockwave spread rapidly. The man's face filled with disbelief. There was a clear hierarchy even among spiritual energies. The man, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, now looked down at his limp spiritual sword in shock. His face turned mournful. He kept shaking his once upright mighty sword that could no longer rise. It seemed it would never harden again. The mighty sword met its match. It proved that in the face of overwhelming strength, it was just for show and completely useless. Just one clash had made the previously hard sword go limp. Yun Ruo ignored the screams of the Zushan sect disciple. She immediately performed the song Broken Intestines across the horizon. The sonic attack turned into countless sword shadows, slashing directly at the man. The roaring sound blasted the Zushan sect disciple out of the arena. The spectators, who had been jeering moments ago, were now gaping in shock at the sudden display of power. Meanwhile, the mighty swordholder sat on the ground, face full of despair. He stared helplessly at his spiritual energy that would no longer rise. The match ended with Yun Ruo's victory for the CE department. On the viewing platform, Qingzu Shangren once again revealed his ugly face. How could such powerful earth energy be in the hands of an ordinary disciple? Bai Luokan chuckled quietly at the side. Earth energy to someone inexperienced was naturally a shocking thing. He couldn't help but mock Qingzu Shangren. If you bark like a dog 3 times, I'll gift you a bit of earth energy. Hearing this trash Bai Luokan mock him, Qingzu Shangren's temper flared up immediately. Du Ju quickly stopped Qingzu Shangren's imminent outburst. No matter how strong earth energy was, an ordinary disciple still couldn't unleash its full power. It would be better to use their Heshan sect's secret weapon to crush them. Their disciple was specialized in countering female cultivators. As Du Ju explained, a foul stench began to waft in from outside the arena. The overwhelming smell made many disciples in the audience instantly vomit. A ragged, filthy man, exuding a strong stench of feces, slowly walked onto the arena stage. Yun Ruo quickly covered her mouth and nose, but the smell still made her eyes roll back. She almost fainted. I, Li Heisheng of the Heshan sect, am here to challenge you. I hope you tender little maidens from the CE department will go easy on me. Yun Ruo focused her eyes and saw that Li Heisheng was actually a fairly handsome middle-aged man. It was just that to cultivate his technique, he had to endure inhuman training and withstand endless ridicule and gossip. Only then could he, within 15 years in a cesspit, master a technique specialized in countering female cultivators. However, the stench alone was enough to make Yun Ruo lose her courage at that moment. No one wanted too much physical contact with Li Heisheng. Everyone thought the stench could be washed away by water, completely suppressing the spreading odor. But Li Heisheng wasn't just some freak spreading foul smells. He was a warrior who spent 15 years in a cesspit to cultivate a powerful technique. Facing a strong enemy, Bai Luokan let Yun Ruo's senior sister fight on his behalf, and told Yun Ruo to change her tattered clothes. Li Heisheng didn't care about the unremarkable CE division. Whoever faced him would just be brutally crushed. Confronted with the oncoming stench, Yun Shi frowned in visible discomfort. Before she could even finish speaking, Li Heisheng charged at her head-on. The lingering stench rushed toward Yun Shi at an alarming speed. She hurriedly used her clear water technique to resist. In her heart, she wondered what kind of technique the Heshan sect cultivated. Even her clear water array had no effect. As the two techniques clashed, the power of the spreading stench grew even stronger. The audience, who had just stopped vomiting, collapsed again from weakness. A teacher from the formations division, wrinkling his nose against the foul smell, commented as he approached, saying how reckless it was for the CE division to randomly accept marriage challenges like this. But did he forget that all these external troublemakers were actually invited by him with cheerful words? Only the teacher from the formation division handed Su Liwei a 4-sided sachet, which could help ward off the overwhelming stench. Hearing this, Su Liwei quickly asked what terrifying and disgusting technique this was. The formation division teacher hesitated for a moment, then replied that it seemed very similar to a technique from old rumors. Cultivation had to be performed in extremely harsh environments, and the longer the immersion time, the stronger the power. It was called the incomplete Tao. Master Qingzu, enduring the suffocating stench. Wondered how anyone would actually study such a technique. Du Ju also felt speechless. He simply thought Li Haisheng had no talent and thus resorted to desperate measures. Yet, this man was surprisingly persistent. Spending 15 whole years in a cesspit. It might stink terribly, but if it meant defeating Qinghong Academy, so be it. Listening to their whispers, Bai Luochen felt speechless too. He didn't expect them to stoop so low just to win. Truly shameless. When Yun Ruo came out after changing clothes, she immediately retched. Bai Luochen stroked his chin thoughtfully. If they could just give him a proper bath. Wouldn't his technique be neutralized? But while the idea was beautiful, reality was harsh. A great splash of water enveloped Li Haisheng. But it had little effect in cleansing the overwhelming stench. Heavenly cycles of karma. Heaven spares no one. The swordsmanship instructor who kept targeting Bai Luochen and his group was suddenly attacked by a raging wugo, causing chaos. It turned out to be the essence that Li Haisheng accumulated over 15 years at Hishan sect. When it collided with Yun Zai's painstakingly cultivated water spells, instead of being neutralized by the water, the stench grew even more rampant, swirling violently. It overwhelmed not only the scornful contestants, but even the instructors in the stands, who felt the full force of the wugo's power. Everyone had to activate their protective shields. Even the most arrogant instructors couldn't escape. Even the aloof Qingzu Shangren cursed under his breath. Instructor Yu tried persuading Bai Luochen to surrender. After all, facing such an overwhelming opponent was sickening enough. How could they bear to let their own disciples suffer? Instructor Yu felt a deep sense of pity. Bai Luochen quickly told Yun Shi to withdraw. This battle was indeed too much for her. He turned to Su Liwei, telling her to prepare for battle. Nearby, the swordsmanship instructor, who overheard Bai Luochen's words, sneered. He despised the four virtues female disciples, claiming they were useless, wasting academy resources, and serving only as entertainers rather than cultivators. Bai Luochen's gaze turned cold, filled with killing intent. Normally he ignored such scum. But now the fool had crossed the line. The swordsmanship instructor's protective shield instantly vanished. Still laughing arrogantly, he failed to notice the filth flying straight into his mouth. He swallowed a mouthful of the filth in one gulp. Instantly, a look of agony and nausea appeared on his face. He hadn't expected to eat something so vile. Grabbing at his throat, he retched miserably. Bai Luochen watched from the side with amusement. Truly, a dog cannot change its ways. Let's see how he can act arrogant now. Seeing Bai Luochen's mocking eyes, the swordsmanship instructor burned with shame. He summoned his sword in fury, attempting to attack Bai Luochen. The alchemy instructor quickly intervened. Their academy was under external threat. Yet he dared attack his own senior? The swordsmanship instructor was furious, accusing Bai Luochen of making him eat filth, even as he ranted indignantly. A thunderous boom echoed across the sky. Du Ju, who had been watching silently, was filled with disbelief. He knew Bai Luochen's disciples were strong, but not to this extent. They could summon lightning from thin air. Li Haisheng was struck down instantly. Heaven never birthed another Li Haisheng. The world would be shrouded in endless night. They thought Su Liu's strike would utterly defeat Li Haisheng. But it turned out to be just an appetizer. Qingzu Shangren barely held back his nausea. He urged Du Ju to abandon such useless disciples. Don't let him embarrass their academy further. Du Ju still hesitated, looking at the charred Li Haisheng, lying amidst the rubble. Everyone thought he was dead. But then his scorched skin peeled off, revealing radiant, white flesh beneath. Gone was the greasy, foul image. Li Haisheng had used Su Liu's thunder to refine his body. The instructors in the stands gaped in shock. Against all odds, Li Haisheng had turned the situation around. Instructor Yao's face turned grim. Li Haisheng must not become a perfect wugo. Otherwise, the academy's prestige would plummet. He urged Su Liwei to act now. To kill Li Haisheng before the refinement finished. But Su Liwei ignored him. He stopped attacking and sat down to cultivate. Instructor Yao flew into a rage. Facing a crisis. And yet pretending nothing was wrong. He cursed Bai Luochen for teaching such a useless disciple. And now, Su Liwei even dared to meditate at this moment. Unable to bear it, he exploded at Bai Luochen. Bai Luochen couldn't be bothered to respond to such mad ranting. Seeing his persuasion fail, Instructor Yao could only fume in frustration. Just then, Du Ju sneered loudly. So what if he's the strongest constitution below the heavenly Tao? Why panic? Let him return to his sect. You'll have plenty of time to worry later. Instructor Yao, fuming with rage, shouted that He Shan's sect could indeed cultivate Wugo bodies. Why can't they cultivate it? He immediately patted the shoulders of other instructors. Yang Yan declared they would report to the dean tomorrow. Everyone would cultivate the Wugo body together. Hearing them talk about how powerful the Wugo body was, Instructor Yu couldn't help but start worrying about Su Liwei again. But Bai Luochen just smiled and told him not to worry. His disciple had not even shown her true strength yet. He thought that for Su Liwei, a mere Gudao body was nothing. After all, Su Liwei was a reborn loose immortal. Far superior to these so-called prodigies. Sitting at the exam platform, Su Liwei slowly opened her eyes. She saw that Li Haisheng had shed his charred body, revealing his transformed self. He was arrogantly shouting without restraint. The powerful spiritual energy around him was overflowing. The muscles on his body were clearly defined. Seeing Su Liwei seemingly mesmerized by his physique, he was ready to show her his true strength. He, Li Haisheng, was far stronger than those pampered prodigies raised in greenhouses. Far, far stronger. Li Haisheng, who could have become famous. Never expected. His Wugo body was incomplete. Facing the pressure from his sect, he had no choice but to attack Su Liwei. But with her current state, how could he possibly win? A rough and blurry soul force, 134, continuously defeated him again and again. He had no choice but to attack Su Liwei. But with her current state, how could he possibly win? After a thick bolt of lightning, Li Haisheng's whole body was smoking black. His spiritual energy scattered. Du Ju slowly descended from the stands. Seeing Li Haisheng had no strength left to resist, he looked at him with disgust. Li Haisheng knew losing the match would bring severe punishment from the sect. He dared to beg the sect master to give him one more chance. But Du Ju, extremely prideful, could not tolerate defeat. He directly expelled Li Haisheng from the sect. Li Haisheng clung desperately to Du Ju's pants, begging for one more chance. He said he could go train in the latrines if needed. At this moment, Du Ju showed pure disgust. He cursed at Li Haisheng. Do you think cultivating a body is child's play? You think you can succeed just by wanting it? He kicked Li Haisheng away, knocking away the hands clinging to his pants, sending him flying several meters to vent his anger. Du Ju was extremely frustrated. Never had he thought someone who had trained in filth for over 10 years could become so strong. Li Haisheng even developed an almost unbeatable Gudao body. But to his dismay, it was only half complete. Still a useless waste. Meanwhile, the CE department's matches continued. Abandoned, Li Haisheng wandered aimlessly through a small forest. He couldn't understand. He had trained so hard to bring honor to his sect. Yet after losing, Du Ju abandoned him so heartlessly. Had he done something wrong? Was the heavens so unfair to him? The more he thought about it, the more wronged he felt. The pain in his heart and body made him cough up a mouthful of blood. Lying defeated on the ground, his consciousness faded. At that moment, a voice called out, pulling him back to reality. You. Do you want revenge? His tear-filled eyes slowly opened a crack. Through the blur, he saw a man before him. A stream of energy flew toward him. A powerful life force instantly enveloped Li Haisheng's badly damaged body. At a speed visible to the naked eye, his body was being repaired. Even he hadn't expected that just a single energy surge could pull him back from the brink of death and restore him to peak condition. He saw the man before him. It was Bai Luokan, the firewood-chopping uncle despised by the world. Yet he possessed such power. Seeing the shock in Li Haisheng's eyes, Bai Luokan, ruthless and direct, simply said, while helping repair his body, he had also reforged his Wugo body, successfully pushing him into Gudao. The rest depended on whether he wanted revenge. To take revenge on the Heshan sect that abandoned him. Bai Luokan's power wasn't frightening. What was frightening was if Bai Luokan was into men. Having been defeated, Li Haisheng, now alone in the woods, was saved by Bai Luokan. And even reforged. Feeling the pleasure of his body being healed, he couldn't help but doubt Bai Luokan. He wondered why someone his sect had wronged would still heal all his injuries, even improving his cultivation. Bai Luokan smiled and said they were alike. Both had suffered betrayal. Both knew the pain of being cast aside. Li Haisheng's heart trembled. From what he heard from his sect, Bai Luokan was just a firewood-chopping loser. But even so, it couldn't compare to being abandoned and spending 15 years in a latrine. That was just unimaginable horror. But Bai Luokan's suffering, Li Haisheng could never comprehend. Bai Luokan had once been a master among demon kings, seriously injured defending the academy. His strength had plummeted. He was then humiliated and bullied by every department. Even ordinary disciples openly mocked him, calling him nothing more than a firewood slave. Thinking about all that, all his past experiences, Bai Luokan shook his head helplessly. He said to Li Haisheng behind him, "If you don't want revenge for being cast aside, then just pretend I was never here." Li Haisheng immediately fell into a dilemma. Thinking about his current situation, he realized he had no choice but to follow Bai Luokan. If he missed this chance, he would lose all hope for revenge. He shouted at Bai Luokan's back, begging him to stop, no matter how unwilling he was inside. He knelt down with a loud thud. Li Haisheng was willing to give up everything for revenge. He begged Bai Luokan for guidance. Bai Luokan, open-minded and cheerful, immediately broke into a grin, praising Li Haisheng, saying he was truly teachable. The Wugo body was indeed the strongest foundation for Gudao. If properly trained, it could achieve even greater heights. Li Haisheng stared at Bai Luokan, a bit dumbfounded. He asked when the revenge training would begin. Bai Luokan stayed silent for a moment, then replied, and scared Li Haisheng into a cold sweat. Bai Luokan said he had to take off his pants first. Only then could they begin. Li Haisheng instantly panicked. Could it be that Instructor Bai had those kinds of interests? No wonder so many people in the academy avoided him. No wonder he was still alone. Even the beautiful Instructor Yu couldn't attract him. Turns out he was interested in men's bodies. Li Haisheng began to wonder. Had he escaped one wolf only to fall into a tiger's den? It had to be said. Everyone thought Bai Luokan was into both men and women. Even Bai Luokan himself started to doubt his own preferences. Li Haisheng looked completely terrified. He stared fearfully at Instructor Bai, frantically covering his chest with his hands. Bai Luokan, confused by Li Haisheng's strange behavior, couldn't help but urge him again. Hurry up and take off your pants. Li Haisheng timidly said it was his first time too. So could Instructor Bai be a little gentler? Bai Luokan immediately got a headache. Why was he acting just like his two disciples? Was he really the lecherous scoundrel everyone thought he was? Was he really a depraved pervert? In a fit of anger, Bai Luokan exploded at Li Haisheng, shouting furiously, I just want to check your body condition, that's all. Have you stayed in the latrine so long? Your brain turned to mush? If you keep overthinking things, I'll make you a eunuch. Understanding Bai Luokan's true intentions, Li Haisheng blushed again, apologizing awkwardly to instructor Bai. It was my impure thoughts, he said. After a while, Bai Luokan examined Li Haisheng's lower body, finally realizing something. So that's the problem, he said. He now understood why Li Haisheng's body refinement had failed. Turning away, unable to bear the sight, he told Li Haisheng to put his pants back on. He warned him that the upcoming body refinement would be painful, and he had to endure it. A surge of powerful spiritual energy was poured into Li Haisheng's body, immediately causing him to gasp and cry out. The sounds made Bai Luokan's scalp tingle. He warned him, "If you keep screaming, I'll really castrate you." The scene then shifted back to the CE competition grounds. Su Li Yu was crackling with electricity. This time, her opponent was the powerful Jindan stage cultivator from Bamboo Mountain Cave, Master Qingzu. To ensure victory, they even sent Zhu Li, who was 2 levels above Su Li Yu. Looking at Zhu Li's condescending gaze, Su Li Yu remained calm and composed. She had seen all kinds of formations before. After all, she was a reincarnated loose immortal. Unexpectedly, Zhu Li was just like his master. A shameless scoundrel. He would do anything to win. Absolutely anything. He immediately began chanting the spell for the 9 palace killing formation. The air filled with waves of green spiritual energy. The formation rose up instantly. The 9 palace formation enveloped the entire arena. Several green dragons charged towards Su Li Yu, with an aura of relentless aggression. The instructors of the Qinghong Academy looked extremely grim. They feared Su Li Yu would definitely lose this time. Instructor Yu was full of worry for Su Li Yu's safety, muttering to himself, "Why is Bai Luokan nowhere to be seen at such a crucial moment?" The sword techniques instructor, hearing this, started mocking again. He must have run away seeing defeat coming. But right as he spoke, Bai Luokan landed with a bang, slapping the sword instructor's ugly face with pure strength. When facing a crisis, don't panic. Take out some skewers and have a bite first. Even as Su Li Yu struggled against Zhu Li, everyone in the stands had already guessed the outcome. Even Instructor Yu began to panic. If Su Li Yu truly lost to Zhu Li from the Bamboo sect, Bai Luokan's life would be at stake. And Yu would have to lower herself and marry that sleazebag. There would be no more sweet, happy life with Bai Luokan. Amid all the cold mockery, at this critical moment Bai Luokan suddenly leapt into the stands, the impact sending stone slabs flying, directly knocking Qingzu Master unconscious. Bai Luokan ignored that sleazebag, cheerfully comforting the frantic Yu Xianju. As long as Su Li Yu hasn't surrendered, the outcome is still uncertain. Hearing this, even the formation arts instructors grew uneasy. After all, Zhu Li's strength was formidable. The 9 palace killing formation alone might overwhelm Su Li Yu. Bai Luokan remained calm, explaining that although his disciple wasn't from the formation arts department, her knowledge of formations was no less than theirs. Even so, the instructors couldn't help worrying, watching anxiously as the two fought on stage. Numerous green dragons, formed from spiritual energy, relentlessly attacked Su Li Yu. Her clothes were being ripped apart little by little. Still, she remained standing firm. Her clothes were gradually being shredded apart by the attacks. The energy shield Su Li Yu conjured with spiritual power also started to crack. While resisting, she spoke to Zhu Li. She admitted that the 9 palace formation's killing move was strong. But she was a reincarnated loose immortal after all. With a loud rumble, Zhu Li's voice was full of disbelief. Su Li Yu, despite the attacks breaking her shield, was still unharmed. She remained perfectly fine. Zhu Li simply could not believe that his strength and formation couldn't kill her. He started chanting again, releasing even fiercer green dragons. Su Li Yu's body was surrounded by blue spiritual energy like sharp blades, continuously slicing the illusionary dragons apart. She leapt high, dodging all of Zhu Li's attacks. Upon landing, Su Li Yu said calmly that she had long grown tired of dealing with the founder of this formation. Zhu Li was completely stunned. He panicked instantly. The Nine Palace Killing Formation was created by a millennia-old Earth immortal. How could someone of Su Li Yu's current strength break it? Su Li Yu chuckled as she thought of Man, who had just turned human again. Amused, she remembered that the creator was none other than her good friend, the Earth immortal Man. Meanwhile, on Qingluan Peak, Man was experiencing her human body for the first time in 5,000 years. Unaware that her formation was being used against her best friend. If she knew, she would surely wipe out all those unworthy disciples in a fit of rage. While Zhu Li panicked in fear, Su Li Yu forcibly dismantled the formation. She even kindly suggested Zhu Li surrender. Or if he had any other tricks, he should use them now. Facing Su Li Yu's arrogance, Zhu Li retreated a few steps. Then knelt and shouted, "All demon spirits, heed my command." Suddenly, purple smoke rose with eerie howls. A giant purple vortex surged towards Su Li Yu. Su Li Yu hastily deployed a shield to resist. The instructors in the stands gasped in shock. The purple formation turned out to be the Soul Sect's Thousand Threads soul-binding array. Even the previously mocking beast control instructor couldn't help but question Master Qingzu, asking what was going on. Instructor Yu cursed Qingzu in his heart for colluding with evil sects. Although not a major sect, Bamboo Sect had always been upright. But under Qingzu's leadership, it became corrupted. How could he face his ancestors? Hearing this, Qingzu sneered. What business is it of you Qinghong Academy instructors? Even Du Ju mocked them, asking if they were regretting the competition terms now. Instructor Yu was furious but helpless. They couldn't beat them in a fight, nor win verbally. Only Bai Luokan watched their argument with great interest. He had no intention of joining in. Instructor Yu turned to Bai Luokan, urging him to stop the match and save Su Li Yu. Bai Luokan shrugged helplessly, saying it had just begun. Instructor Yu widened his eyes in disbelief. He never imagined his junior would say that. Master Qingzu was puzzled by Bai Luokan's calmness. His disciple was about to die. How could he be so relaxed? Zhu Li's purple demon mist filled the arena. Even a formation master couldn't evade it. The soul cultivator's thirst for victory and Zhu Li's twisted face were horrifying. But even when a demon claw gripped Su Li Yu's throat, she still sneered. This is nothing compared to the Nine Palace Killing Formation. Zhu Li lost his temper completely. Purple light exploded from his eyes, ready to kill her. Master Qingzu cheered excitedly in the stands, while Instructor Yu covered his mouth in horror. Only Bai Luokan watched calmly, because he trusted his disciple could easily crush these weaklings. Su Li Yu's overwhelming strength drove Zhu Li mad. He unleashed an evil soul-cultivating technique against her. As a demon blade approached her, Su Li Yu wore a mocking smile. But the blade suddenly cut through her head. She died instantly without warning. Her body collapsed, blood gushing out. Her head rolled beside her corpse. The once flushed face turned deathly pale. The beast control and sword technique instructors were thrilled. If Bai Luokan was killed by Qingzu, it would be better than New Year's. Seeing Su Li Yu's tragic death, Yu Xianju could no longer hold back and attacked Du Ju. What was supposed to be a friendly match turned into a brutal killing of Su Li Yu. Du Ju and Master Qingzu quickly tried to defend themselves. If it weren't for Su Li Yu's reckless words, she wouldn't have been killed. Hearing such weak excuses, Instructor Yu was about to erupt again. At that moment, Bai Luokan gently pulled his arm and told him not to rush. It wasn't time to get angry yet. Hearing Bai Luokan's words, Instructor Yu lifted his beautiful eyebrows in disbelief. Su Li Yu had been brutally killed. And yet her master showed no sign of sadness. Bai Luokan simply reassured Yu Xianju to stay calm. The match was not truly over yet. On the field, Zhu Li, who had killed Su Li Yu, spat on Su Li Yu's corpse mockingly. He thought she was a tough opponent. But she died so easily. Just as Zhu Li mocked, a massive surge of energy erupted behind him. A cocoon appeared out of nowhere. The energy continued to expand. Su Li Yu, completely naked but unharmed, appeared before everyone. Zhu Li was terrified. He had clearly seen Su Li Yu's head fall off. He turned in shock to look at the ground, seeing the head turn into blue ice crystals and begin to crack. Zhu Li angrily questioned Su Li Yu whether she knew soul arts. Su Li Yu, having changed into new clothes from her space ring, replied it was just a demon technique. Zhu Li was sweating profusely, feeling it was unbelievable. He decided to surrender. But before he could say it, a dark shadow flashed by. Before he could speak, Su Li Yu casually flung him away. He smashed heavily against the protective wall. A huge rumble echoed. With just a simple move, Zhu Li spat blood. His bones and muscles were severely injured. Soon he lost consciousness, unable to fight anymore. Thus, the winner of the match was Su Li Yu of Qinghong Academy. Endless cycles of revenge, who can break free? Su Li Yu, a reincarnated loose immortal, always repaid her grudges. With just one casual strike, she slammed the once arrogant Zhu Li against the wall. After her victory, a silk-like substance dripped from the corner of her mouth. It was the ice silkworm casing from Mi Meng. It was meant to save her life at a critical moment. It was indeed effective, but also extremely disgusting. Su Li Yu spat out the wet silk, holding it up to look. Before she could examine it, the smell of Mi Meng's saliva hit her. Su Li Yu threw the silk away in disgust. After enduring the shocking battle, even under strong soul cultivation influence, Master Qingzu never imagined his proud disciple would be so easily defeated. Frustrated, he pointed at Bai Luokan and ranted. How could a spirit realm beat a golden core? This must be cheating. Bai Luokan coldly watched Master Qingzu's tantrum. Perhaps in their minds, they would never admit defeat. Bai Luokan clenched his fist and slowly approached. Since the disciples' match was settled, the two sect leaders should fulfill their wager. Du Ju hurriedly fled, seeing Bai Luokan's murderous aura. Master Qingzu tried to threaten Bai Luokan, saying they were all from the southern region. Would he really wipe them out? While speaking, he involuntarily backed away. But Bai Luokan would not spare him. Such scum deserved no mercy. Spiritual power gathered in his hands. Master Qingzu knew escape was impossible. He cursed Bai Luokan under his breath. His veins bulged, gathering spiritual energy wildly. A deafening boom echoed around him. Purple-black liquid burst forth with the energy. His weak scholar-like form expanded massively. Sharp horns grew from his forehead. The beast control instructor was shocked to see his hidden strength. The sword technique instructor said he even had demonic spirit stones. Such terrifying power. Even all the Qinghong instructors combined couldn't defeat him. At lightning speed, Master Qingzu swung his fist at Bai Luokan. Facing the attack, Bai Luokan showed no fear. Instead, he smirked at Master Qingzu's brute force. Because his counterattack would soon teach Qingzu what it meant to be human. The rivers and mountains do not betray a hero's tears. Raise your sword and break through the heavens. With one surge of noble spirit, ride the 1,000-mile wind. The battlefield was filled with blood-red energy, covering the entire arena. With a single gesture, no demon or god could resist Bai Luokan's might. At that moment, Master Qingzu realized he had no chance of winning. Facing Bai Luokan's overwhelming strength, he had no choice but to reveal his true power. To him, crushing a nascent soul waste was nothing. His towering body charged forward. A massive fist smashed toward Bai Luokan's face. Bai Luokan was about to counterattack, when Yu Xianju rushed in and tackled him away. A gust of wind followed as Qingzu's punch missed Bai Luokan by inches. Instructor Yu cried out in relief, thankful he had made it in time to save his dear old baby. In Yu Xianju's embrace, Bai Luokan looked helpless. If he didn't die from a punch, he might suffocate from this embrace. Seeing Bai Luokan blessed yet ungrateful, Qingzu was furious, and also secretly a little envious. He shouted loudly at the lovey-dovey pair, declaring he would kill Yu Xianju and Bai Luokan. Suddenly, Bai Luokan's mocking voice came. "You're triggered so easily by this little trick?" In a flash, Bai Luokan appeared before Qingzu. Hearing the voice, Qingzu turned in shock. He didn't even know when Bai Luokan got there. But it was too late. Bai Luokan's counterattack was already upon him. A powerful red aura engulfed Qingzu completely. On the stands, the instructors stared wide-eyed in shock. Bai Luokan had crushed a powerful opponent, 5 realms above him with one punch. Not even dust remained. Seeing this, Du Ju collapsed in terror. As Bai Luokan approached, he knelt down and begged for mercy. Bai Luokan spared him, knowing someone else outside would seek revenge. Bai Luokan turned to Yu Xianju, teasing if she enjoyed hugging his puppet. Yu Xianju, still in shock, looked down and realized it really was a puppet. Her face flushed bright red. She muttered that the puppet could count as compensation. Meanwhile, other instructors were still stunned. But Bai Luokan's one-punch kill was undeniable. The formation arts instructor smiled knowingly, thinking it was time to settle old scores. The beast control and sword instructors fled in embarrassment. The alchemy instructor joked that Bai Luokan should have informed the academy earlier of his restored strength. Maybe he had his reasons. Regardless, it was good news. Seeing Su Li Yu running to Bai Luokan, the scene was heartwarming. The alchemy instructor sighed. The #1 expert from 10 years ago has returned. No one could bully Qinghong Academy anymore. After removing the hidden threats, Bai Luokan returned to Qingluan Peak with his disciples, resuming their peaceful life, only now with more voluptuous girls. For Bai Luokan, he chopped wood and cultivated by day, and was forced to transfer energy at night. Meanwhile, 3 cultivators from the Southern Immortal Alliance rushed to the ruins of Gile Palace. Seeing the green miasma, they sighed that someone powerful must have completely annihilated the sect. Ahead, disciples investigating trembled in fear. Gile Palace had been uprooted, leaving a massive crater. A female disciple complained about how ruthlessly the hidden master cleaned the ley lines. Suddenly, black clouds gathered above. An ominous feeling spread from the clouds. Golden lights burst forth. The rainbow-colored lights fell onto the disciples, causing them to lose their minds. The nearby recording stone shattered. The disciples murmured, "Becoming immortal is so easy." It mirrored the scene before Su Li Yu's past life. One female disciple's jade pendant shattered, snapping her out of the illusion. She coughed blood, realizing the others were mutilating themselves in pursuit of immortality. She wondered who could cast such a powerful illusion. Even their clan's treasures were useless. The black clouds grew stronger. A golden figure slowly emerged. It was a sight no one could resist. She turned, shocked, watching her companions tear themselves apart. Who was this terrifying arrival? They had shattered even the Immortal Alliance's treasures with ease. The black clouds grew denser. Golden light enveloped a silhouette walking out of the abyss. A curvy figure with blue-green long hair emerged. It was none other than Kai Yu, who attained immortality through improper means. Sadly, the world now had no place for her. She could only destroy Bai Luokan's path to immortality. Suddenly, she sensed a familiar aura from a female disciple of the Alliance. She forcibly absorbed the energy from the shattered jade on the disciple's chest. A deafening boom echoed. Green energy surged skyward around Kai Yu. A sense of familiarity washed over her. Kai Yu couldn't help but murmur. After so many years and countless searches across realms, she had finally found her best friend. Her dearest Man. Meanwhile, Bai Luokan was chopping wood at Qingluan Peak. When the system's activation sound suddenly rang out, the blue interface flickered as if sensing danger. Warning sounds echoed non-stop in his ears. Detected karmic ties. Heaven's will is watching. To ensure Bai Luokan's survival, artifacts will be restricted. The system also stipulated. Aside from chopping wood, the mountain-splitting axe must not be used to slay demons. Seeing these notifications, Bai Luokan instantly lost all mood for chopping. He asked the system what had happened. Turns out, his frequent axe use had drawn Heaven's attention. Without the axe's support, his strength would drop to that of the Academy's dean, a depressing thought. He sighed helplessly at the system. If you're taking away my axe, at least compensate me mentally. The system didn't hesitate. It immediately summoned the Mang he had drawn previously. Seeing the humanoid Mang he covered in charms, Bai Luokan roared at the system. This is the weapon you promised me? Especially with the dazzling glow from Mang He's bust. Bai Luokan broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't help but curse what kind of crap the system was giving him. While chaos raged outside, Qingluan Peak was filled with mist. Man and Su Liwei were quietly cultivating inside. They were consuming Bai Luokan's 5-star body refining pill to strengthen their physiques. They felt deeply that Bai Luokan truly cherished them as disciples. The pill could forcibly upgrade cultivation aptitude by 3 levels. Su Liwei didn't care whether the pill was precious or not. She playfully complained that it would be even better if Bai Luokan refined their bodies personally. Man helplessly explained to the love-struck Su Liwei. One must be completely unarmed to enhance their strength. After speaking, he also entered the bucket filled with spiritual energy. Slowly approaching Su Liwei, explaining that the difference between men and women was part of the reason. Helping her refine her body had other intentions as well. He reached out and handed over the body refining pill, letting Su Liwei swallow it. After eating, he even asked how Su Liwei felt. Su Liwei couldn't help but recall the golden cicada molting that Maimeng had given her. She couldn't help but sigh at how tasty this pill was. Much better than the cicada molting. Man was utterly defeated by Su Liyu's innocence. She hurriedly clarified that she meant how it felt after swallowing it, not the taste. Before she could finish speaking, a surge of powerful currents erupted from Su Liyu's lower abdomen and dantian. The intense heat made Su Liwei cry out in pain. It seemed that the breakthrough was imminent. All the sufferings in life would be thorns on the path of cultivation. Even Su Liwei, who could endure, gradually began losing herself under the pill's violent impact. Her dantian surged as if breaking through its limits. The searing turmoil was accompanied by crackling sounds. Man, who had been guarding Su Liyu's side, let her eyes glow green and infused her spiritual power. Suddenly, a vortex formed by a powerful shockwave began raging wildly within the bucket. Splashes of water hit Bai Luokan's wooden puppet. There was no sign of it stopping. Su Liwei gritted her teeth, her face flushed, enduring the pain with sheer willpower. The energy impact kept assaulting Su Liyu's fragile body. Suddenly, she stood up abruptly and let out a painful cry. She turned around and exclaimed to Man behind her. She felt that her breakthrough bottleneck was near. At the same time, above Qingluan Peak, dark clouds began to gather oppressively. The beastlings who were playing around also stopped. They all looked up at the black clouds gathering above. Meanwhile, the system was still urging Bai Luokan to open the humanoid blind box. Suddenly, Bai Luokan sensed a dangerous aura. He looked up toward the sky. Only darkness could be seen within the black clouds. Every cultivator would face a body refining heavenly tribulation at close range. But Bai Luokan realized that Su Liyu's golden core tribulation was distinctly different from the usual. Inside the house, Man, who was accompanying Su Liwei, was also shaken. This power was several times stronger than a typical golden core tribulation. She couldn't help but worry, just like Bai Luokan. This tribulation might not be as simple as they had thought. The deafening roar echoed throughout Qinghang Academy. Even the hidden courtyard barrier was activated. Bai Luokan stood on the peak, looking up at the sky. Why did the tribulation Su Liwei drew seem so sinister? A bolt of lightning struck straight down at Su Liyu's room. Even the sect's protective barrier was shattered. Bai Luokan couldn't hesitate. He immediately summoned the 3-star divine talisman golden body to shield his fragile disciple. The clash with the heavenly lightning created an earth-shattering roar throughout Qinghang Academy. From that strike, Bai Luokan realized this was not a tribulation brought by heaven's will but by human intervention. The sky grew colder and more ominous. He cursed toward the void, "Stop hiding. I know where you are." Suddenly, mocking laughter echoed from the sky. A figure slowly appeared from the void. It was Kai Yu. "The world calls me mad. But I laugh at the world for not seeing through." Kai Yu had forced her breakthrough into the immortal realm. But she realized reality was far different from the paradise she imagined. She began doubting if her chosen path was correct. Mountains and rivers answer not the 1,000 autumns. Watching the cultivation world strive endlessly for immortality, she became even more deranged, wanting to disrupt the balance. Using force to shatter the peace of the world. The sect's grand protective formation was smashed apart by heavenly lightning. A savage bolt of lightning surged toward Su Liyu's room. Bai Luokan sprang into action. He would not let any more harm come to his disciple. Bracing himself, he charged toward the thunder. The thunderous collision shook the tribulation clouds. The dispersed lightning spread outward. The beastlings inside Qingluan Peak used all their strength to resist. Such was the terrifying power of this tribulation. After resisting the dispersed thunder, Little Six was puzzled how a golden core tribulation could be this strong. Even after Bai Luokan had absorbed most of the impact, he still struggled to fend off the scattered lightning. Bai Luokan's fist was bleeding. He stared grimly at the black clouds, knowing danger was steadily approaching. A figure slowly emerged from the black clouds. Kai Yu smiled at the so-called waste of Xuanzhang sect. He had actually blocked the heavenly lightning she borrowed from heaven's will. How amusing. Bai Luokan coldly asked from afar who she was, and why she was targeting his beloved disciple. Kai Yu grew even more interested. So this was her master from 3 reincarnations ago? Someone who could protect her life from her hands. It seemed that her master from Xuanzhang sect wasn't as useless as he appeared. Listening to Kai Yu's mockery, Bai Luokan was secretly amazed. Turns out the woman in the sky was the Kai Yu that Man mentioned. A hearty laughter echoed through the sky. An overwhelming pressure swept across Qingluan Peak like a tide. Kai Yu's eyes in the sky were filled with ridicule. Man, that traitor, actually still remembered her. After speaking, she couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. Completely insane, like a madwoman. She suddenly teleported next to Bai Luokan's ear, speaking in a flirtatious voice. "Is Man doing well?" Bai Luokan immediately struck and said, "Whether Man is well or not is none of your business." But Kai Yu easily dodged his attack. Turns out, when a woman is jealous, she can become this terrifying. Kai Yu couldn't stand seeing her former bestie Man, and Bai Luokan's cherished disciple Su Liwei so loved. Her personality grew even more extreme and twisted. She began acting coquettishly toward Bai Luokan, saying it was good that Man became a celestial master, while also wanting to throw a grand banquet for her survival. As if all past grievances could vanish into smoke. But toward Su Liwei, she had no kindness at all. After all, if Su Liwei wanted to surpass her, She must sever the three Dantians completely. Su Liwei, whom Man protected with her life, was the karmic link that Kai-Yu had to eliminate to ascend as a ruler. Bai Luoken watched Kai-Yu flaunting endlessly. He didn't spare even a glance at this 1,000-year-old hag. Suddenly, Kai-Yu's playful expression turned vicious. A murderous aura slashed toward Bai Luoken, accompanied by terrifying speed. Bai Luoken quickly used floating steps to dodge. The Moon Immortal Wheel strike landed where he had just stood. It directly split the mountain wall in half. Looking at the high-up Kai-Yu, even the system sensed danger. It urged Bai Luoken to escape quickly. But behind Bai Luoken were his beloved disciple and many beastlings. How could he abandon them irresponsibly? Seeing even floating shields shattered by the Moon Immortal Wheel, cold sweat broke out on Bai Luoken's forehead. If he didn't think fast, he would definitely lose. He roared at the system. If you don't hand over the mountain-cleaving axe, I'm done for. The increasingly human-like system hesitated facing his plea. But for Bai Luoken's safety, it finally materialized the mountain-cleaving axe. Grabbing the axe, Bai Luoken's entire aura changed dramatically. The system reminded him one last time. You must come back alive. Bai Luoken charged swiftly toward Kai-Yu. To the current Bai Luoken, Kai-Yu was nothing but a stick of firewood. Without a word, he swung at her Moon Immortal Wheel. A massive explosion erupted like a nuclear blast. Everyone on the ground watching Bai Luoken's outburst was left with mouths agape in shock, amazed that someone in Xuanzhong's stage could fight a true immortal without the slightest fear. But after a few swings, Bai Luoken still hadn't broken through the Moon Immortal Wheel's defense. He cursed internally at how tough it was. He then extended his fingers and chanted a spell. Golden lines appeared across his face, and his eyes gradually turned golden, accompanied by a mantra. A golden asura manifested with a thunderous roar. Its overwhelming aura almost rivaled Kai-Yu's own. Void-shattering slash, ultimate move. Since fists couldn't beat the immortal Kai-Yu, Bai Luoken unleashed his strongest asura true form. The supreme mantra Prajna Mamaha roared to challenge Kai-Yu. The asura reached out, manifesting the massive heaven-cleaving axe in its hands. Gathering its energy, it struck Kai-Yu's protective Moon Immortal Wheel. The clash of two ancient divine weapons created deafening rumbles across the sky. Half of the once indestructible Moon Immortal Wheel was shattered, revealing Kai-Yu's face full of disbelief. She couldn't believe someone from the lower realm could beat a true immortal until they coughed up blood. The system urgently warned Bai Luoken to be cautious, because it detected Kai-Yu's spiritual power rising steadily. Before it could finish, the system was shattered by the Moon Immortal Wheel. Bai Luoken was greatly shocked. Kai-Yu could even see the system? And still attack through the asura's massive defense? A shrill whistle came from Kai-Yu's mouth. As she had guessed, Bai Luoken truly had extraordinary fate. But she warned him not to get distracted during battle. Bai Luoken knew he would never be intimidated by a low-level celestial like her. Since Kai-Yu was playing dirty, he would make her regret it. Bai Luoken's killing intent surged. Then as he wished, Kai-Yu's face also turned grim. The energy cannon formed by the Moon Immortal Wheel was ready to fire. The asura true form shortened the distance instantly, charging straight toward Kai-Yu. The energy cannon immediately launched an attack at the asura true form. Facing countless beams of attack, Bai Luoken seized the chance while Kai-Yu had no ability to counterattack. Swinging the giant axe at Kai-Yu's body, the Moon Immortal Wheel's attack was forcibly cut off by Bai Luoken's axe. But the final charged blow was still blocked by Kai-Yu. Bai Luoken questioned him, saying he had already ascended to immortality. Why was he still deliberately attacking his beloved disciple? Facing the questioning, Kai-Yu openly revealed his plan. Tired of the hardships of cultivation, he decided to become the ruler of the world himself. Wouldn't changing the order of all realms be even more satisfying? After hearing that, Bai Luokan was furious. Truly, human greed knows no bounds. Bai Luokan flew out of the Moon Immortal Wheel's attack range, gathered energy again, and hurled the mountain-cleaving axe at Kai Yu. A red blade light tore through the sky, carrying Bai Luokan's rage, commanding Kai Yu to get back to the heavens. The sky was torn open with a massive hole. Kai Yu was shocked. This man at the Xuanzhong stage could actually shatter the void. Before he could react, Bai Luokan grabbed his collar and threw him into the void. With the momentum, Kai Yu was sucked directly into the void. Bai Luokan gasped heavily, staring at the gradually closing rift, feeling that with his current strength, fighting immortals was still too hard. Before he could catch his breath, the shattered rift began emitting strange noises. Kai Yu's hands, painted with red eyebrow markings, started tearing open the still unhealed void rift. As a celestial being, Kai Yu never expected that there would be someone in the lower realm who could injure him. Facing an opponent he couldn't crush instantly, Kai Yu grew even more demonic, on the verge of madness. Endless attacks shot from the Moon Immortal Wheel, fiercely assaulting Bai Luokan's Asura true form. In adversity, calmness prevails. Clarity leads to power. Only by staying calm could Bai Luokan counterattack against Kai Yu. Severing karma. Severing the void. Severing all of Kai Yu's delusions. Grabbing Kai Yu by the collar again, he hurled him back into the void. Bai Luokan originally thought he could imprison a celestial easily, but Kai Yu ruthlessly shattered that illusion. Using his red eyebrows, he broke open the void rift again. With massive tentacles formed by the Moon Immortal Wheel, Kai Yu floated out of the rift, laughing madly at Bai Luokan. With his abilities alone, how dare he dream of imprisoning a celestial? Truly delusional. Bai Luokan's aura surged, causing the system to flash blood red, emitting a dazzling light, warning of Kai Yu's terrifying power. The heavenly realm's portal had been forcibly broken. Heaven's laws were now connected to the lower realm. Thunderous rumbling echoed. A colorful liquid gushed out like a mudslide. The newly restored sect barrier was shattered again. Because of the colorful liquid, the beasts inside Qingluan Peak couldn't help but complain. What the heck fell from the sky? Bai Luokan kept resisting the colorful liquid with his broken sword. Suddenly, a massive tribulation lightning struck above. The huge current completely engulfed Maimeng's body, accompanied by a miserable scream. Bai Luokan had to act, weakening the power of the heavenly lightning. Otherwise, even a demon emperor couldn't withstand the explosion. Standing high above in the sky, Bai Luokan stared at the lightning, doubting inwardly. Had the heavenly laws truly been destroyed? What had that madwoman Kai Yu done? Even the heavenly bonds were starting to collapse. The chaos could no longer be controlled. As colorful liquid poured from the rift, even the sky was no longer peaceful. The world above Qingluan Peak had completely changed. The system's interface popped up again, reminding Bai Luokan, if he didn't act quickly, this world would be completely devoured. Inside the void, Kai Yu didn't care about the collapse of the world. Looking at the colorful liquid before him, he gradually became intoxicated and dazed. Was this the fusion of two heavenly laws? Just based on that, how could Bai Luokan hope to defeat him? After saying that, the Moon Immortal Wheel conjured countless tentacles, rushing toward Bai Luokan to devour him. The blade of wrath was unleashed. Before Bai Luokan's eyes, flames of excitement erupted, watching as the thick tentacles were about to wrap his whole body. Bai Luokan forcefully summoned the five elements talisman. Golden light burst open the encasing tentacles. A tremendous explosion erupted in the sky. The seemingly indestructible tentacles were instantly blasted apart. The devouring tentacles kept wrapping Bai Luokan. In the blink of an eye, they engulfed him completely. But before the Moon Immortal Wheel could absorb him, Bai Luokan's 5 elements talisman exploded again, blasting the tentacles apart. Countless chunks of flesh rained down from the sky like a storm. The huge pieces of meat fell onto Qingluan Peak, smashing houses into ruins. The beasts gathered together and activated protective shields to avoid being crushed. Before they could even fight, they managed to block the raining flesh, but not the colorful liquid on the ground. Faced with this sudden disaster, Little Six sweated profusely in panic, exclaiming, "We can't kill it. And we can't beat it. How frustrating." Man exclaimed, "Protecting Su Liwei is more important." But before she finished speaking, another thick lightning tribulation struck down, hitting Mai Meng squarely. After all, she was a lightning attribute demon emperor. Fortunately, Mai Meng's physique could withstand heavenly lightning. Otherwise, if it were Su Liwei, she would have been finished long ago. Meanwhile, Man struggled to shield them from the colorful rain. Even the sky seemed on the verge of collapse. At this moment, lightning flashed in the sky. The faint sounds of collisions echoed faintly. All the spiritual weapons around Bai Luokan gathered, covering his entire body in golden light. The system kept alarming non-stop from overuse of spiritual energy. But Bai Luokan still borrowed a field of spiritual weapons to guard Qingluan Peak at all costs. Golden Arms wielded a golden axe. He no longer cared about the so-called heavenly laws. He roared upward toward the rift again. Golden petals burst from Bai Luokan's mouth with a roar. If heaven could be split, then Bai Luokan could surely seal it too. All the spiritual weapons of Qingluan Peak erupted along with Bai Luokan's golden body. A golden explosion appeared, aiming to seal the rift completely. Golden light erupted, determined to patch up the rupture. Kai Yu looked shocked in the sky. How could someone in this small world wield such powerful spiritual artifacts? Soon, Kai Yu seemed to realize. Bai Luokan was wielding the ancient artifact, Pangu's heaven-cleaving axe. Kai Yu's evil laughter faded as the rift slowly closed. Bai Luokan looked at the still incomplete sky and sighed. Kai Yu was truly insane. Would future immortals really turn into these half-human, half-ghost monstrosities? It would be better not to become an immortal at all. Better to live as a good human. After saying that, the giant axe in his hand gradually dissipated. Bai Luokan let out a deep sigh. Finally, Kai Yu's invasion was over. The shattered void slowly closed after Bai Luokan hurled Kai Yu inside. Golden rain drizzled down from the sky, watching the clear sky break through the oppressive black clouds. Little Six couldn't help but sigh. Su Liyu's Golden Core's 7th tribulation was truly terrifying. This catastrophe was truly unprecedented and unparalleled. Suddenly, painful sounds came from behind Little Six. They turned to see Su Liwei collapse weakly onto Man's body. The light in her eyes gradually faded. She weakly muttered that she was about to die. Man anxiously checked Su Liyu's condition. The other beasts quickly gathered around, trying to find out what happened. Bai Luokan swiftly descended from the sky. Seeing Su Liwei weakened and collapsed, he hurriedly asked about the situation. Little Six blurted out, "Su Liwei is dying. Better prepare for her funeral." Man immediately smacked Little Six ahead, scolding him for speaking nonsense at such a critical time. Such careless talk deserved a beating. Bai Luokan instructed Man to bring Su Liwei closer, so he could examine her carefully. A green healing talisman appeared in midair, gently stabilizing Su Liyu's weak pulse. Bai Luokan's face grew solemn, as he noticed something unusual. He realized Su Liwei was missing the final heavenly lightning strike. Man was also stunned. Once the tribulation lightning dissipated, it couldn't be summoned again. Bai Luokan suddenly thought of a solution. As long as they found a lightning attribute source, it could trigger the heavenly lightning. Behind him, Mai Meng also vowed to find a lightning source no matter what. But before she could finish speaking, everyone stared at her strangely. The mood turned abruptly awkward. Feeling uneasy under their gazes, Maimong nervously asked what they planned to do. A miserable scream burst from Maimong's mouth. Bai Luokan directed the heavenly lightning into Su Liwei. In a flash of light, the heavenly tribulation completed. A golden core finally formed in Su Liu's dantian, thanks to everyone's joint efforts. Before long, Su Liwei slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Bai Luokan and Manman's concerned looks, she cautiously felt the changes in her body. After successfully advancing to the Golden Core's 7th stage, Bai Luokan nodded with relief. Seeing Su Liwei slowly recovering, he was glad he had brought Maimong back earlier. Otherwise, the promotion would have been doomed. While everyone celebrated surviving the disaster, nearby Maimong was spasming weakly. She suspected Bai Luokan was taking revenge on her for abandoning Su Liwei back in the secret realm. Meanwhile, the arrogant Kai Yu, after being thrown into the void by Bai Luokan, hid somewhere in the immortal realm, occasionally letting out maniacal laughter, waiting for the next time Su Liwei advanced. It would be Bai Luokan's death day. After dealing with the major threat of Kai Yu, Bai Luokan looked at the ruined Qingluan Peak and felt a headache coming on. The academy charged 50,000 spirit stones just to repair the damaged houses. A ridiculous extortion. After thinking for a moment, Bai Luokan decided to dig out the puppet gifted by the system, hoping to rebuild Qingluan Peak. Just then, a System World task announcement came. Bai Luokan was assigned to recruit a new disciple within a set time. He was stunned upon hearing it. He was already struggling to handle his current disciples. More spirit-feeding disciples would kill him. Still, the system's tasks were never trivial. He asked about the declining progress bar on the interface. The system sweetly informed him that it was the new disciple's life value. Bai Luokan cried out in panic. She was dying. Without wasting time, he summoned his communication puppet to gather the disciples at Qingluan Peak to rescue their new junior sister. Tents had already been set up near the damaged buildings. Su Liwei was tending to the drained Maimong. Suddenly, Bai Luokan's puppet rushed over, with urgency written all over its face. Su Liu's heart sank. Something must have happened again. The communication puppet immediately ordered her to bring Maimong to the ancestral transmission gate. Bai Luokan urgently transmitted a voice message, informing them the mission was to rescue a frozen junior sister. Far away, in Wuling City, 1,000 miles from the academy, a group of black-clad men were plotting shady deeds. Guards formed tight formations. Everyone looked tense and ready for battle. But under heavy rewards, bravery surged. Promised great riches, the black-clad men hurried toward the backyard. They pushed open the door to the Liu family's inner courtyard. 2 men in black quickly entered. An anxious voice came from inside the steady black clothing. As long as they could hold out until the Xi'an Alliance reinforcements arrived, they could survive this crisis. A weak female voice came from another figure in black, speaking to the older voice. She said she would not run away again because of the broken engagement and implicate the Liu family. It was her own stubbornness that caused her family to be hunted down. She hoped her uncle would hand her over. When the hood fell away, it revealed a haggard Nalan Duoduo. The other black-clad figure turned out to be the Liu family patriarch. He immediately scolded her not to do anything foolish. He knew that her broken engagement was just an excuse by Tumen. The real goal was to seize all of the Nalan family's power. Nalan Duoduo, crying, said that if she hadn't been so stubborn, her parents wouldn't have died so tragically. Seeing her sinking further into despair, the Liu patriarch urgently reassured her that once the Xi'an Alliance arrived, her danger would be over. Their survival was the greatest threat to the enemy. He begged her not to do anything reckless. Suddenly, a mocking voice interrupted. Does Lord Liu look down on us blood sword sect? They held bloody heads disdainfully in their hands. The guards who had gone out were silently slaughtered. 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West. The wheel of fortune turns. Bai Luokan hadn't expected his new disciple to have such a tragic story. A single engagement destroyed a genius. Yet somehow, it felt oddly familiar. The Lu patriarch, still waiting for reinforcements, cried when he saw the beheaded disciples. Tears and snot streamed down his face. Youthful lives cruelly ended by blood sword sect. He shouted loudly to the youths standing on the rooftop that Xiaoping should be satisfied now after losing face back then. But before he could finish speaking, blood sword disciples already lunged forward with gleaming scythes. Wounds bloomed across his face. Realizing he was about to die, the Lu patriarch screamed for Duoduo to run. With that, his body exploded, scattering blood like a spiritual bomb. Meanwhile, Bai Luokan piloted a flying device made of spiritual energy, rushing toward Nalan Duoduo. Su Liwei yelled at Maimeng for secretly eating the welcome gift meant for their junior sister. She choked her to make her spit it out. Bai Luokan sighed helplessly at the commotion. He decided to check Nalan Duoduo's profile through the system. What he saw shocked him. The disciple he was about to accept had triggered a devilish transformation after being dumped. She had then joined the Blood Sword sect, vowing to annihilate the entire Nalan family to wash away her humiliation. Bai Luokan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Why did this story feel so familiar? Suddenly, the system blared alarms. Nalan Duoduo was dying. The ship needed to move faster. Bai Luokan shouted urgently to everyone behind him, telling them to brace themselves. He pulled out his single for years hand speed, slamming the ship into supersonic mode. Protection systems immediately activated, binding the panicked Maimeng and Su Liwei. Emergency measures were necessary during emergencies. The problem was, tying up Maimeng made her drop the stolen melon. Bai Luokan didn't care anymore. Saving his disciple was more important. Inside the Lu courtyard, Nalan Duoduo's situation worsened. The blood sword disciples approached her with wicked smiles. They warned her not to resist, or the other Lu family members would suffer. Nalan Duoduo's heart sank, and she gritted her teeth, deciding to surrender. A disciple in white patted her shoulder, mocking her sensibility, while she was still mourning. The blood sword disciples began slaughtering the Lu family members. Screams and cries filled the house. Nalan Duoduo was also attacked, her dantian shattered by a single palm strike. She spat blood in agony. The blood sword sect had no regard for promises. Xiaoping, once a genius, had fallen into disgrace because of his obsession after the engagement was broken. Meanwhile, Nalan Duoduo suffered betrayal as well. Classic case of kicking someone while they're down. But Xiaoping survived and eventually thrived, becoming someone the Nalan family dared not provoke, witnessing her uncle's death and her family's slaughter. Nalan Duoduo was heartbroken but powerless. Given her current strength, she couldn't even defeat a blood sword disciple, let alone seek revenge. The more she thought, the more suffocated she felt. Blue flames burned in her eyes as she tried to fight. But before she could gather spiritual energy, it backfired, and she vomited blood again. She collapsed weakly to the ground. The blood sword disciples laughed, mocking her for disobeying their warning. Summoning binding ropes, they restrained Nalan Duoduo. They didn't want any further complications now. The blood sword sect princess wanted to take Nalan Duoduo back alive, to torment her body, and take revenge for the humiliation of the broken engagement. The two blood sword sect disciples looked at Nalan Duoduo, tied tightly into a giant dumpling with binding ropes. The disciple in white lifted her onto his shoulder, chatting and laughing with the man in black, ready to report back to their sect. But mid-conversation, they suddenly saw something streaking toward them like a meteor from the sky. With a loud boom, it crashed into the ground, sending up clouds of dust. The two blood sword sect disciples stumbled back in fear. The disciple in white immediately summoned spiritual energy for protection, realizing This arrival was undoubtedly for the girl on his shoulder. From within the dust, a middle-aged man's voice slowly emerged. No matter who you are, put her down and get lost immediately. The two Blood Sword Sect disciples frowned slightly. This man was unbelievably arrogant. Bai Luokan continued coldly, if you don't scram, then die painfully. The two disciples immediately shouted threats back. But Bai Luokan ignored who they were. He was determined today. He hooked his finger toward the bound Nalan Duoduo. A surge of spiritual energy shot forth. In the stunned gaze of the disciple in white, the tightly bound Nalan Duoduo flew toward Bai Luokan. The disciple tried to grab her, hurriedly releasing more spiritual energy to stop it. But with his limited power, how could he possibly match Bai Luokan? Just as Nalan Duoduo was about to be taken back, Bai Luokan struck hard, first using the shockwave of the spaceship crash to intimidate them, then taunting them into fury. Every tactic made them seethe with rage. They burned with the urge to devour him. But Bai Luokan's main goal was simple: snatch his new disciple back. A simple finger movement was enough. Why waste breath arguing with these small fries? The binding rope shattered under absolute strength, revealing the unconscious Nalan Duoduo. The white-clothed disciple bled from all 7 orifices but still refused to give up. He burned his life force to try and seize her back. Meanwhile, Bai Luokan remained utterly relaxed, even increasing his spiritual power slightly. Under the intense clash of spiritual energy, surprisingly, it was the clothes that gave out first. A stunning, snow-white body was exposed before everyone. Bai Luokan silently cursed. He had used too much force, accidentally revealing his new disciple's body. Even the white-clothed disciple froze. His spiritual energy attack halted. Su Liwei in the distance looked worried, while Maimeng admired Nalan Duoduo's figure. Taking advantage of the distraction, Bai Luokan carried her away. The two blood sword disciples were left for Su Liwei and Maimeng to handle. He instructed them to leave one alive for questioning. Su Liwei loudly replied, "Understood." Meanwhile, the blood sword disciples condensed their blood swords, confident they could defeat these girls even if they couldn't beat Bai Luokan. Without warning, they launched a blood blade at Su Liwei, trying to block her approach. Facing the incoming blood blade, Su Liwei summoned her moon fairy wheel and dodged elegantly. The white-clothed disciple sneered secretly, shouting, "Explode!" Instantly, the blood blade expanded behind her, forming a bloody cage trapping Su Liwei. Both disciples used their secret technique, Blood Shadow Clone, scattering in all directions. They thought as long as one clone escaped, they could flee. But how could Maimeng, a demon emperor, allow that? Just because they couldn't gauge her strength didn't mean she was weak. Threads spread everywhere, binding all clones. Under their shocked gazes, Maimeng ruthlessly destroyed every single clone. Her movements were swift like a swallow, her skin smoother than snow. With Nalan Duoduo's seductive presence, the blood sword disciples lost control of their spiritual energy, giving up resistance in a daze. Bai Luokan successfully rescued Nalan Duoduo from their hands. The remaining two disciples were left for Su Liwei and Maimeng. The blood sword sect had a habit of running when they couldn't win. But to Maimeng, they were just clowns. All the clones were annihilated instantly. Even the blood cage trapping Su Liwei was shattered within 10 breaths. The ground beneath the blood sword disciples cracked apart. Lightning bolts erupted fiercely from below. Su Liwei burned with fury. Even after reaching the 7th rank of Golden Core, how could she still be trapped by such scum? Fueled by rage, she unleashed thick bolts of electricity. The tragic screams echoed continuously. Meanwhile, Bai Luokan was using gentle spiritual energy to undo the blood energy sealing Nalan Duoduo's dantian. Before long, a soft moan escaped from Nalan Duoduo's lips, and the painful expression on her face gradually faded. Nalan Duodwo opened her beautiful eyes and was startled to see Bai Luokan before her. Seeing her blushing face, Bai Luokan thought she was still in discomfort. Seeing herself exposed before a man, Nalan Duodwo immediately raised her hand to slap him. Bai Luokan easily blocked it and explained that he was here to save her. How could Nalan Duodwo possibly believe such an obvious lie? Choking back tears, she shouted, "Who saves someone by exposing their body?" But the pain in her abdomen made her cry out again. Her face flushing an even deeper red. Bai Luokan hurriedly consoled her, telling her not to move. If her blood flowed in reverse, it could cost her life. Hearing that, Nalan Duodwo finally calmed down a little. And after regaining her composure, she asked who Bai Luokan was. "Why did you save her?" Bai Luokan chuckled and said, "She's a capture department instructor of Qinghang Academy. In return for saving your life, Nalan Duodwo. Are you interested in becoming her disciple?" Upon hearing that Bai Luokan was known as the Academy's public laughingstock, Nalan Duodwo hurriedly covered her private parts and backed far away. Bai Luokan was speechless and let out an awkward laugh. The capture technique he had intended to bestow on his new disciple dissipated. The originally gentle healing suddenly became exceedingly rough, causing Nalan Duodwo's pain to intensify all over her body. She hurriedly pleaded for Bai Luokan to be gentler.